Educational Psychology. L.S. Vygotsky. Introduction by V.V. Davidoff. Editor's note. The present volume consists of lectures delivered by Vygotsky at Gomel's Teachers' College in the years between 1921 and 1923. It is thought that Vygotsky intended the book as an introductory psychology text for a new generation of Soviet teachers, who were to replace the pre-revolutionary educational establishment. It is hoped that the publication of this book will reveal the unanswered questions posed by the book. At times it expresses views that are incompatible with other things he wrote and believed at the time. It has been said that as a rule, the translation and publication of the works of a scholar such as Vygotsky, who lived and worked over 50 years ago, would be carried out because the ideas presented are seen in retrospect as being ahead of their time. But in many ways, our publication of Vygotsky's work, as well as that of other publishers, is motivated by entirely different concerns. Our motivation follows the conviction of Vygotsky's students in the Soviet Union and in the West that his ideas and insights are in many respects considerably ahead of our time, and by the conviction that his influence on the development of psychology and the social sciences has not been nearly as considerable as it must be. In translating the book, we wish to leave the author's emphasis on certain words as Vygotsky wrote. Hence, the italicized words in the book were emphasized by the author in the original. Also, while we have modernized, or westernized, Russian spellings such as the two ending to y, such as Vygotsky rather than Vygotsky and Bernstein rather than Bernstein in the front matter to this book, we have retained the original spellings used by the author in his text. All notes at the end of the chapters are those of the translator, except for the notes at the end of chapter 13, which are Vygotsky's own notes. Whenever XNL possible, we have attempted to locate original sources such as book and year of publication for authors quoted by Vygotsky. There were instances where we were simply unable to locate such sources. In these cases, we hope we have provided sufficient information in other parts of the book to guide the reader should a search for missing sources in this book be necessary. Lev Vygotsky was born in 1896 to a middle-class Jewish family in Gomel, some 400 miles southwest of Moscow, and of a predominantly Jewish population. Vygotsky was the second of 8 children. His father held several managerial positions, and the family was well respected, having been involved in public endeavors, such as the establishment of a library. The young Vygotsky must have been affected by the full-scale pogrom of Jewish businesses and dwellings in Gomel, in which his father was called as a witness. Vygotsky is remembered as an intellectually precocious child. He had an unconventional education, studying with Lyarevate tutors and entering the Jewish G. His interests lay primarily in the humanities and social sciences, and he graduated with honors and a gold medal. At this time, the beliefs and techniques of Hegel became the most important intellectual influences in his life and left a lasting imprint on his approach to formulating scientific problems and attempting their resolution. Other intellectual influences were the Ukrainian linguist Alexander Potebna and the works of the great German thinker, Wilhelm von Humboldt. Besides the great authors, Vygotsky had a personal mentor in his cousin David, several years older and a promising philologist and critic, well connected to the literary and academic circles of Moscow and St. Petersburg. David was probably the first to direct Vygotsky's attention to the world of the new literary theory of so-called formalists. Taking into account the range of Vygotsky's interests, it seemed logical for him to enroll at the liberal arts program at one of the metropolitan universities. But because a liberal arts graduate at that time would most likely become a gymnasium teacher, a profession closed to Jews, it was better for Vygotsky to enroll as a law student. He enrolled at Shanyevsky Public University, where he majored in philosophy and history, as well as Moscow University, which was rife with political expulsions of large numbers of students, with the mass resignation of faculty in protest. Shanyevsky was unable to award degrees, but it had a strong and progressive faculty and attracted gifted and independently minded students. Vygotsky's years as a student were marked not only by enthusiastic learning of all that was new in the sciences, humanities, and arts, but by his activities as 14. The present book has as its goals those of a practical nature. It is offered as a contribution to the Soviet School of Pedagogy and to assist the rank-and-file teacher, and to also promote the development of a rational understanding of the educational process in light of the most recent results of the science of psychology. Psychology is now experiencing a crisis. The most fundamental and the most elemental claims of the field are being reconsidered, and utter confusion of thought rules in the laboratory and in the classroom. Faith in the old systems has been undermined, yet new systems are not yet so well developed that one might venture to extract from them an applied science. The crisis in psychology inevitably means a crisis for all of educational psychology, and demands a reconstruction of the ELD from the very foundations. The new psychology is more fortunate than its predecessor, however, in the sense that it does not have to arrive at conclusions on the basis of its claims and does not have to go far afield when it wishes to apply its results in the realm of education. The problem of education is at the very heart of the new psychology. The study of conditional reexes constitutes a foundation on which the new psychology will have to be constructed. The term, conditional reex, is the name given to that mechanism which carries us from biology to sociology and makes it possible to comprehend the very essence and nature of the educational process. Quite frankly, there's no denying the fact that educational psychology, as a science, became possible only with this discovery. Until then, psychology lacked the essential basic principle that could have joined together into a unified whole all those fragmentary bits of factual information it made use of. Now, the most important goal of the present monograph is to maintain such a fundamentally rational unity in the analysis of all the various aspects of education and in the description of the different elements of the instructional process. It is of extraordinary importance to demonstrate with exhaustive scientific rigor that, no matter what its subject matter and no matter what its methodology, at its very foundation education ultimately always rests upon the mechanism of the conditional reex. 16. However, it would be wrong to see in this principle an all-encompassing and ultimately liberating tool, a kind of mystical open sesame of the new psychology. In fact, by the very nature of its goals, educational psychology deals with facts and with psychological categories of a more complex nature and of a higher order than the individual isolated reaction or reex, and, in general, of a more complex nature and of a higher order than those areas which the modern science of man's higher nervous activity touched upon before actually studying them. The teacher has to deal with more generalized forms of behavior, that is, with the unitary reactions of the organism. Naturally, therefore, the study of conditional reexes can only form the basis and foundation for the course of studies. In the description and analysis of the more complex forms of behavior, it is necessary to make full use of all the scientifically reliable results that have been discovered by the old psychology, translating old concepts into the new language. My objective has always been to disclose and demonstrate the motor, or reexive aspect of every such form of behavior, and to thereby relate these more complex forms of behavior to the fundamental and initial standpoints taken toward the subject. Together with Hugo Münsterberg, I am of belief that the time is past when the whole motor part appeared to be an unimportant appendix without which mental life might just as well take its course. Now everything is turned around. The attitude and action are now what give the real opportunity for the development of central processes. We think because we are acting. Psychology and the Teacher, page I-16. As regards terminology, I have nowhere hesitated over retaining the old terms, seeing in these terms the most understandable, convenient, and concise means of describing many phenomena. These terms will have to be retained for the time being, pending the development of a new scientific language. The creation of new words and terms would only be a pretense, or so it seems to me, since in the description of phenomena it is everywhere necessary to use not only the old names of these phenomena, but also the old results. It therefore seemed best each time to reinterpret the genuine content not only of these old terms, but also of the previously obtained results. The book, therefore, bears the clear imprint of scientific epoch of that turning point, and of that crisis, in existence at the time it was written. It seems appropriate in this regard to refer to some comments recently made by Pavlov. According to Pavlov, the objective data we have obtained science will bring into our subjective world sooner or later and, thus, at a single stroke, and clearly illuminate our concealed nature, clarify the mechanism and vital sense of what man is concerned with more than anything else, his étui, consciousness, and the throes of his conscience. This is why in my presentation I have permitted a degree of inconsistency in my use of terms. In the title to my talk and throughout the entire presentation, I have used the term, mental vygotsky, and in addition have always discussed only objective investigations, leaving entirely to the side all subjective studies. Those vital phenomena that are referred to as mental phenomena, though they seem to be observed objectively in animals as well, nevertheless differ, at least in terms of degree of complexity, from purely physiological phenomena. What could be the significance of calling them mental or complex nerve phenomena, as opposed to simple physiological phenomena, once it is acknowledged and recognized that the natural scientist may approach their study only from the objective side, without being at all concerned with the essential nature of these phenomena? In fact, in the present book, I have often had to present the views of other researchers, and to translate concepts developed by other writers into my own terminology, as in any systematic presentation. I have been able to express my own thoughts only in passing, and mixed in with those of other writers. Nevertheless, I am of the belief that the present volume represents not just a novel experiment in the construction of a course of educational psychology, but also an attempt at the construction of a new type of textbook. The very choice of system and the very arrangement of the material represents a novel, and as yet unrealized, experiment at a major synthesis of the most diverse scientific data and results. In its present form, the book does not repeat any of the manuals on the subject I am familiar with, and for this reason I am well aware of being fully responsible for all the conclusions reached in the present volume. How far this synthesis has succeeded, this I leave to the judgment of competent reviewers, inviting them to look upon the book as an interim work that will have to be replaced by other, more improved manuals in the very near future. Besides my own personal mistakes, the inadequacies of a first attempt would appear to be entirely unavoidable whenever it is a matter of constructing something in entirely uncharted and uncleared territory. Rigorous and consistent application of a fundamental point of view on the educational process, understood as one involving the social reorientation of biological forms of behavior, is the sole purpose of the present textbook. The construction of a course of educational psychology on a socio-biological foundation is, therefore, my principal intention. I will consider my work to have attained its goal if, despite all the inadequacies of this first attempt, the path I have chosen will prove to have been the correct one, i.e., if the book will turn out to be the first step on the path toward the construction of an objective and rigorous scientific system of educational psychology. 19. Introduction. Lev Vygotsky and Educational Psychology. V.V. Davidov. He name of the outstanding Soviet psychologist and scholar Lev Vygotsky, 1896–1934, is well known throughout the world. Nearly all his scientific works, books, articles, etc., have been published and reprinted many times in translation around the world. The 6 volumes of his collected works, Soberny Vysokinany, Moscow, Pedagogika, 1982–84, have been of especially great importance to the scientific community. There is also his remarkable book, Educational Psychology. Abridged course, published in Moscow in 1926 but not reprinted for quite some time for purely ideological reasons, basically that it is not persuasive and even incongruous from a modern perspective. This book, in Vygotsky's words, was written with a practical purpose in mind and was offered as a contribution to the Soviet school of pedagogy and to assist the rank-and-file teacher, and to also promote the development of a rational understanding of the educational process in light of the most recent results of science of psychology. The present edition of this book is, without a doubt, of considerable significance, since it will allow specialists to become acquainted with how a recognized leader of world psychology conceived of new data of science over 60 years ago. And, of course, in reading the book one cannot but get a sense of the author's skillful and vivid style in this popular presentation of the latest psychological results to an audience of public school teachers and university instructors, a style which is, moreover, highly distinctive and informative. The present edition of this work will, however, be of value to psychologists and educators engaged in scientific research who wish to transfer their results into the classroom. What is most important, though, is that the present-day teacher, and especially the rank-and-file teacher, who has read through the entire book cannot help but sense the resemblance and similarity of the topics covered in the book with all those conflicting and pressing problems in contemporary education which the teacher in the classroom and worker in the research laboratory have set their minds to solving. It is this which is the main purpose of the present XXI edition. Once this is understood, both the teacher and the researcher in education will be able to reach a deeper understanding of psychological foundations of education. In educational psychology, Vygotsky made the following fundamental theoretical assertions: Educational I he student's individual activity, and the art of education should involve nothing more than guiding and monitoring this activity from the psychological point of view. The Gasher is the director of the social environment in the Kloshpoiny governor and OL process, and the student the social environment is the true lever of the educational practice and THJI teacher's overall role reduces to adjusting this lever. GI. And, further, the psychological law simply says that before trying to get one child involved in some activity, get him interested in it, take care to discover whether he is ready for it, that all the forces necessary for the activity are tensed, and that the child is ready to act on his own, with the teacher left to simply guide and direct his activity. The principal psychological goal of education is the purposive and deliberate inculcation in the child of new/ill-1x of behavior and of activity, i.e., the deliberate organization of the child's development. Thus, in the classroom the main figure, according to Vygotsky, I_s and child himself or herself is the subject of his or her own activity. By making use of considerable opportunities afforded by the social environment in which the child dwells and functions, the teacher is able to direct and guide the child's individual activity with the purpose of achieving a further development of this activity throughout the entire abridged scientific and personal psychology which is set forth in the present volume. Vygotsky consistently imparts a coherent expression to, and gives a profound exposition of, these psychological purposes, which were in fact, quite new and almost radical at the time. In fact, there is much in the present book which was new for its time. But what is it in the book which has retained its originality to the present day, and what is now outdated? Let us try to consider both these questions. Above all, our own experience shows us that there are any number of psychological observations in the volume touching on the special importance of students' independence in processes of teaching and education which could sound like new ideas to many working teachers even today. See the quotations given earlier. These observations were hammered out early in the 20th century by certain leading philosophers, educators, and psychologists who had fought to make the evolving system of public education effectively democratic. The remarkable American scholar John Dewey was one such educational philosopher. Vygotsky succeeded in comprehending many of the assumptions underlying these assertions and formulated them in explicit fashion in the form of a special psychological law. Let us turn to various formulations of individual aspects of this law as given by Vygotsky. Thus, he writes that the student's personal experience becomes the fundamental basis of pedagogical work. Strictly speaking, and from the scientific point of view, of teaching ultimately, the child teaches himself in the educational process, the student. And it is not that the student is educated, but that the student educates himself. The educational process must be based on the 4:1, 4, 2, but on the other hand, the student's experience is determined wholly and without exception by the social environment. Though the teacher is powerless to produce immediate effects in the student, He is _fla powerful when it comes to producing indirect, mediated effects in him. Through the social environment, education is realized through the student's experience, which is wholly by the environment, and the role of teacher then reduces to directing and guiding the environment. And, finally, yet another decisive assertion from his overall review of the interrelation between student, environment, and teacher, and the child is ready to act on his own, with the teacher left to simply guiding and directing his actions. In other words, according to Ver, educate students in deliberate fashion on by constantly collaborating with them, with their environment, with their desires and with theirwingness to themselves work with their teacher. This fundamental idea was in contradiction 5 pounds at authoritarian pedagogy, which insisted that the teacher could supposedly influence the child effectively in direct fashion in accordance with his own instructional and educational goals without giving any thought to the child's motivations, interest, and willingness to undertake his own personal activity. The reader of present workbook will, in all likelihood, notice that in his discussion of educational psychology, Vygotsky preferred to speak problems of education problemy vyspimnia. In present-day educational psychology one speaks basically of questions of teaching voprosi zero imshimaya. This is no accident. As the outstanding psychologist he was, Vygotsky viewed educational processes as they occur in the child as an internal foundation of his development, and oft evolution of new forms of behavior in the child, the development of which in the appropriate period also constituted the principal goal of education. Moreover, within the context of the evolving system of public education, neither the classroom xxm L goals of education. Least of all should we think of the educational process as one-sided, and our teacher nor researcher concerned with theoretical issues were inclined to discriminate between in any special way, and were even less inclined to oppose %_aching and upbringing, instead viewed both as components of a united and integral formative process. In looking through the present volume, which constantly draws the reader's attention to the child's independence in processes of teaching and education, the impression may arise argument is grisr the mill oft hos who advocate the notig qf remissive education. So a conclusion would be utterly mistaken. Page after page of the book considers concrete forms in the educational process the child's 2L and D they engage in, and it discusses the moral and pedagogical ascribe all activity without exception to the environment, making nothing of the activity of student himself, oft activity of his teacher, and of everything that must come into contact with education, even lifeless objects, in this process. And this thought is complemented with the following line of reasoning: the psychological theory of public education not only does not mean prostrating oneself before education, but, on the contrary, signifies the ultimate in our mastery of the of educational processes. LT must teach us how to grasp the very nature of education, guiding ourselves by its very own laws. Note that Vygotsky did not recognize the existence of any kind of separate reality that would reduce to the pair teacher-student, rather he was always identifying and investigating The special complexity of work of a teacher springs from the fact that, on the one hand, the teacher has to have a good idea of laws governing the child's own activity, i.e., he has to know the child's psychology. On the other hand, however, he has to be oriented towards the dynamic features of the child's social environment in order if he is to guide the overall flow of the Chi1Ds activity in a pedagogically proper course by skillfully altering this environment. This is also why an active role is the lot of the teacher in the course of education. The teacher fashions, cuts up, shreds, and carves up the elements of the environment and then combines them together in the most diverse way imaginable, in order to realize whatever goal he has need for. Thus is the educational process an active one on 3 levels: the student is active, the teacher is active, and the environment created between them is an active one. When they are brought into the educational arena, when they are M/FW, educational role, acquire a sense of purpose and become effective participants. These wise words, which are those of a remarkable thinker, both psychologist and educator, are far from out of date for those teachers who seek to organize the teaching of their charges and the overall educational process with an understanding of the psychological laws governing the child's activity and the pedagogical rules for altering his social environment. But such an understanding must be turned into creative striving and dexterity if the teacher is to succeed in his work with children of the most varied types in the highly multifaceted and unique social situation in which children live their lives. And it is forever necessary to reach unanticipated and novel pedagogical decisions that, moreover, have to be unerring, since the child's real fate and that of his family depends upon them. This is why the work of a true teacher always bears an especially creative character r_m-3f/#7$. It is essential to particularly underscore the age-old truth that a correct creative solution of an unusual and complex pedagogical problem may be one *s/found only by the teacher who is already highly conversant with the // essentials of his subject, who possesses a knowledge and understanding of the child's soul and of the contradictory nature of the motivation at the overall course of the child's activity, and who possesses an ability to mold, cut up, and combine together in the most diverse ways imaginable the different elements of the social environment in which the child is educated. This means that the teacher must master, of course starting when he is still a student, the scientific foundations of child psychology, educational psychology, and social psychology, and the fundamentals of the theory and applications of pedagogics in order to subsequently fit them into the context of his own practical work. A significant portion of the book is devoted to introducing the student and teacher to important aspects of psychological elements of skills that are part of the craft of education, on the one hand, and to an attempt at drawing both teacher and student into thinking about the vital pedagogical environments. Any effort at transcending these environments at once presupposes skillful use of knowledge gained by educational psychology as regards the education of students in such realms as the emotions and attention, and thinking and memory, and in the realm of their moral, labor, and aesthetic education. Vygotsky discusses the temperament and character of the child, the fundamental modes of investigation of the child's personality, as well as giftedness in children and individual goals in the education of children. A special chapter, the concluding one, is devoted to the psychology of the work of a teacher. In the text where all these questions are considered, the reader will find the richest mine imaginable of wise thoughts and interesting aspirations xxv. Tied together internally by a common thread of psychological reasoning that underlies Vygotsky's approach to the education of children. In our view, it is not possible to agree with all these conclusions at the present time. Educational psychology has, in fact, come a long way since the book was first written. Vygotsky's understanding of a unified foundation of the educational process, which he, with a nod to the prevailing wisdom, linked to the concept of conditional reflex, we will discuss this question somewhat later, requires a special review, and certain misunderstandings may arise due to his use of terminology that is no longer accepted in contemporary psychology. Now it is a time for us to analyze in brief those general psychological standpoints which Vygotsky subscribed to at the time he wrote the present book and had it published. But before presenting this analysis, it would be a good idea to give a brief biographical sketch touching on the sources of Vygotsky's teaching and research. This task is even more significant if we bear in mind the fact that his book on educational psychology was written and published in the early period of his scientific career, a period that preceded the essential crisis in his creative destiny, the crisis and turning point which is the reason why the name Vygotsky is celebrated to the present day by formal university training. Vygotsky was an attorney, he had graduated from THQ School of Law of L7. But at the same time he was at Moscow University, he was also a student in the School of History and Philosophy of the Shanyevsky PE0PLES University, an institution that existed in Moscow in the period just before the revolution. He received an excellent humanist education, had a serious interest in philosophy and psychology, aesthetics and literature, and, of course, jurisprudence. Even in his student years, he had begun research on the psychology of art, research which he continued later on, writing his dissertation on just this topic, which he defended in 1925. The dissertation was only published in I-965, and has since been published in translation in many countries, in English as the Psychology Zerofar. Upon completion of his studies at the two universities, he returned to Gomel, where he had lived for many years previously, and assumed a position in the field of education. He taught literature in high school, and lectured on aesthetics, logic, and psychology at a number of educational institutions and gave courses in these subjects. In the early 1905 he organized a special psychological laboratory at the teacher training school where he was lecturing on psychology. The Gomel period in his life defined his interests in the fields of pedagogics and psychology, and supplied him with all those resources which he then made active use of in his book on educational psychology. In XXVI 1924 Vygotsky moved to Moscow and began work at the Institute of Psychology of Moscow University. While still living in Gomel, he had began serious study of the works of Ivan Pavlov, Vladimir Bekhterev, and other scientists who were at work on the investigation of physiology of nervous system, striving to relate the results of their investigations with outstanding questions in psychology. The results of these studies served as the basis of his well-known paper, The Technique of Reflexological and Psychological Investigations, which he presented at the All-Russian Conference on Psychoneurology held in January 1924, cf. Collected Works, Volume 1, pages 43 to 62. Once he had settled in Moscow, Vygotsky began to work in the field of theoretical and applied defectology. The Russian term encompasses both rehabilitation and special education and also undertook a critical analysis of history of the contemporary state of psychology. In 1926, he prepared a major study, entitled The Historical Meaning of Psychological Crisis, making extensive use of work of many non-Russian scientists. The study was only published in 1982, Collected Works, pages 29L436. It was during this period that he completed his abridged course in educational psychology. There is reason to believe that he had laid the foundation for the present volume while still working in Gomel. The essential shift in Vygotsky's creative life occurred following publication of the book. This, the most celebrated period of his scientific activity, began in 1927-8, when, working with a group of colleagues that included A. Leontev, Alexander Luria, A. Zaporozhets, and L. Bizovich, he undertook a large-scale series of experimental investigations. From the results of these investigations, he was subsequently led to formulate the fundamental assertions of cultural historical theory, the theory of the development of those mental functions which are not only specific to human beings, for example, attention, memory, and thinking, but which also possess a social, cultural, and life history przyznany origin and are mediated by a special medium, called signs, that arises in the course of human history. A sign, from Vygotsky's standpoint, is, above all, a social medium for man, a special kind of psychological tool. A sign is located outside the organism, as is a tool. It is separated from the individual and is essentially a social organ or social medium. Collected Works, Volume 3, page 146. This the biologistic, or vulgar natural scientific, approach to the study of man, which at the time was an intrinsic component of many psychological schools, particularly one of the most influential schools then in existence, that of American behaviorism, whose proponents often identified the distinctive features and mechanisms of human and animal behavior. For the behaviorist, the same laws of adaptation to the environment were supposedly characteristic of men and animals, in the form of zero-organism's reactions to appropriate stimuli, though it was acknowledged that in man these laws, of course, assumed more complex forms, inasmuch as man lives in a social environment and, moreover, unlike animals, possesses speech. Stands to keep in mind here, that at the early stages in his construction of cultural historical theory, Vygotsky had suggested that the child's elementary functions possess an innate natural and hereditary character, that they were not yet mediated by the cultural medium. Later, though, working from a more extensive body of knowledge, he arrived at the following fundamental conclusion: the functions which are usually thought of as the most elementary, are subordinated in the child to laws that are entirely different than those which dominate the earlier stages of phylogenetic development, and are characterized by the same mediated psychological structure. A detailed analysis of the structure of individual mental processes is enough to persuade us of the fact, and also demonstrates that even the science of the structure of the individual elementary processes of the child's behavior is in need of a radical review. Collected Work Acts, page 38. The essential point is that in its very first hours the infant acts in relation to its surroundings not directly, in unmediated fashion, but through another human being. Collected W0RKS, page 29. In other words, Vygotsky had reviewed his own previous ideas of the biological character of man's elementary, or lower, functions and had concluded that even the most elementary functions, even those that arise at the earliest stages of man's life, possess a mediative, i.e., specifically human, structure. For cultural historical theory, human behavior is radically different from animal behavior, since it is social in its very origin. It is linked to human intercourse internally and is inseparable from the various manifestations of the historically arising cultural medium which guides it: speech, mathematical signs in the form of natural numbers, and so on. Within the overall course of this theory, Vygotsky formulated a general genetic law to describe the existence ophony of man's mental functions, and ophony of the psychological mechanisms of human behavior, or, better, activity 1y. In the child's cultural development, every function appears on the scene twice, in two different contexts: first, as social, and then as psychological, first between people, and then within the child. Tions first evolve in the group in the form of relations between children, and then become mental. Collected Works, pages 145-7. Man introduces artificial stimuli, he constructs a signification of behavior, and by means of signs he creates new relations in the brain through the influence he exerts from outside the brain. Collected Works, page 80. Thus, all of man's mental functions, all those functions which organize and steer human activity, posses _s__ according to Vygotsky's cultural historical theory, their own deep-lying roots not within each individual human being, not within each person's organism and personality, but outside, in the intercourse between individuals, in their relationships between each other and in their relationships to the objects created by people. W. and Healy 1920s and early 19,305, Vygotsky worked within the course set by the general assumptions of his cultural historical theory, and, together with his colleagues, undertook broad and novel experimental investigations of child psychology and educational psychology. On the basis of the factual data which resulted, Vygotsky and his assistants wrote and published numerous scientific studies. After his early death, these investigations were enlarged upon and extended, which, naturally, led as well to definite changes in individual assumptions of the original theory. As a result, a powerful school of scientific psychology was forged in the Soviet Union, a school that we are now entirely justified in referring to as Vygotsky's school. The basic assumptions of this school, together with Vygotsky's principal conceptions, are widely represented in the scientific literature of many countries around the world. The adherents of this school, besides Vygotsky himself, Leontev, Luria, and others, arrived at an entirely clear-cut conception of the relationship between man's mental development and his education and teaching. That is, if known of man's mental functions are given to man at the time he is born, but are only specified in historically evolved, cultural forms, as in cultural historical theory, then it is only in mastering, or, better, appropriating, these forms in thick processes of teaching and education that man's mental development is realized. Vygotsky's well-known assertion, that Tezahing M. Lo, Collected Works, Volume 2, page 252, Q1 not be a millstone on development, expresses this very notion. Pedagogics, writes Vygotsky, must be oriented not toward the point in the child's development from yesterday, but toward tomorrow's development. Only then will it be in a position to bring to life in the very process 0ft all those developmental processes that now lie in the zone of proximal development, collected W0RKS, page 251. It was Vygotsky, in fact, who introduced into scientific discourse the broad concept of the zone of proximal development, which we should understand in the following sense. Everything which the child may initially do together with its peers or XXIX. With grown UPS, and then all on its own, also lies fully within the zone of its proximal mental development. It is entirely natural that the assertions of cultural historical theory were not reacted in the present book of Vygotsky's. It is, moreover, remarkable that some of the preliminary reflections of this theory can nevertheless be sensed in the present abridged course of educational psychology. In fact, it was prepared during those years when Vygotsky was writing his book, Psychology Zero Fart, and it is the belief of some specialists that the initial conceptions of theory were already formulated in it, cf. Elkonin. Selected Psychological Studies, pages 477-8. In the first half of the 20th century a theory of conditional and unconditional reflexes, which had been developed by the well-known Russian physiologist Ivan Pavlov, dominated the biological and psychological sciences. The concept of reflex, and the analogous concept of reaction or response, was thought of by most materialistically minded psychologists as the foundation stone of objective, scientific psychology, and there was no way the young Vygotsky could avoid this powerful trend in science. The study of conditional reflexes constitutes a foundation on which the new psychology will have to be constructed. The term, Candidate 0 all C0 TDI, IQ1LE, I, flex, is the name given to that mechanism which carries from biology to sociology and makes it possible to comprehend the viticational process. And, further, ultimately, education always possesses in its very foundation the mechanism of the education of the conditional reflex. Vygotsky was well aware that the concept of reflex refers to something which is biological and physiological in nature. But, from his point of view, the conditional reflexes man may be educated through the medium of the /equal environment. In the preface to Educational PY, and 5I5Y, ETLE for Rouse and Consistent Realization of Social Reorientation of Biological Forms of Behavior, is the sole purpose of the present textbook. The construction of a course of educational Sci-LT6 Logi on a socio-biological foundation is, therefore, my principal intention. 4 chapters of the present book, chapters 2 to 5, are given over to an attempt at realizing this intention. Vygotsky was fully devoted to a presentation of his theoretical understanding of the biological and physiological forms of behavior in man and in animals and the socio-biological foundations of man's education. Note that the entire presentation is conducted on a high professional level, making use of all of the fundamental scientific results that had been achieved by that time. And in many other chapters, he routinely resorts to such terms as unconditional reflex, conditional reaction, stimulus, and instinct, and, of course, the descriptor. Of process of education in children and of new forms of behavior is conducted in conformity with what he supposes to be the structure of the fundamental mechanism of human behavior, that of man's reactions and reexes, cf. the discussion in Chapter 2. Nevertheless, the reader should bear in mind that Vygotsky made an express effort to identify and to describe the distinctive features peculiar to human behavior as opposed to animal behavior 41-42. We will not consider here the distinctive features of all those concepts which were commonly employed in biology, in the physiology of higher nervous activity, and in psychology in the early 1920s and which are made use of in this book. Note, too, that a number of these concepts have been used in all these related disciplines, for example, the concepts of adaptation, reaction, reflex, and instinct. For our purposes, it is important to focus on and analyze the following questions. 1. Is it possible to concur with Vygotsky's claim of the necessity of educating man's instincts? Chapter 2. 3. What is distinctive about his understanding of movement, and does it coincide completely with its interpretation in contemporary stimulus-response theory? And 3. How should we evaluate the overall approach of the young, or early, Vygotsky as regards the socio-biological nature of man's education? In many of the natural sciences that study man, particularly psychology, a long-standing assumption has been that just as in the case of animals, there are a number of instincts inherent to man. Though the various interpretations of their origin and mechanisms are quite varied, most scientists nevertheless are in agreement that any instinct constitutes an indissoluble unity of needs that have been passed down to the organism by heredity, and that the methods of satisfying these needs have likewise been inherited. Proponents of the reflex theory, such as the young Vygotsky, suppose that the instincts are based on hereditary or unconditional reflexes. But investigations carried out by a number of psychologists, physiologists, sociologists, ethnographers, and cultural historians over the past several decades have shown that though man, as a being in nature, is actually born with certain organic needs which he has inherited, for example, sexual and digestive needs, he does not possess any sort of vitally significant hereditary, or innate, methods of satisfying these needs. Consequently, man simply does not possess instincts as such, not even organic instincts, not to speak of mental duchovny instincts. This question was eventually treated in a sound and thorough fashion by Galperin, 1976. And, in fact, the studies conducted by Jean Piaget's co-workers on genetic epistemology, by George Mead, the child psychologist and ethnographer, by Mikhail Osipovic-Gurovich, the specialist in cultural XXXI history, and others have confirmed this observation. Results of investigations carried out by the scientific school established by Vygotsky, Leontev, Zaporozhets, Elkanin, and others, also lead to the same conclusion. Leontev, who had been a student and colleague of Vygotsky's, adopted a particularly strict approach to this question, and repeatedly declared that all of man's capacities, he is speaking of fully developed means of satisfying his needs, arise and develop in the course of his lifetime. Cf. Selected Psychological Works, Volume L, page 79, etc. And, as we showed earlier, Vygotsky himself in the latter period of his scientific activity came to the conclusion that even the most elementary mental functions, such as those of the child, possess a specifically human signifying mediation. In other words, the general meaning of Vygotsky's cultural historical theory ran counter to any acknowledgement of the existence of instincts in man and, thereby, counter to any need to give pedagogical recommendations on ways and means of educating the instincts in children. Several words are in order regarding the process by which man lost his instincts. There is reason to suppose that, in the course of human evolution, a process realized in the emergence of collective labor activity, instincts in the highly evolved apes, the phylogenetic precursors of man, simply collapsed, since their essential and obligatory component, that of specific methods of satisfying needs passed down by heredity, were jettisoned. Now these methods of satisfying needs began to be created historically by early man in culture and were appropriated by each new generation of early man in the course of its existence. And indeed, in Chapter 5, entitled The Instincts as the Subject, Mechanism, and Means of Education, careful analysis of the educational psychology portion of text, as opposed to the biological and physiological argument, reveals a rather interesting circumstance. Speaking in part of child's instincts, Vygotsky, in fact, has in mind the child's needs and the intimately associated realm of child's interests. From the psychological point of view, writes Vygotsky, the instincts appear to be powerful excitations which are associated with the most complex organic needs. The instincts are the most powerful impulses and the most powerful stimuli to activity. The instincts constitute a vast natural force, they are the expression and voice of the organism's natural needs, Sachs 19,20, and similarly, in childhood the basic mode of appearance of the instincts is in the form of interest 5b, L2, and interests are an expression of child's organic needs 5b20 emphasis added. With such an interpretation of instinct in mind, note that out of the genuine content of concept of instinct Vygotsky retains only its element XXXII. Of satisfaction, which, in and of itself, an instinct is neither psychologists nor educators could raise objections to the following line of reasoning. It is not hard to show that, in the system formed by man's behavior and man's instincts, there is nothing permanent and inexorable, nothing that moves solely by the force of inertia. In a genuine behavioral system, the instincts are just as socially conditioned, just as adaptable and changeable, just as capable of assuming new forms, as are all the other reactions 5a, 16. Or, all of man's culture as it relates to the individual himself and to the behavior of the individual constitutes nothing other than such an adaptation of instincts to the environment 522. But, it seems to us that biologists and physiologists who study genuine instincts in animals are scarcely in agreement with such reasoning, since real instincts are phylogenetically highly stable and emerge in conformity with the innate methods of satisfying needs and are not changeable, do not assume new forms like all the other reactions. Everything that Vygotsky, writing as an educational psychologist, actually understood by the term instinct, really constitutes man's needs and interests which, in the context of man's cohesive behavior, are, of course, changeable, dynamic, and, since they are socially conditioned phenomena, acquire new forms, especially when it is a matter of cultural methods of satisfying these needs. And Vygotsky was correct when he wrote, cf. above, that all of human culture represents an adaptation, better, satisfaction, of needs, in his terminology, of instincts, to the social and historical conditions of people's lives. In drawing upon the achievements of biology and physiology of his time, the young Vygotsky was simply borrowing the popular term instinct and conferring on it his own psychosocial content. The reader should be aware of this circumstance, but, in addition, should take note of Vygotsky's numerous valuable pedagogical aspirations expressed in the form of pedagogical principles having to do with conditions for the education of the child's interests and needs, and of methods of satisfying and developing these interests and needs. Vygotsky's line of reasoning on the sexual education of children, and of the role of games in the development of child's interests are quite interesting in this regard. Now let us consider Vygotsky's interpretation of the concept of reaction, Chapter 2. For Vygotsky, a reaction is a general biological concept inherent to all living matter. A reflex is a reaction of an organism that already possesses a nervous system, it is a physiological phenomenon 25. But any reaction, like any reflex, possesses three components: a sensory component, perception of stimulus, a central component, processing of the stimulus, and a motor component, responding action. Human behavior represents a complex chain of reactions, conditional and unconditional reactions and superreactions. All of this simply recapitulates the ABCs of behaviorism and the science of the higher nervous activity as it existed in the first quarter of the 20th century. For the teacher and instructor in teaching methods of time who wished to keep abreast of scientific approaches in educational psychology, these concepts were, in fact, novel. And an acquaintance with the content of the other chapters of Vygotsky's book assisted them in gaining the proper orientation to the corresponding terminology, which had also permeated studies in pedagogics, though the main thing was to understand and master the confluence of all those conditions in the work of their students that contributed to the formation in students of definite reactions or conditional reflexes, what in the ordinary language of pedagogics is referred to as skills and habits. Essentially, contemporary educational psychology no longer rests on the science of higher nervous activity, employing instead the age-old pedagogical concepts of knowledge, skills, and habits. The fundamental conditions and laws governing the development of these elements in students have been studied in works published in recent decades, as, for example, in the study of problem-oriented teaching, the evolution of mental activity, the organization of educational activity, and so on. S0 There is not much that the teacher or university instructor of today can gain from a reading of chapters 2 to 4 of the present volume, though from a practical and methodological standpoint there are any number of interesting points. But for psychologists and educators there are certain views expressed in these chapters which are of definite interest, due not so much to the young Vygotsky's routine evaluation of general state of study of reactions. He was of belief that the time had come when the main emphasis in the study of reaction had to be placed on the motor component. In the preface, Vygotsky quotes William James' colleague at Harvard, Hugo Dinsterberg, as declaring that, now everything is turned around. The attita and action are now what give the real opportunity for the development of the central processes. We think because we are acting P15. In fact, what is actually involved in the processing of stimuli is a subject which has been a special focus of studies carried out by physiologists. Their goal has been to explicate the physiological laws underlying the functioning of the basic centers of nervous system, though investigations centered on the study of /1L0 / actions, have made it possible to approach the study of the basic psychological functions of man, for example, thinking. XXXTV. In Chapter 9, which is, in fact, devoted to thinking, there is a lengthy section entitled The Motor Nature of Cognitive Processes in which Vygotsky formulated an interesting theoretical assertion of direct relation to his general understanding of the psychological mechanisms governing human behavior. He writes that the difference between thought and a complete reaction is that, since it manifests itself as internal movement exclusively, the reaction forfeits the meaning of reaction in general, i.e., as a given movement directed outwardly, and assumes an entirely new meaning, becoming an internal guide of our behavior. Thought plays the part of an anticipatory guide of our behavior. Compare, in this regard, the corresponding assertion given earlier, in Chapter 3, thinking is always accompanied by various restrained movements, mostly by internal motor reactions of speech, i.e., by the rudimentary articulation of words. In his characterization of the relationship between movements and the psyche, Vygotsky speaks of the fact that the subtlest forms of mental phenomena are always accompanied by particular motor reactions. Since behavior is a system of externally expressed movements, whereas mental functions constitute internal movements, Vygotsky was right to conclude that, the psyche must be understood as consisting of especially complex forms of the structure of behavior. But the psyche, for example, thinking, which is based on internal movements, acts in the role of an anticipatory organizer of behavior. And if we'll think first and only then do something, this means nothing less than a duplication and complication of behavior in which the internal reactions of thought initially prepare and adapt the organism, and then the external reactions carry out what had been established and prepared in thought ahead of rhyme, emphasis added. Such a conception on the part of the young Vygotsky of the basic functions of the psyche, in our opinion, carries his theory of movement beyond the limits of the views held at the time by proponents of the stimulus response, reactology, and reflexology, theories, and, of course, behaviorism. But it also brought him to the threshold of certain conceptions that did not emerge until he was at work on the construction of cultural historical theory. Only at that point did he write of the functions of the psyche, thinking, and oft role played by signs in thinking. Thus, man constructs new forms of action mentally and on paper, he manages battles from maps, he works on mental models, in other words, everything which in man's behavior is associated with the use of artificial medium of thinking, with the social development of behavior, and, especially, with the use of signs. OPCIT, Volume 3, page 124. Elkanan is right in his assessment of the overall orientation of Vygotsky's educational psychology when he writes that in this book there is still XXXV. Present the standpoint of a stimulus-response theorist, though one can already sense Vygotsky's dissatisfaction with an understanding of behavior based exclusively on stimuli and responses, and the necessity of considering behavior in a unity with the psyche and with consciousness as the regulator of the psyche. Selected PSYC/10/Ogical Sruzlis, page 416. Note that a similar sense of unease pervades Vygotsky's lengthy article, Consciousness as a Problem of the Psychology of Behavior, which appeared around the same time as his book. In this article he writes that in the existing scientific environment, biology devours sociology, and physiology devours psychology, and that so long as such a situation continues, psychology is doomed to exist under the false impression that behavior seems to be a summing up of reflexes. 2. Isel, Volume L, pages 80L. Subsequently, Vygotsky and his followers did much to radically alter the situation, and to overcome more than just a single isolated false conception of human behavior whose roots were connected with the traditional teachings of reactions and reflexes. Thus, as a psychologist, Vygotsky had a profound sense of, one might even say guessed, the exceptional importance for man's psyche of the inner movement of living matter. It so happened that N. Bernstein, L896-L966, worked at the same institute as did Vygotsky in the latter part of 1920s. Bernstein had begun his investigations of human movement, the results of which led him some time later to the creation of a novel psychophysiological theory of the construction of movement. This theory was a distinctive Kummerweg/it to Pavlov's theory of reflexes. For Bernstein, human behavior was based not on reactions to external influences, but on action, which he interpreted as a process of overcoming internal and external obstacles in the course of solving a problem. In this case, human behavior does not constitute an adaptation to the environment, but its deliberate transformation. Afterwards, Bernstein became a world-famous physiologist and psychophysiologist whose theories were attacked by many adherents of Pavlov's teachings. In I-990, a collection of his works, entitled The Activity, was published in Moscow as part of series, CLA.S*60F Science. The volume, Human M0T0RAC20N. Bernstein Ru.R.Ritze/ edited by H.T.A. Whiting and published in I-984 in the, is a good illustration of the value of Bernstein's works for contemporary science. And it is hardly coincidental that Vygotsky's students, who, during the 1930s and subsequently, developed the theory of human activity, brought into their scientific arsenal Bernstein's psychophysiological conceptions. Essentially, Bernstein's conceptions were, and remain, extremely close to 16. The psychological understanding of the role of movement in genesis and in the functioning of the human psyche. We believe that this kinship between the two approaches is rooted in the views held by the young Vygotsky on the inner relation between movement and the psyche. There remains for us to consider Vygotsky's intention to construct a course of educational psychology on the foundations of sociobiology. This he succeeded in accomplishing in a formal sense, inasmuch as throughout the entire volume his aim is to fit the concrete psychological and sociological data of man's education upon a matrix of biological and physiological terminology, meanwhile reaching specific conclusions within the context of educational psychology and proposing appropriate practical recommendations. But why have we referred to this accomplishment as a formal one? As a true and exacting scholar and humanist, Vygotsky sensed the existence between the processes of education and the functioning of the nervous system of a complex and profound psychological reality. In order to reach this reality in reasonable fashion, Vygotsky realized the need for a major transformation of the biological and physiological content of all those concepts which stood behind the terms used in these sciences. We have demonstrated this in our analysis of biological term and concept of instinct which supposedly exists in people, cf. above. The point is that Vygotsky invested in this term his own psychological content. For him, instinct refers to organic need which, of course, exists in every person, though, in and of itself, in the exact biological sense, an instinct is not. Moreover, by the time the book was published, he had begun to doubt the necessity of any direct connection between biology and sociology, or between physiology and psychology, thanks to the discovery of socio-biological nature of man, inasmuch as he saw that any such connection would result in the humanist understanding of the vital activity of human beings being devoured by a simplified natural scientific interpretation of this understanding, i.e., by the utmost degree of reductionism, cf. above. In his cultural historical theory of the development of consciousness, Vygotsky demonstrated this circumstance repeatedly, and numerous researchers by members of the school of psychology he established have substantiated the social nature of man on the basis of extensive factual data, though, of course, this does not preclude the presence in man of an organic nature, though not one which is biological. Note that the very organic nature of man is, in its historical genesis and in its own genuine functioning, determined by social reality in an essential way. Now, several words are in order regarding the obvious shortcomings of the present book. The first thing we have to note is connected with the fact that its author describes numerous important laws oft functioning oft XXXVN. Nervous system which he has borrowed from general biology and from animal physiology, applying them to the case Hoffman by analogic reasoning. Of course, this often keeps him from taking into account the distinctive nature of the physiology of the human nervous system and the distinctive nature of human behavior, though these distinctive features had received comparatively little study early in the century. This is a consequence of formal realization in the book of Vygotsky's intention to place educational psychology on a socio-biological foundation, something we have already remarked on somewhat earlier. Vygotsky himself was well aware of this circumstance, and he wrote that every theoretical border between animal behavior and human behavior has been effaced. Human behavior may be studied to the extent that it is the behavior of a mammal, Ibid, Volume L, page so. There is a further shortcoming on an internal level which is connected with the above. Within the pages of the book, there are, as we have already noted, many interesting pedagogical recommendations and reasonings that are still of practical value. In our view, many of his recommendations and reasonings are the result of much pedagogical experience, extensive fundamental observations, particularly, by Vygotsky himself, and their psychological analysis. But Vygotsky often seeks to place them on a biological and physiological basis, something which, in fact, is not always necessary, and, moreover, is often too broad a foundation, inasmuch as these observations are not specific to man. From the point of view of the present-day reader who is interested in the topics that are part of educational psychology, the present book also suffers from the shortcoming that some of terms used here are now out of date, and are no longer employed in the literature of contemporary psychology. At certain points of this introductory essay, we have already considered several conceptual and semantic misunderstandings of Vygotsky's book, of course, from the standpoint of our understanding of scientific issues involved. Our general analysis of the basic conceptions and assumptions of this interesting and instructive book is now complete, though we should also note that the book was, unfortunately, forgotten without reason. Bear in mind, too, the time the book was written, and the fact that its author was a young man who was just entering the field of psychological science. Vygotsky's true talent as an investigator developed only after the publication of the present book, though in our opinion it was an important stage in the preparation and evolution of cultural historical theory for which the name of Vygotsky is celebrated throughout the world. V.V. Davidoff, 1990 38 L. Whiting, N.T.A. ed. Human Motor Action, Bernstein Reassessed, New York, Elsevier North Holland, 1984. Thurseek. Chapter 1. Pedagogics. Pedagogics is the study of the education of the child. But what is education? It may be defined in any number of ways. We will use the definition given by Pavel Petrovich Blinsky, the Soviet psychologist and educational reformer, who wrote that education consists of a deliberate, organized, and prolonged effort to enhance the development of an individual. In pedagogics, as in the study of education, there is a need to establish clearly and precisely how this effort may be organized, what different forms it may take, what techniques it may utilize, and what direction it should assume. A further goal is to understand what the laws are that govern the very development of the individual we intend to enhance. Accordingly, pedagogics encompasses, for all practical purposes, several entirely disparate domains of knowledge. On the one hand, since it has the responsibility of developing the child, it is a subfield of biological, i.e., natural, sciences. On the other hand, since every form of education sets for itself particular ideals, goals, or norms, for that very reason it must deal with the philosophical or normative sciences. Hence the never-ending controversy in pedagogics regarding the philosophical and biological aspects of the field. The methodology of the sciences establishes a fundamental distinction between sciences that study facts, and sciences that establish norms. Pedagogics, without question, is at the boundary between these two types of sciences. However, facts, in and of themselves, cannot lead us to any sort of exact scientific conclusions regarding education, nor can norms give us any assurance that an ideal is truly realistic if it is not guided by facts. Blinsky wrote that philosophical pedagogics give rise to a spirit of Foucaultian utopianism. But scientific pedagogics will function not by establishing higher ideals, norms, and laws, but by studying the actual development of the individual who is being educated and the actual form of interaction between the individual and his or her educational environment. Scientific pedagogics is founded not on abstract speculation, but on data drawn from observation and experience, and is an entirely distinctive empirical science. It is not applied philosophy. 1. 2. However, even if it is an entirely original empirical science, pedagogics rests upon auxiliary sciences, for example, social ethics, which defines the overall goals and problems of education, and psychology together with physiology, which together define the tools for use in solving these problems. Psychology in the rigorous sense of the word, psychology denotes the science of soul. This has been its definition from the very beginning. In man's primitive outlook, there was a distinction made between body and soul, which were understood as individual substances. The assumption was that man possessed a dualistic nature. The emergence of this viewpoint goes back to primitive times, when man, having observed the phenomena of sleep, death, illness, and the like, became convinced that a double or, a kind of soul, dwelled within him. In more developed forms of thought, this belief assumed the character of a conception of a soul that, in primitive man's thinking, recalled subtle physical substances like smoke or vapor. Even the Russian word for soul, dusha, is, in fact, related to the word dysliev, which denotes the ability to breathe. Psychology, in fact, has been a science of soul. Philosophers have studied the nature and properties of the soul and have raised any number of questions about it, for example, whether the soul is mortal or immortal, what might be the relation between the soul and the body, and what might be the essential nature and features of substance of the soul, among others. This trend dominated psychology for quite a long time, and, in all fairness, it may be referred to as metaphysical psychology, since it was always concerned with supersensible matter beyond our experience. With the appearance of a genuine science of psychology, the entire field of knowledge was divided up and branched out, subdividing into metaphysical psychology on the one hand, which was concerned with the subjects of truth and studied the world of the supersensible, and positivist, or scientific psychology, which, as far as it could ascertain, deliberately restricted itself to the domain of experience. The knowledge it gathered was nevertheless viewed as authentic. In the late 8th century, psychology split into two subfields, rational psychology and empirical psychology. Rational psychology continued to be referred to as metaphysical psychology, since its principal method of study was that of speculation. In opposition to rational psychology, empirical psychology defined itself outright as a science of facts based on experience, and attempted to place itself in the same kind of relationship with its object of study as did the natural sciences. Though it began with a severe critique of rational psychology, however, This form of empirical psychology likewise continued to occupy itself with the study of metaphysical problems for a long time. 3. Metaphysical psychology was subjected to severe criticism by John Locke, David Hume, and Immanuel Kant. These philosophers showed that the soul is nothing other than a product of our fantasy, and that, in our experience, in fact, only particular acts of perception confront us at every moment. In no way are we given any sensation of a soul in the form of a special substance. Thus, in place of psychology as the science of the soul, there arose a new science of mental data. This science was termed by N.N. Lang as a psychology without a soul. Lang noted, however, that of course, isn't psychology called the science of the soul? How should we conceive of a science that leaves us in doubt as to whether there is, in general, a subject for it to study? We possess a traditional name for a large, but far from well-ladened group of phenomena. This name has come down to us from a time when today's rigorously scientific constraints were unknown. Should we discard a name on C, the subject of the science has changed. This would be overly scrupulous and impractical. Thus, we will use without any hesitation the term psychology without any assumption of a soul. The name is still appropriate as long as we are concerned with a subject that is not properly the subject of any other science. 3. Empirical psychology also was transformed into a psychology without any assumption of a soul, or psychology without any metaphysics, or psychology based on experience. It is necessary to note in this connection that this step was only a half-hearted one and only a compromise. Though a considerable proportion of metaphysics was discarded, psychology was still not entirely on the same footing as the natural sciences. It came to be thought of as a science of mental dushevny events or events of consciousness. Neither of these definitions could stand up to scientific criticism. This form of psychology taught that mental events, by their very nature, differ absolutely from all other events in the world, that they are non-material, without extent, and inaccessible to objective experience, and that they occur in conjunction with physical processes in our body without being related to them by means of causal connection. Though it assumed, therefore, the existence of non-material, non-spatial events that were without causal connection, this form of psychology fully retained that dualistic viewpoint towards human nature, or dualism, which had been characteristic of primitive and religious thinking. It was no coincidence that it was closely related to idealistic philosophy, which taught that the soul is a special being unlike physical matter, and that consciousness possesses a special and primordial reality independent of being. Therefore, this form of psychology, which shut itself off, becoming estranged from the being of consciousness, was doomed to a lifeless existence, to isolation from reality, and to impotence when confronted with the most vital questions of human behavior. First, consciousness constitutes only an insignificant portion of all of our mental psychic experience, since there is the entire vast world of the 4. Unconscious to consider. Second, consciousness either denotes only some single property of this experience, or constitutes, in disguised form, the very same entity as does the concept of soul, only under a different name. Blinsky noted that a psychology without any assumption of a soul. This form of psychology suddenly began to study phenomena of soul. At Kusei, this teams justified by the fact that the term, mental dushevny phenomena simply denotes a group of distinctive phenomena that differ from material events or things by the fact that these distinctive mental events do not exist in space, do not take up any PZTRL of space, are not perceived by the eyes, ears, or any other sense 0 TGTN 1/NTL are directly cognized only by being experienced, but could thoughts exist in the absence of that part of space called the brain? Can't you see? At least in part, my joy and hear my wishes. How can you claim after this that MCNTNL events are not associated with space, not perceived directly by anyone other than Michel Fontal, that they cannot be seen? Even empirical psychology, in the person of its strongest proponents, suggested the importance of motor aspect in the study of mental processes. Empirical psychology show it that the development of most complex central processes begins with movement, and that movement is not a minor appendix of mental life. Indeed, all mental processes came to be understood as constituent parts of an action, as the preliminary elements of a particular action. We think because we engage in action, writes Hugo Münsterberg. Though Münsterberg cautions that the greatest caricature of this theory is expressed in that arrogantly mistaken understanding which claims the richness of inner life is a function of the quantity of one's movements, and that, consequently, the athlete or circus acrobat possesses the richest inner life. In complex acts, the motor reaction consists not in a kind of muscular action, but in a novel expansion or closure of the motor pathways in the brain itself. However, with all due regard for the motor aspect, this form of psychology continued to distinguish particular mental events as being non-material in nature, i.e., it continued to retain the dualism and spiritualism of empirical psychology. Therefore, in place of facets of mental events, today psychology has begun to assume the form of a new science, one that American psychologists have referred to as the study of behavior of living beings. By the term behavior, these psychologists understand the entire aggregate of movements, internal and external, which a living being has at its disposal. Psychology is guided by that long-established fact that every state of consciousness without exception is associated with particular movements. In other words, all mental events that occur in the organism may be studied from the standpoint of movement. Psychology considers even the most complex forms of our consciousness as especially subtle and imperceptible forms of certain movements. Psychology, thus, becomes a biological science, since it studies behavior, which is interpreted as one of the most important forms of adaptation of a living organism to the environment. Therefore, it interprets behavior as the process of interaction. 5. Between the organism and the environment, whose explanatory principle is that of biological utility of the psyche. However, man's behavior occurs within the complex framework of social environment. Man engages in intercourse with nature in no other way than through this environment, and accordingly, the environment is the most important factor governing and establishing man's behavior. Psychology studies the behavior of social man and the laws of variation of this behavior. Not only the subject, but also the methods of the science thus changed. Whereas in empirical psychology the principal method was that of introspection, i.e., the perception of one's own mental processes, the new psychology rejected this method, whether it was understood as the only method possible, or just a key method. In fact, the method of introspection is one that is marked by extreme subjectivism, since the person is, at one and the same time, the observer and the observed. It entails a division of attention, an act that can never be achieved in entirety. Either the very feeling or some other phenomenon that is under observation vanishes under the influence of observation, or we run the risk of overlooking what is most important when in the grip of the intensity of immediate experience. To observe one's own fear means not to be very afraid, writes Blinsky. To observe one's own anger becomes a way of helping oneself begin to overlook things. But if we are consumed by a powerful fear or a powerful rage, we do not have the time to observe ourselves. Therefore, introspection must not be thought of as self-perception or as a passive state of consciousness in which mental events are, so to speak, themselves recorded in our consciousness, but rather as a special type of activity oriented towards the perception of our own experiences. This activity may influence other actions, may disturb them, and may itself be disturbed by other actions. Therefore, while rejecting the claim that introspection is the only source of psychological knowledge, the modern science of psychology nevertheless does not renounce the use of these method, for example, in the form of oral reports of a subject or the utterance of a subject which, naturally, itself has to be analyzed and interpreted, like all other aspects of a subject's behavior. These oral reports may lead us to take into account in our study of behavior inhibited or undisclosed internal movements and reactions that, in the absence of this method, would have remained outside the range of our observation. However, the data accumulated by means of this method must be monitored and checked in the most rigorous way possible against objective results, inasmuch as we are always in danger of obtaining false and subjectively distorted results. Objective and experimental observation, therefore, remains the principal method of the science. By comparison with mere observation, experiment has the advantage of allowing us to produce whatever facts we require whenever we wish and as many times as we wish to isolate them, to combine them. 6. Together, to place them under different conditions, and to vary them in accordance with the conditions of the particular investigation. The materialist basis of the new psychology is among its distinctive feature. That it is indeed a materialist psychology is clear from the fact that the new psychology considers all of man's behavior as consisting of a series of movements and reactions and possessing all the properties of material being. A second feature can be found in its objectivism, since it stipulates as the sine qua non of its investigations that these investigations be based on the objective verification of its material. Finally, its third feature consists in its dialectical method. According to the principle underlying this method, mental processes are understood to develop in indissoluble unity with all other processes in the organism and are subordinate to precisely the same laws of development as is everything else in nature. Finally, its last feature can be seen in its socio-biological basis, the meaning of which was defined earlier. Scientific psychology is now experiencing a crisis of sorts, and the new discipline has only reached the initial stages of its construction. This, however, does not mean that it is constrained to rely only on its own results. On the contrary, it is often forced to rely on the entire body of scientifically reliable and accurate results of old psychology. Once the original and fundamental view taken by the science of psychology towards its subject had changed, it found it necessary time and time again to reinterpret old results anew, to translate old concepts into a new language, and to elucidate and comprehend previously discovered facts and laws in the light of a new outlook. Hence, for quite some time to come there will unavoidably remain in psychology the impression of a duality at its very roots, beginning with the broadest generalizations and concluding with terminology. This situation is particularly unavoidable in our transitional and critical period, when the science of psychology is itself experiencing a serious crisis in its very foundations. Educational psychology. In the second half of the L9th century there occurred a turning point in psychology. Psychology entered into a period of experiment. In fact, it is precisely because of experiment that all the natural sciences have achieved their remarkable successes. Experimentation created physics, chemistry, and physiology. Physicians, physiologists, chemists, and astronomers were also the first to emphasize the potential for experimentation in psychology. Recourse to experimentation in psychology was accompanied by efforts aimed at the most exact study of phenomena, and psychology began to strive toward becoming an exact science. Hence, it was natural for psychology to attempt to make use of theoretical laws of science in its practical applications, in the same way as had happened in all the applied disciplines. Pedagogics and Psychology. 7. Educational psychology, writes Blinsky, is that branch of applied psychology which studies the application of the conclusions of theoretical psychology to the process of education and teaching. Originally, when it first emerged, educational psychology aroused great hopes, and it seemed to everyone that, under the guidance of educational psychology, education would, in fact, become as exact a process as technology. These expectations proved to be illusory, however, and very shortly a general sense of disappointment set in psychology. There were any number of reasons why this happened, some theoretical in nature and entailed by the very essence of the new discipline, and others of practical import, entailed by the historical development of psychology itself. The first of these reasons lies in the fact that science can never serve directly as a handmaiden to practice. William James was quite correct in noting that it is a profound delusion to think that actual curricula, academic programs, or teaching methods could be taken right out of psychology for use in the school without further ado. Psychology is a science, and teaching is an art, and sciences and regenerate arts directly out of themselves. The science of logic has never made a man reason rightly, and the science of ethics has never made a man behave rightly. The pedagogics and the psychology ran side by side, and the former was not derived in any sense from the latter. The two were congruent, but neither was subordinate. And so everywhere the teaching must agree with the psychology, but need not necessarily be the only kind of teaching that would so agers, for many diverse methods of teaching may equally well agree with psychological laws. To know psychology, therefore, is absolutely no guarantee that we shall be good teachers. The inconsequentiality of educational psychology, which it assumed even in the studies of its greatest proponents, was yet another reason for this disappointment. Auguste Delay reproached Ernst Mayr for bringing it down to the level of a mere craft. In fact, in the classical development, educational psychology stood far closer to a concept of mental health than to pedagogics proper. Thus, psychology cannot directly produce any sort of pedagogical conclusions. But since the educational process is one of psychology, knowledge of the general foundations of psychology will, of course, help us in achieving a rigorous formulation of discipline. Ultimately, education always denotes an alteration of inherited forms of behavior and a process of fostering new modes of reaction. Consequently, if we wish to view this process from a scientific point of view, we must, of necessity, have in mind the general laws of reactions and the conditions under which they are formed. Thus, the relationship between pedagogics and psychology recalls absolutely the relationship between all the other applied sciences and their theoretical disciplines. Psychology has begun to be applied to practical questions, to the study of crime, to the treatment of illness, and to labor and economic activity. According to Munsterberg, 8. Everything indicates that we shall soon have a real, substantial applied psychology. And then such an applied psychology would no longer be a mere heaping up of such bits of theoretical psychology as could possibly be utilized/ed for practical purposes. Applied psychology would thus stand in just the same relation to the ordinary psychology as that in which engineering stands to physics. LT would deal exclusively with the question, how/v can psychology help us reach certain ends? L. Lens. Educational psychology, a product of the last several years, is a new science which forms pan-of-applied psychology together with legal and medical and economic and aesthetic and industrial psychology. Educational psychology is entirely at its beginning, and is unable to offer any complete system of prescriptions or advice. And yet it must rely on its own resources. Simply to take over the ready-made material of general psychology would be useless. A start has been made, however, and, no doubt, from humble beginnings a true educational psychology will soon arise. It is for this reason that we cannot agree with Blinsky when he claims that educational psychology, on the one hand, borrows from theoretical psychology chapters that are of interest to the teacher. For example, those on memory, attention, imagination, and the like, and on the other hand, discusses the pedagogical constraints imposed by everyday life viewed within the context of their correspondence with the laws of mental life, deciding, for example, how to teach writing skills in a way that would be neost appropriate to the psychology of child. 7. Here Blinsky has it all wrong. First, any transference of FTTLLY worked out chapters from general psychology will simply involve meaningless efforts at transferring fully worked out, though foreign, results and fragmentary bits of knowledge. As Munsterberg has put it. Second, it is impossible to have any sort of life if there is no place for the sciences. Nor is it possible to discuss the constraints of pedagogy, here it is a matter of theoretical pedagogics. Finally, it also does not make sense for psychology to serve only in the role of expert. The correct relationship between strengths and scientific goals can be established only if different subfields of psychology were distributed among the individual pedagogical disciplines in the following way: I. History of pedagogical systems, 2. History of educational concepts, 3. theoretical pedagogy, 4, experimental pedagogy. This latter was identified too hastily, and wrongly, with educational psychology, as in experiments, though any investigator may have to deal with experimental investigations of this or that educational technique which are in no way psychological in nature, and, finally, 5, educational psychology, which must exist as a separate science. Those authors who speak of transformation of pedagogics into educational psychology are, therefore, entirely mistaken. This notion, in fact, appeared only because of a misunderstanding of what constitutes the problems of each science and an inadequately clear distinction between these problems. Blinsky also declares that pedagogics must be based on educational psychology, in the same way as animal husbandry is based on experimental biology. That's one thing, but to claim that pedagogics is experimental vocational psychology is something altogether different. By the same token, it's one thing to say that animal husbandry depends on experimental biology, but it's quite another matter to take it into one's head to merge animal husbandry with experimental biology. The former is correct, but not the latter. Pedagogics must discuss the goals and problems of education, while educational psychology can do no more than designate the means of implementing the process of education. The aurist loves his tulip and hates the weed. The botanist who describes and explains do as no tant, from his standpoint, cannot hate or love anything. The weed is to him as real and therefore, as important as the most beautiful or as the botanist cares no less for the weed than for the or, the science offenkind cares for human foolishness no less than for human wisdom. All is material which must be analyzed and explained without passion and without partisanship. The most noble deed is, from this point of view, no better than the most hideous crime. The most beautiful sentiment no more valuable than disgusting vulgarity. The deepest thought of the genius not to be preferred to the inane babble of the insane. All is neutral material, which has only the one acclaim, that it exists as a link in a chain of causal events. In precisely the same way, educational psychology can be oriented towards any system of education equally. It may tell us how to educate the serf and the free man, the career-minded just like the revolutionary. We see this quite eloquently in the example of European science, which is equally creative in the invention of tools of creation as of tools of destruction. Chemistry and physics serve equally in war and in culture. Every educational system, therefore, must possess its own system of educational psychology. The absence of such a science may be explained by purely historical causes and aspects of the development of psychology. Blinsky is right when he says that the present-day shortcomings of educational psychology may be explained by vestiges of spiritualism and an individualistic point of view, and that only that form of psychology will be of use in pedagogy which constitutes a biosocial science discipline. The old psychology, which had considered the psyche in isolation from behavior, was, in fact, unable to find a genuine soil for an applied science. On the contrary, because it was concerned with constructions out of thin air, and abstractions, it was always out of touch with genuine experience and, therefore, too insubstantial a discipline to become a source from which an educational psychology could be created. Every science arises out of practical demands and is, ultimately, directed also towards practical application. Marx has said that it was enough for philosophers to have interpreted the world, now it's time to 10. Change it. Such a time comes for every science. But philosophers have interpreted the soul and mental phenomena until they were no longer able to figure out how to recast these phenomena simply because these phenomena fell outside the realm of experience. Now, however, when psychology has begun to study behavior, it is natural to wonder how to alter behavior. Educational psychology is also a science of the laws of variation of human behavior and of the means of mastering these laws. Thus, educational psychology should be thought of as an independent discipline, as a special branch of applied psychology. It is wrong, as most writers on the subject have done, example Meeman, Blinsky, and others, to identify educational psychology with experimental pedagogics. That this is indeed the wrong approach is demonstrated quite convincingly by Münsterberg, in whose view experimental pedagogics is a subfield of vocational psychology. If this is so, writes Jessen, are we then just lead in refining to this branch of psychotechnics as pedagogics only because it is conceived with the search for technical means that could be applied under practical conditions in pedagogics? In fact, when it is applied in the Eldofustus vocational psychology does not, therefore, come into jurisprudence. In precisely the same way, when applied in economic life, vocational psychology does not, therefore, become part of political economy. Just as obviously, there is no basis for claiming that, when applied in education, vocational psychology will, in time, become all of pedagogics, nor that it can be considered a subfield of pedagogics. Experimental pedagogics, under the best of interpretations, could be called educational vocational psychology. It would be correct to distinguish between experimental pedagogics, as involved in the solution of purely pedagogical and instructional problems by means of experiment, example as in a pilot school, and 2. Pedagogical vocational psychology, analogous to the other branches of vocational psychology and concerned with psychological investigations applied in the field of education. But the latter constitutes only one part of the discipline of educational psychology, since according to Münsterberg, psychotechnics is hardly the same thing as applied psychology, but rather constitutes only one half of it. Its other half consists in the psychology of culture. Together they form a genuine educational psychology, the actual construction of which will be a task for the very near future. Isn't it because experimental pedagogics still has so little to boast of in the way of precision in its conclusions, writes Jessen, that it is the concern mostly of teachers and philosophers instead of physicians and specialists in psychology? Chapter 2. The concept of behavior and reaction. Behavior and reactions are the fundamental elements out of which all human and animal behavior is composed, both in the simplest and in its most complex forms. In psychology, a reaction is understood to refer to the responding action of an organism which has been induced by some stimulus. If we look at man's behavior, we may easily note that, under ordinary conditions, all movements and actions arise in response to some impulse, impetus, or stimulation, which we usually call the cause of the particular action. Every one of our actions is, without fail, preceded by some inducing cause, either in the form of an external datum or event, or in the form of an inner desire, excitation, or thought. All the motivations of our actions will also be stimuli of one of our reactions. Thus, a reaction should be understood as a special relationship between an organism and its environment. A reaction is always a response of an organism to various changes in its environment, and constitutes an extraordinarily valuable and biologically useful mechanism of adaptation. The reactions arise at the lowest stages of development of organic life. Bacteria, for example, respond to such minute stimuli as 1/1000th of a milligram of potassium chloride. Other protozoa, for example, amoeba, infusoria, etc., also possess a quite pronounced capacity to enter into reactions. Plants are no 6x0n. Darwin established that sundew glands are stimulated by a speck of iron dust weighing as little as 1/250,000 of a milligram. A reaction constitutes the primitive and fundamental form of every behavioral act. Movement away from something and movement toward something, the simplest forms of a reaction, express the striving of an animal to avoid undesirable stimuli, to contract its mass, or turn away from danger, or, conversely, approach a desirable stimulus, extend its body, or grasp hold of something. A vast collection of the most diverse forms of behavior has developed in man over the course of a lengthy evolution, starting from these, the simplest forms of behavior. 13. 14. The three components of a reaction. Every reaction, whether we consider it in its most primitive form, as in the simplest organisms, or in the highly complex forms of man's conscious activity, will inevitably consist of three basic components. The first component is the organism's perception of particular stimuli that are transmitted by the environment. This component is, by convention, usually termed the sense component. The next, or second component, involves the transformation of these stimulus into those internal processes of the organism that have been excited by this impetus into undertaking some activity. Finally, the third component consists in the organism's responding act, mostly in the form of movements that are the result of internal processes. The third component is called the motor component, and, in the case of the higher animals and man, in which it is associated with the functioning of the central nervous system, may be termed the central component. These three components, the sensory, the central, and the motor or the perception of a stimulus, its transformation, and the responding act, must be present in every act of reaction. An example, consider some of the simplest types of reaction, for example, when the stems of a plant stretch toward the sun, heliotropism, when a moth flies toward the light of a candle, when a dog produces saliva in response to a piece of meat placed in its mouth, when a person who has heard the bell ring at the front door goes to open it, and so forth. In all these instances, it is a simple matter to discover the presence of all these three components. The effect of sun's rays on a plant, of the light of a candle on a moth, of a piece of meat on a dog, of the ringing of a bell on a person all serve as the stimulus of a corresponding reaction. Internal chemical processes that arise in a plant or in the body of a moth under the effect of sun's rays, the nerve excitation transmitted from a dog's tongue and from a person's central nervous system, each is the second component of a corresponding reaction. Finally, the very bending of the stem of a plant, the eye of a moth, the secretion of saliva in the dog, the steps a person takes together with the unbolting of the lock, these all constitute the third, concluding component of a reaction. These three components are not always so obvious as in the examples just presented, however. Sometimes, the stimulus will be in the form of certain internal, invisible processes of the organism, such as a change in the circulatory system, respiration of internal organs, glandular secretions, and so on. In these cases, the first component of the reaction will remain hidden from our eyes. In other cases, internal processes, which are the most difficult to observe and are the least studied of all processes, either are of such complexity that they cannot be taken into account because of contemporary state of psychological science, or, on the other hand, assume such accelerated forms as to appear to be entirely absent. The third component of a reaction may then seem to follow. 15. Immediately after the first, i.e., the organism's movement seems to occur immediately following the perceived stimulus, as in the case of a cough, a re-exhive shout, and so on. The third component of a reaction, i.e., the actual responding action of the organism, occurs even more often in concealed form. It may be expressed in slight and visually imperceptible movements as, for example, in the rudimentary speech movements we make when we pronounce some word in our minds. It may be expressed in a series of movements of the internal organs, and then it also remains concealed from our eyes. Finally, reactions may occur in such complex interdependence as to make it virtually impossible to divide behavior up into individual reactions for the sake of simple observation, or to distinguish all three components of a reaction. This also occurs whenever the responding action is slowed down or delayed by comparison with the action of stimulus. In this case, it is not always possible to easily or fully establish the three-component process of a reaction. We should, in general, note that these three components manifest themselves with absolute clarity in the simplest reactions. In the more complex forms of human behavior, they assume increasingly more concealed, implicit forms, and highly complex analysis is needed in order to discover the nature of reaction. However, even in its most complex forms, human behavior is constructed, in terms of type and model, in precisely the same way as in the simplest forms in plants and one-celled organisms. Reaction and reacts in animals that possess a nervous system, reactions tend to assume the form of what is known as a reax. By a reax we generally understand in physiology any act of the organism that is induced by some external stimulation of the nervous system, which is transmitted along an afferent nerve to the brain, and from there along an efferent nerve, automatically inducing a movement or a secretion of a working organ. The actual pathway of an ordinary reax is composed of a. An afferent nerve, b. The afferent and efferent neurons of the spinal cord, and c. An efferent nerve, which are collectively referred to as the reax arc. This is also the most general scheme of any nerve act. Certain scientists have recently begun to insist on referring to human reactions as reaxes, and have begun to call the science of human and animal reactions, reaxology. However, such a substitution of terms is unwarranted. As can be easily seen from its description, a reax is only a special case of a reaction, that is, it is a reaction of the nervous system. Thus, a reax is a concept which is narrowly physiological in nature, while a reaction is one which is broadly biological in 6 nature. Reaxes are present neither in plants nor in animals without a nervous system, though we are entirely justified in speaking of reactions in these cases. Thus, the concept of a reaction helps us to include human behavior in the lengthy chain of biological adaptive movements all organisms engage in, from the lowest to the highest, to locate it relative to the basis of organic life on Earth, and to discover the unlimited horizon for studying its evolution and for considering it from the broadest biological perspective. In contrast, the concept of a reax restricts us to the comparatively narrow circle of physiology of the nervous system and places a limit on the range of phenomena that may be observed. To this we must add that whether there exist reactions that cannot be associated with the reflex arc, but arise directly from chemical stimulation of the central nervous system is a question that is far from solved and one that is still under discussion. Thus, Lazarev, in his theory of the ionic excitation of nerves, established the full theoretical feasibility and possibility of such autochthonous, arbitrary excitation of the nervous system, which occur as a consequence of the dissociation of potassium chloride in cerebral matter. The movements which arise thereby constitute a fully developed type of reaction, since all three essential constituent components are present, a stimulus in the form of the dissociation of potassium chloride, central processing, and a responding act. However, it is only by a stretch of the imagination that such action can be considered a reflex. What is missing here is the first component of the reflex arc and the participation of an afferent nerve to conduct a peripheral stimulation to the brain. For all these reasons, everywhere in the presentation below we will retain the term reaction to denote the basic forms of human behavior. Moreover, this term possesses a genuine scientific tradition, chiefly in experimental psychology, the most exact part of the discipline, where it has been used to denote the elementary acts of human behavior. The inherited reactions and the acquired reactions for the simplest observation of human or animal behavior, it suffices to note that behavior itself consists in reactions that originate in different ways. Some reactions are inherent or innate, and seem to be conferred on the child at the very moment of birth, or arise as the child grows up without any training or outside action. Such reactions include, for example, the reaxes of crying, deglutition, and sucking, which may be observed in the infant in the very first hours after birth and which, in general, remain unchanged throughout the individual's life. These inherited forms of behavior are easily broken down into two classes, the reflexes and the instincts. 17. Other reactions, in contrast, arise in the course of individual experience at different points in a person's life and are indebted for their origin not to inherited constitution, but to individual elements of one's own experience. The principal difference between innate and acquired reactions becomes clear once we note that the former constitutes an inherited reserve of useful, adaptable movements which are absolutely the same for all the individuals of an entire species. The latter, in contrast, present an extraordinary variety and are distinguished by extreme diversity and variability. Australian Aborigines and Eskimos, Frenchmen and Negroes, workers and millionaires, children and the elderly, ancient man and modern man all experience fear in nearly identical ways. In the inherited forms of behavior there is much that is common to animals and man. In contrast, the acquired reactions are highly diverse, and depend on the circumstances of history, geography, sex, and social class, and on the particular individual. Inherited or unconditional reactions. The group of inherited or unconditional reactions should be thought of as the principal group of reactions of newborn infant. The infant cries, moves its hands and feet, coughs, and takes food, and this it does all thanks to a well-regulated reax nerve mechanism that begins to function in the very first minutes of life. Among the distinctive features of the reactions, we should note, first, the fact that each is a responding action to some stimulus, second, that each is mechanical, involuntary, and unconscious, so that even if the individual wishes to inhibit some reax, he is often unable to do so, third, they are, for the most part, biologically useful. For example, if a human infant were unable to cough reexively, he could easily choke when ingesting food. Through the existing reax, expulsive, ejecting movements are forced as a means of dislodging food particles that have fallen into the cavity of the windpipe and present a danger. The reax of closing one's eyelids in response to some unpleasant mechanical stimulation of the eyes is just as useful a reax, serving to protect this extraordinarily important and essential organ from mechanical injury. From the foregoing, we may already see that the newborn infant exists principally by virtue of inherited forms of behavior. While he can eat, breathe, and move his organs, for all this he is indebted to reaxes. A reax is nothing other than the simplest connection between particular elements of the environment and corresponding adaptive movements of the organism. 18. Instincts. The most complex forms of inherited behavior are referred to as instincts. One point of view recently proposed insists that the instincts should be considered as compound or chain reaxes. By this we should understand a linkage of several reaxes in which the responding part of one reax serves as the stimulus for a succeeding reax. As a consequence of a slight impetus or some isolated external stimulus, therefore, a complex sequence of actions may arise, associated with each other in such a way that each action automatically induces the succeeding action. As an example, consider the digestive instinct as it manifests itself in the infant. In this approach we have to proceed by thinking of those internal processes that induce the infant to reexively perform a series of searching and positioning movements with his mouth, eyes, and head as constituting the initial stimulus. When, in response to these movements, the infant's mother brings her breast near the infant's lips, there arises a new stimulus along with a new reax in which the infant grasps its mother's teat with its lips. This movement induces, in turn, a new reax of suction movements, as a result of which milk is drawn into the infant's mouth. This new stimulus induces a deglutition reax, and so on. With this understanding, an instinct is nothing other than a series of successive reaxes connected together like links in a chain. Provisionally, and schematically, an instinct may be represented by means of a formula. If an ordinary reax is denoted a b, where a denotes a stimulus and b a reax, then we may express an instinct in the following way, a bc-cd, and so on. However, such an interpretation of the concept of instinct brings up a host of objections. First, there is the fact that an instinct exists in far less limited and far less rigorous connection with the elements of the environment than a reax. A reax is an connection that is elementary, strictly defined, and deterministic. In contrast, in an instinct, this connection is far less well defined and far more arbitrary in nature. Observers have declared that even young squirrels who have been separated at the moment of birth from their parents and who were raised as house pets, never having seen open spaces or forests and who had always gotten their food out of human hands, begin to exhibit the instinct of gathering together food stores for the winter when autumn comes round. They begin to bury nuts in a carpet or sofa, or pile them up in a corner of room. Under these conditions, it is utterly impossible for training to have had any effect, and any possibility for those elements of the environment which usually accompany the manifestation of these instincts is excluded. It is, therefore, Necessary to suppose here a far more extendable and exable connection between the instinctive reaction and the environment than is observed in the case of the reexes. 19. Further, the system of movements that compose a reex is strictly defined and given in advance in a precisely stipulated form. In contrast, instinctive movements can never be guessed at or taken into account from start to finish. There is never an exact and stereotypical pattern to work from, and instead these movements vary from one moment to the next. Finally, the third feature of an instinct can be seen in the greater complexity of the movements that compose it. Whereas usually only a single organ is involved in a reflex, in any instinct there occurs a sequence of coordinated movements involving different organs. To this we should further note the anatomical and physiological differences between the instincts and the reexes. In the development of the instincts, an extraordinarily important role is played by the vegetative nervous system, as well as the hormonal or endocrine system. For all these reasons, the instincts have to be thought of as constituting a special form of inherited behavior. That a reax constitutes a reaction that is transmitted from one particular organ, whereas an instinct constitutes a behavioral reaction that involves the entire organism is the feature which underlies this distinction. This feature was suggested by Vanier. It is simplest to understand this distinction using Vanier's example of the mating of eyes that have been decapitated. Decapitated eyes are capable of mating, but only if mating occurs between a single decapitated eye and a normal specimen. Moreover, the normal specimen engages in all those movements that are performed prior to mating, movements that cannot be precisely taken into account in advance or predicted and which involve a number of different organs. The decapitated Y is capable of engaging in the actual act of mating. In this case, we are dealing with an experimentally performed subdivision of behavior into instinctual and reax forms. All the reactions in the behavior of the entire organism that precede the sex act must be ascribed to instinctual behavior associated with the functioning of the cerebral centers. The actual act of sexual union proves to be a simple reax that does not require the participation of cerebral centers and is localized at lower centers. Origin of inherited reactions. The question of origins is one of the most difficult of all scientific questions. Here it is necessary to deal with conditions that have existed for many thousands of years, with conditions that are long gone, and to make judgments about the past on the basis of present. Questions as to the origin of inherited forms of behavior are no different. Given the present state of scientific knowledge, it is entirely impossible to determine the origin of a particular instinct or reax even approximately. 20. The general principle underlying the origin of instincts was established and elucidated by Charles Darwin in his study of natural selection. In this sense, there is no essential difference between the origin of the useful inherited forms of animal organization and the behavior of animals. During the epoch of religious thinking, a conception of miraculous purposefulness, by means of which animal and plant organisms were supposed to have been constructed, was everywhere dominant. It was also assumed that there was a correspondence between the organism and its conditions of existence. Prescientific thinking saw in this a direct proof of an intelligent and well-meaning providence that equipped the bird with wings, the fish with fins, and man with reason. It was only by conceiving of a deity that man was able to understand himself, understand how the unreasonable adaptability of all living matter to life could have come about, and, reasoning about all of living matter the way he reasoned about himself, anthropomorphized nature, ascribing to it an intelligent and deliberate origin and turning the concept of purpose into a foundation of his understanding of the world. The rejection of this worldview, a rejection that reached its most fully developed form in Darwin's study of origin of species, was the greatest conquest of scientific thought. Darwin always advanced the conception of an intelligent creator from the domain of science, and he was the first to set forth the principle of natural development, or evolution, of living organisms and the principle of a natural explanation of origin of world and of man. It is well known that Darwin viewed the harmonious coordination of the organism and the environment not from the naive point of view of expediency, but instead from the standpoint of scientifically comprehensible causality. his focus was to set forth as the fundamental motive mechanism of evolution the struggle for existence in the animal and plant kingdom. It is precisely this principle which confronts every living being in the form of a dilemma, either be capable of adapting to life or perish. And in this struggle those who do not adapt perish and vanish. In this struggle only those organisms survive that, for one reason or another, prove more adaptable than others to existence. The same process of struggle occurs time and time again between the surviving organisms, a struggle that leads to the creation of a selection of the most adaptable, most viable specimens of a species every time. And just as this process of struggle does not cease even for a single moment, neither does the process of perfecting the species and the survival of the fittest. Furthermore, those organisms that do survive retain the right to life only through the unceasing straining of all their strengths and the active participation of all their adaptive capacities. It is for this very reason that they practice, develop, and bring to as perfect a state as possible all their essential and useful organs, while unnecessary and idle organs gradually atrophy as a consequence of lack of use. 21. There is also the effect of sexual selection to consider in this connection, for it is directed to the very same ends. It is because of sexual selection, in fact, that only the most viable, or fittest, specimens leave descendants, and, because of inheritance, these descendants receive and reinforce the biological features of their ancestors. It is only because of the tragic law of struggle, the basic law of life, that the evolution of organisms can extend from the one-cell infusoria right up through man. The science established by Darwin has recently received a major corrective in the development of the so-called theory of mutations. Its most essential import is that new species arise in the course of development not only by means of evolution, i.e., slow and gradual accumulation of slight variations, but also by means of sudden jumps, by means of revolutionary path of sudden and abrupt transitions to features surfacing anew. The origin of the instincts and of the simple reflexes are also explained wholly by these fundamental principles of evolution and theory of mutation. They must be understood not as the wise and expedient workings of some sort of intelligent will, but rather as a fearful and useful experiment developed in the course of the struggle for existence whose costs have been borne by the deaths of countless individuals. And since the instincts and reflexes, i.e., the inherited forms of behavior, must be considered a type of biological adaptation, there can be no doubt that, in its fundamental and principal aspects, the instincts and the reflexes have precisely the same origin as does the structure of the body and the organs of animals. It is entirely understandable that, in the struggle for existence, those species have survived which produce protective reflexes when confronted by danger, and jump back from fatal bites and stings more rapidly and more dexterously. It is just as obvious that the remarkable adaptability of all the instincts can only be explained by the fact that those species that were unable to develop such complex and highly perfected forms of adaptation have perished. There is a story told of a Greek who was taken to a temple. He took a look at the votive plagues erected as offerings to the deity, next to which was a painting depicting those who had perished in shipwrecks and those who had been saved by prayer. Said the skeptic, "Show me a painting of those who, despite their prayers, nevertheless perished. Otherwise I will not believe in an all-powerful God." Thus it is with life. Those who have adapted are simply those who have been saved, but adaptation does not constitute the fundamental law of organic life. The species that do not adapt are far more common, but we don't take notice of them, since they perish. It should be clear to the reader why it is that, because of the general law of natural selection, such biologically useful adaptive work has occurred in the behavior of animals, and in the structure of their body. The fact that there has 22. Developed in man a coughing reflex, or in the rabbit the instinct of fear, or in the bird the instinct of flight, may be ultimately explained by the fact that those organisms have perished who were unable to cough or prick up their ears when in fright or take to flight once cold weather set in. Conditional reflexes. Until quite recently, the origin of the non-inherited reactions remained unclear and only dimly understood by science. Teachers had long been inclined to assume that the newborn infant constitutes a blank screen, like a clean sheet of paper on which the teacher may write anything that might seem appropriate. It is not too hard to see how wrong such a view is from just a brief description of the manifold and complex types of inherited forms of behavior. The child is not a clean sheet of paper, but a sheet covered everywhere with the imprints left by the biologically useful experience of his or her ancestors. However, it is very difficult to find out what precisely is the mechanism responsible for the appearance of newly acquired reactions. Only in the past several decades, thanks to advances principally due to Russian physiological thought, has it been possible to catch a glimpse of these mechanisms. The study of the conditional reactions, developed mainly by Ivan Pavlov, has revealed the laws governing this mechanism with the indisputable precision of experimental natural science. The essence of this science may be easily understood if we consider the example of a classical conditional reaction experiment. In this experiment, a piece of meat or biscuit powder is placed in a dog's mouth, or hydrochloric acid is instilled into its mouth, etc. In response to these stimuli, the dog begins to produce saliva, in strictly determined quantities and of an entirely determined quality, depending on the nature of the stimulus. For example, in response to hydrochloric acid the dog reacts by producing abundant salivation, though the composition of saliva is extraordinarily watery and thin, since in this case the function of reax is to wash down an unpleasant stimulus. In response to dry and pungent food, an extremely viscous, thick, and slippery liquid is secreted, in far lesser quantities. By acting as a protective cushion around the membranes or bone, saliva serves to protect delicate internal membranes from damage. Thus, we have a complete reax with all three fundamental components and with all the typical features of a reax: adaptability, automaticity, etc. If we ash a blue light in a room, ring a bell, stroke, scratch, or prick a dog at the same time we place a piece of meat or drops of hydrochloric acid in its mouth, or, more precisely, several seconds later, after a given number of trials a new connection will have been captured, or locked in the dog between the alien and indifferent stimulus, blue light, bell, etc., and its salivary reax. It is now sufficient to turn on a blue light without giving the dog any meat in order. 23. To cause it to produce saliva in the same quantity, and of the same quality, as when it is presented with a piece of meat. This new salivary reax should be termed a conditional reax, since it arises only under particular conditions, that is, when a new alien stimulus coincides with, or is combined with, a previous basic stimulus, example blue light plus meat. This reax has, therefore, elsewhere been called a compound reax. The inherited or unconditional reaxes must be distinguished from the conditional reaxes, and the previous or unconditional stimulus must be distinguished from the new, conditional stimulus. How should we distinguish a conditional reax from an unconditional reax? First, in terms of origin, a conditional reax is not present in inherited experience but arises in the course of an individual's own experience. Second, it is individualized and entirely different in different members of the same species. Third, it possesses far more transient and far less stable forms, and tends to vanish and break down if not reinforced again and again by unconditional stimuli. Even from this brief description, it is clear that a conditional reax possesses all the features of the acquired reactions and constitutes the property of the individual, forms the aggregate of his individual experience, i.e., experience that had not been imparted to him by inheritance. This remarkably simple discovery explains extraordinarily important aspects of animal behavior. It reveals the mechanism that makes animal behavior especially flexible, manifold, and quick to adapt. In its most general form, the law of formation of the conditional reaxes may be expressed in the following way. In addition to the inherited connections that exist between the environment and the organism, throughout its life the organism develops and establishes new connections between individual elements of the environment and its own reactions, and the diversity of these reactions is quite inexhaustible. This law asserts that a new connection may settle in under particular conditions between any element of the environment and any oft animal's reactions. Thus any event, datum or phenomenon oft environment may become a stimulus of any of the animal's reactions. For this to hold, it is only necessary that the effect of this phenomenon occur while the original stimulus is in effect. It is not hard to see how extraordinarily critical are such reactions in terms of biological importance, and the degree to which they can cause the animal's behavior to adapt and render it appropriate to the demands of the environment. It is precisely these reactions which make it possible for the animal to produce adaptive reactions to stimuli that have just appeared, to respond to remote signals, and to guide its behavior not only under the instance of genuine stimuli, but also in expectation of future stimuli. This same law shows us that the acquired reactions do not constitute something essentially novel by comparison with the innate reactions and, in theory, are in no way different from the innate reactions. On the contrary, it 24 establishes that individual experience arises in no other way than on the basis of inherited experience, and that every acquired reaction is really an inherited reaction, except for having been altered in accordance with various conditions of existence. The process of development of the conditional reactions is nothing other than a process of adaptation of the inherited experience of the species to individual conditions. It is also extraordinarily significant that the environment is the decisive factor in every event in individual experience. It is precisely the structure of the environment that creates and defines those conditions which ultimately govern the development of all of individual behavior. It is conceivable that the environment plays for each of us the very same role that Pavlov's laboratory plays for the dogs in his laboratory. In fact, what is it that ultimately defines the development of a particular reaction in a dog? Why does one dog learn to respond to blue light by salivating, while another to the beating of a metronome, and a third to being combed with a brush? It should be clear to the reader that, in this case, the real cause is the way that the environment in the laboratory has been organized. If the infusion of an acid is accompanied by a ash of blue light, a reaction in response to blue light is formed, and so on. The same thing happens in the everyday environment, where, because of particular features of the structure of this environment, particular groups of stimuli occur at the same time, a feature which is also responsible for the nature and forms of the acquired reactions. Thus, the science of conditional reactions establishes that acquired reactions are developed and arise on the foundation of innate reactions under the decisive instance of environment. If we bear in mind the fact that the innate reactions are developed and form ultimately under the instance of the environment, we can then define the conditional reactions as an environment that is itself a product of an environment. It is highly unlikely that there is any reaction in man that is not already present in latent form in the infant in its cradle. The infant possesses the elements of all those highly complex forms of behavior that lead to the discovery of spectral analysis, to Napoleon's campaigns, and to the discovery of America. No genuinely novel reaction arises in the course of individual experience, though, note, these elements are present in the infant as formless, uncoordinated, unorganized agglomerations. The entire process of growth, which distinguishes the behavior of the adult from that of child, reduces to the construction of no connections between the environment and the reactions of the organism, and to the organization of mutual coordination between the two. The psychologist of today might even say, give me absolutely every one of the newborn infant's reactions and absolutely every single intersection of instances in the structure of its environment, and I will predict with mathematical precision THC behavior of the adult at any given moment. 25. Thus do we see the unusual plasticity and variability of behavior in the sense of an infinitely complex and infinitely subtle adaptation of behavior to the environment. Superreactions using the same experimental techniques, it has been possible to establish that new conditional connections may settle in not only on the foundation of the innate or unconditional reactions, but also on the foundation of the conditional reactions. For example, if we develop in a dog a conditional salivary reaction in response to blue light, the dog will salivate every time we turn on a blue light in the room. If we now accompany the blue light with a new foreign stimulus, for example, the beating of a metronome, After a certain number of trials a new conditional reax will have been formed in the dog, and it will begin to produce saliva only in response to a single beat off metronome without any blue light. We would be justified in calling this new reax a second-order conditional reflex, since it itself arises and is formed on the foundation of a conditional reax. The mechanism responsible for the formation of higher-order conditional reaxes, or suprexes, does not differ in essential respects from the formation of first-order reflexes. In order to arise, they likewise require a pre-established connection. Moreover, the old and new stimulus must occur at the same time. In experiments on dogs, it has been possible to develop conditional reaxes of order no higher than the third, though this is only because investigations were only begun quite recently, and involved working with the primitive nervous system of the dog. Furthermore, the experiments have been performed on a reax which, by virtue of its very biological function, cannot be considered a favorable medium for the development of superreflexes, i.e., higher-order reaxes. It is, however, easy to imagine that in the more highly developed nervous system often, and even, in certain instances, in the animals as well, it is possible for conditional reaxes of extraordinarily high order that happen to be quite remote from the initial conditional reax that engendered them, to manifest themselves. There is every reason to believe that, in the vast majority of all its forms, man's behavior is constructed out of such superreaxes of extraordinarily high order. It is extremely important to note in this connection that every conditional reax that arises in individual experience is capable of serving as the basis for a new connection, and that, in principle, the process by which the conditional reaxes form is one that is infinite and without limit. This once more under 26. Scores the enormous biological value assumed by human behavior, thanks to the superreaxes and the conditional reaxes. Complex forms of conditional reaxes, as studies have shown, highly complex forms of conditional reflexes are possible. If some unconditional stimulus, for example, offering a dog a piece of meat, is not initiated right after the onset of a conditional stimulus, turning on a blue light, but in each instance only after some given length of time, for example, after a 3-second pause, a delayed conditional reflex will develop in the dog. The dog will produce saliva not immediately after the light has been turned on, but only 3 seconds afterwards. This type of reax helps us to understand those reactions in which the responding action is separated from the stimulation by a more or less lengthy interval of time. Another type of conditional reax is the vestigial reax. It arises whenever an unconditional stimulus begins to act before a conditional reax has terminated. For example, if a blue light has been turned on in a room, but a piece of meat is given to the dog only after the light has been turned off, after a series of trials the dog will produce saliva once a blue light is turned off. This reax would seem to be in response to the imprint of stimulus after, that is, the stimulation has itself ceased functioning. This type of reax helps to explain how complex forms of conditional reactions arise where the structure of the environment assumes complex forms. In all forms of human and animal behavior, from the most elementary to the most advanced, Pavlov sees the links of a common chain, as a boundless adaptation in all its variety, which constitutes life on Earth. The movement of plants toward the light and the search for truth by means of mathematical analysis, aren't they, in essence, phenomena of same type? And aren't these the final links of a nearly infinite chain of adaptations that manifests itself throughout the living world? Chapter 3. The most important laws of higher nervous activity in man. The laws of inhibition and disinhibition. The diversity of animal behavior and the complex forms of conditional reaxes become understandable only by taking into account the law of inhibition of reaxes. It is not hard to see that abstention from a reaction or its suppression may otherwise constitute the essential conditions of behavior. From the standpoint of behavior, it is often just as necessary to abstain from a reaction as it is to execute a reaction. Let us suppose that an animal had decided to attack or rush upon an enemy. It then becomes extraordinarily important that the defense reactions of fear and it be suppressed or inhibited, and that the ordinary course of the aggressive reaction not be disturbed. In certain cases, it is just as necessary, biologically speaking, to suppress a reflexive shout as it is to produce it. Thus, the inhibition and suppression of certain reactions become an essential condition for other reactions to proceed correctly. Simple external inhibition is the simplest form of inhibition. If an external stimulus acts on a dog at the same time as a conditional reax, and is strong enough, the effect of reax either ceases or is inhibited. The effect of new stimulus acts as a kind of brake. For example, if a dog produces salivane response to blue light, and if at the same time, a loud knock is produced, the dog's salivary reax will be inhibited. In precisely the same way, in man all reactions are either inhibited or cease entirely when a gunshot, shout, and so on are heard all of a sudden. A second form of inhibition consists in the conditional inhibitions. If an external inhibitor acts repeatedly, seriatim, it will lose its power to delay the reax. For example, if a salivary reax produced in response to blue light is accompanied each time by the beat of a metronome, the beat will eventually forestall the reax, and salivation will occur in a perfectly normal manner. Consider as an example a stimulus that has lost the power of inhibition in this way, or simply a stimulus that is not powerful enough. Let us carry out the same experiment in such a way that a blue light acting alone is accompanied by a piece of meat, i.e., we reinforce a conditional reax with an unconditional reax. At the same time, a blue light, now accompanied by some new stimulus, 4. 27. 28. Example, the beat of a metronome, is present without being accompanied by a piece of meat. After a certain period of time, the beat will become a conditional inhibitor of salivary reflex, that is, once it has been associated each time with the effect of blue light, it will halt the reflex. It differs from a simple external inhibitor, in that it also appears through the action of the complex structure of the environment along the same pathway as the conditional reflex, and is formed under the influence of the same conditions. Alongside external inhibition, there also exists internal inhilatio/1, related not to the effect of a particular external stimulus, but rather to internal processes in the nervous system. The simplest type of internal inhibition consists in the extinction of a conditional reax. If a strongly developed conditional reax is excited in a dog for a prolonged period of time without being reinforced by an unconditional stimulus, it will begin to gradually weaken and diminish, as if extinguishing and growing feeble, and will finally cease entirely. In fact, in this case we are dealing with the inhibition of reflex and notice their disappearance, and it is not too hard to see that if the dog were allowed to rest or if the experiment were conducted some other day, the reflex would be re-established. The extraordinary biological utility of this form of internal inhibition becomes perfectly obvious once we note that it protects the animal against fruitless and useless waste of energy, and helps him consume his energy in a careful and economical manner. It safeguards the animal against the reinforcement of false and random comluriermalco/1/acrylics. There is every reason for believing that sleep is nothing other than a highly evolved form of such a universal, internal inhibition of reactions. The inhibition of reactions, or Liera/triaze, is of no lesser importance. If a conditional reflex in response to an arbitrary stimulus is fostered in an animal, the animal will respond to all analogous stimuli as well. For example, if an animal already produces a conditional reax to a metronome beating at a rate of 100 beats per minute, it will also respond to both 50 and 100 beats per minute. But if the stimulus consisting of 0 beats per minute of a metronome is accompanied each time by an unconditional stimulus, and if everything else remains unreinforced, a process of differentiation will be established in the animal. It will begin to distinguish the stimulus with increasing accuracy and respond only to the desired stimulus, while everything else will be inhibited by internal inhibitors. Because of such a mechanism of differentiation, the organism is able to achieve an extraordinarily high degree of specificity and subtlety of relationships, a capacity to make highly refined distinctions between different elements of the environment and, by means of this capacity, to correlate its reactions to desired actions. The same mechanism of internal inhibition underlies the vestigial and delayed reactions. We may be convinced of these in the following way. It is known. 29. That inhibitors possess a reverse capacity, i.e., if they have been applied to an inhibitor, they inhibit the inhibitor or disinhibit the reax. If we have created a delayed or vestigial conditional reax to blue light in a dog, it will not produce saliva immediately after the blue light has been turned on. Instead, the reax will be inhibited for a period of time. But if during this time an external stimulus of sufficient strength, for example, the beat of a metronome, acts upon the dog, the reax will quickly manifest itself. The beating of a metronome, which is invariably the inhibitor of every conditional reax, inhibits the inhibitor once it is applied to the inhibited reax and, thus, disinhibits the reax. What sort of complex forms may be assumed by behavior depending on different combinations of inhibitors and reaxes may be seen from just one of Pavlov's experiments. A conditional reax to light was created in a dog, and the dog produced 10 drops of saliva. If some musical tone was produced on a piano during the action of this reax, the reax was inhibited absolutely. If the metronome was then allowed to start beating, the effect of the reax was restored, though the dog produced only 4 drops. To explain this phenomenon, these 3 stimuli were tested, in all possible combinations, first 1 at a time, then 2 at a time, and finally all 3 together. The results of the experiment may be written out most conveniently in the form of a table in which the initial letters in each row denote the particular stimulus, L, blue light, P, musical tone produced on piano, M, beat of the metronome, and the plus sign indicated concerted action, L equals 10 drops, P equals 0 drops, LVLL equals 0 drops, L plus P equals 0 dr 0 PSL plus P plus LVI equals 4 drops, L plus M equals 6 drops, P plus M equals 4 drops. This demonstrates that light by itself induces the production of LA drops. The sound of the piano and beating of the metronome are inhibitors and do not produce any effect either when operating on their own or together. The tone inhibits the reax completely and reduces it down to 0. The metronome, understood as a stimulus of same acoustic order, i.e., a secondary and weaker stimulus, inhibits the reax only partially, reducing it down to 6 drops. In combination, all 3 stimuli produce 4 drops, and this result is composed of complex interaction of all 3 stimuli, i.e., the light induces the production of 10 drops, the tone inhibits all 10 drops, and the metronome inhibits the inhibitor and disinhibits 4 of these drops, as it did when acting in combination with the light. 30. From this example, it is not hard to see that even when we are dealing with only 3 elements all told, i.e., light, musical tone, and metronome, an animal's behavior may assume extraordinarily complex and manifold forms, depending on the combinations and structure of these elements. It is easy to imagine how highly complex an animal's behavior may become under the influence of the collection of elements forming the complex structure of a genuine environment and enhancing the organism for many years. Psyche and reaction. The study of the conditional reaxes makes it possible to consider all of man's behavior as a system of acquired reactions built up upon the foundation of the inherited reactions. With a careful analysis, the most complex and the most subtle forms of mental activity disclose their reactive nature, and show us that the psyche should also be considered as consisting in particularly complex forms of behavior. Formerly, psychologists claimed that mental phenomena constituted something isolated and unique in nature, having nothing in common with, indeed differing radically from, the physical world. Psychologists would usually point out that mental phenomena do not have physical extent, that they are inaccessible to the observation of another person and are closely connected with personality in all these features, seeing an essential difference between the mental and the physical. It was not too hard for scientific analysis to discover that the most subtle forms of mental phenomena are always accompanied by particular motor reactions. All we have to do is to consider the perception of objects, and at once it becomes clear that no one single act of perception occurs without some movement of the appropriate organs. To see means to perform highly complex reactions with our eyes. Even thinking is always accompanied by various restrained movements, mostly by internal motor reactions of speech, i.e., by the rudimentary articulation of words. Pronouncing a sentence out loud or saying it mentally to oneself. The whole difference between the two phenomena is that in the latter case, all movement is suppressed, attenuated, and imperceptible to the eyes of another person, but only to this other person. In essential respects, both thinking and audible speech represent the same motor speech reactions, except for being of differing degrees and strengths. It was just this result that led Ivan Sechenov, the physiologist who laid the foundations of the science of mental reexes, to declare that thought is a reex broken down into two-thirds, or the first two-thirds of a mental reex. It is even easier to demonstrate the reexive motor nature of every sensation. It is well known that nearly every sensation a person may feel may be read in his face or in the movements of his body. Both fear and anger are accompanied. 31. By such palpable body movements that, from a single glance at a person, we can correctly tell whether he is afraid or angry. These body movements all involve motor reactions of the muscles, mimicry or pantomime, secretory reactions, production of tears, foaming at the mouth, and reactions of respiration and circulation, paleness, gasping for breath. Finally, the third realm of the psyche, called the Q, is always concerned with particular deeds, and even traditional psychology recognized its motor aspect. The study of drives and motivation, the motive source of the will, must be understood as the study of systems of internal stimuli. In all other cases, we are presented with nothing other than the most perfected of organic phenomena, and the very same reactions, but only in infinitely complex forms. This is why the psyche must be understood as consisting of especially complex forms of the structure of behavior. Animal behavior and human behavior. For modern natural science, the common origin and common nature of man and animal is no longer open to question. For science, man is only a higher and far from the ultimate species of animal. Similarly, there is much in common in the behavior of man and animals. One might say that man's behavior grows out of the roots of animal behavior and, quite often, is only the behavior of an animal that has assumed an upright position. In particular, the instincts and the emotions, i.e., the inherited forms of behavior, are so similar in man and the animals that they doubtless share a common origin. Certain naturalists are not inclined to make any essential distinction between human and animal behavior, and tend to reduce all the differences between the two to different degrees of complexity and subtlety of the nervous system. The proponents of this viewpoint believe it is possible to explain human behavior exclusively from the standpoint of biology. However, it is not hard to see that this is not so. There is a fundamental distinction between human and animal behavior, as is apparent from the following argument. From the standpoint of study of conditional reexes, all of an animal's experience, his entire store of behavior, may be reduced to inherited reactions and conditional reexes. All of an animal's behavior may be expressed by means of the following formula: 1. Inherited reactions plus 2. Inherited reactions x by individual experience, conditional reexes. That is, the behavior of an animal is composed of his inherited reactions plus the inherited reactions multiplied by the quantity of new relations that are present in the individual animal's experience. It is obvious that this formula does not cover human behavior even in the slightest degree, however. 32. By comparison with animal behavior, human behavior displays, above all, an expanded use of the experience gained by prior generations. Man makes use of the experience of prior generations not only to the extent it is reinforced and transmitted by physical inheritance. Everything we use in science, in culture, and in everyday life is enriched by the vast quantity of experience accumulated by prior generations but not transmitted by means of physical inheritance. In other words, unlike the animals, man possesses a history, and this historical experience, i.e., not physical inheritance, but social inheritance, distinguishes him from the animals. The second new term in our formula is that of collective social experience, which is also a new phenomenon in man. Each person makes use not only of those conditional reactions that have formed in his or her individual experience, as happens also with animals, but also by means of conditional relations that have formed in the social experience of other peoples. In order to establish a conditional reaction to light in a dog, it is necessary that the two effects of light and of a piece of meat intersect, i.e., occur simultaneously, in the individual dog's personal experience. Man, in contrast, uses in his everyday experience reactions which evolved in, and became part of, someone else's experience. I may know about the Sahara without ever having left my native city, or I may know quite a bit about Mars without ever having looked through a telescope. Those conditional reactions of thought or of speech in which these pieces of knowledge are expressed are part not of my own experience, but of the experience of people who have lived in Africa or have, in fact, looked through a telescope. Those new forms of adaptation, which we encounter for the first time in man, are the most essential feature which distinguishes human behavior from the behavior of animals. The animal adapts passively, responding to changes in the environment by varying his own organs and the structure of his body. He changes himself in order to adapt to the conditions of existence. Man, on the other hand, adapts nature to himself deliberately. Instead of his own organs undergoing changes, bodies in nature are altered by man, becoming tools for him. He responds to cold not by growing a protective coat of wool, but by making deliberate adaptations to the environment, through the production of dwellings or of clothing, i.e., by adapting nature to himself. According to one researcher, the whole difference between man and the animals may be summed up by saying that man is an animal that makes tools. From the moment labor, in the human sense of term, i.e., the deliberate and intentional intervention in the workings of nature on the part of man, for the purpose of regulating and controlling vital processes between nature and himself, became possible. From this very moment mankind ascended a novel biological stage, and something novel that was foreign to his animal ancestors and to his fellow creatures became part of his experience. 33. It is true that we encounter in animals purposive adaptation in rudimentary form, for example, nest building in birds, the construction of dwellings in beavers, and so on. These examples all recall labor activity in man, but nevertheless occupy such a small place in the experience of the animal that, on the whole, it alters the basic character of passive adaptation only slightly. The main point is that, despite all apparent similarity, the labor of an animal differs from human labor in the most decisive and categorical respects. This difference was expressed by Marx with consummate force, in Das Kapital. The spider carries out operations reminiscent of a weaver, though the cells of wax which BCCS build in the sky would be the disgrace of any architect. However, there is something that distinguishes the labor of worst architect from the labor of most skillful bee, in that before an architect builds a box out of boards he or st builds it in his mind. By the end of a process of labor, he has obtained something which already existed in his mind idly before he began to build. The fact is that the spider's weaving of a web or the bee's construction of the cells in its hive constitutes the same passive, instinctive, inherited forms of behavior as do all its other passive reactions. The labor of least experienced human weaver or architect constitutes deliberate forms of adaptation simply because the weaver or architect is conscious. What constitutes the conscious aspect of human behavior and what is the psychological nature of consciousness? These questions are very nearly the most difficult questions in all of psychology, about which we will speak later. But even now it is clear that consciousness must be considered as consisting in the most complex forms of organization of our behavior, in particular, as Marx has shown, as a kind of doubling of experience, that makes it possible to predict in advance the results of labor and to direct one's own reactions to this end. This doubled experience also constitutes the third and final distinctive feature of human behavior. Thus, the entire formula of human behavior, which is based on the formula of animal behavior, complemented with new terms, assumes the following form: 1. Inherited reactions plus 2. Inherited reactions x individual experience, conditional reactions, plus 3, historical experience plus 4, social experience plus 5, doubled experience, consciousness. Thus, the decisive factor of human behavior is not only the biological factor, but also the social factor, which brings with it entirely novel elements behavior. Man's experience is not just that of an animal that has assumed an upright position, but is rather a complex function of the entire social experience of mankind and office individual groups. The build-up of reactions into behavior. The concept of a reflex or reaction is, essentially speaking, an abstract and provisional one. In fact, we almost never encounter a reax in pure form. In 34. Actuality, we encounter more or less complex groups of reaxes. In the real world there exist only complex groups of reaxes, not individual reactions. An isolated reaction or reax may be obtained in the laboratory with a frog specimen, but in no way in a living person. In a living person, the reaxes exist in permanent and indissoluble unity, and, depending on the nature and structure of each group of reaxes, the nature of any one reax occurring in this group proves to vary as well. Thus, a reax turns out to be, not a constant entity given once and for all, but a variable entity that changes from one moment to the next. Moreover, it is not an independent entity, but rather is governed by the overall character of behavior at the particular moment. A reax is defined, therefore, not as a constant property of a given organ, but as a function of the state of the organism. The simplest example of interrelation between reaxes may be observed in the inhibition and disinhibition of reactions. From these phenomena, it is clear that reaxes may weaken or reinforce each other, or one reax may inhibit or excite another. In his studies, Pavlov found it necessary to also work with more complex examples in which there was conflict between two reaxes. In certain experimental dogs, a sensory reaction towards one of investigators developed in the course of experiments, in the form of a violent, menacing reaction on the part of the dog, expressed in aggressive barking at every strange person passing through the room. Every time it appeared, the reaction checked the salivary reaction that had already formed, and was of such significance that the investigators made it the subject of a special study. While a sensory reaction developed in the dog in relation to one of the investigators, a conditional reax type of feeding reaction developed in response to the appearance of the other investigator, to his utterance of the word kielbasa sausages, and to the appearance of dish from which the dog was fed the sausages. When both reactions occurred simultaneously, i.e., when the second investigator entered the room while the first was working with the dog, a clear pattern of struggle between the two reactions could be observed. It was apparent that the sensory reaction gradually attenuated and faded away as one stimulus after another was added to the feeding reaction. The moment someone appeared in the room, the dog ran at him barking furiously, but once he uttered the conditional word, the barking toned down, and the two reactions seemed to balance each other out. The dog did not run at the new arrival, but neither did he reach out towards him. Finally, when shown a small glass, he produced a vigorous and unequivocal food reaction. Two reaxes, notes Pavlov, constitute virtually two scales of weights. One could say of a pair of reaxes, all you have to do is reinforce one and the scales turn in its favor, but reinforce the other, and it will prevail. The overall complexity of human behavior becomes under 35. Standable if we bear in mind the fact that every reflex, as Pavlov puts it, is limited and controlled not only by another, simultaneously acting external reax, but also by the weight of internal stimuli, whether chemical, thermal, etc., and that these reaxes are all in constant interaction. To understand this mechanism, this means of coordinating the reaxes, it is necessary to familiarize ourselves with the principle of struggle for the total motoreld, a principle established by the English physiologist Charles Scott Sherrington. Sherrington's idea is that purposive behavior may be carried out only where there is a relative adjustment of the individual reaxes, otherwise the individual would not be an integral organism possessing a unified system of behavior, but would rather constitute a haphazard collection of individual organs with utterly uncoordinated individual rexes. Physiologists have long assumed the existence of special centers in the nervous system that inhibit and control rexes. However, subsequent investigation has not confirmed this supposition, and it has been found that an entirely different mechanism is responsible for the unification of the rexes into the integral behavior of the organism. In fact, in the human nervous system the number of perceiving, afferent, fibers, called receptors, is not equal to the number of motor, efferent, fibers. Calculations have shown that there are 5 times as many receptors as there are efferent fibers. Thus, every motor neuron is connected not to one, but to several receptors, possibly with even every receptor. This relation is of varying duration and strength, though it has been found that in strychnine poisoning in man, any nerve will enter into a rex with any muscle. This underscores the fact that every motor system exists in relation to different groups of receptors, possibly with all these groups, and, consequently, there cannot exist any isolated and independent rex in the organism. It is, therefore, understandable that an extremely complex struggle for the general motor field may arise between different groups of receptors, and that the outcome of this struggle would depend on innumerable conditions of extraordinary complexity. The mechanism of the struggle for the general motor field is also the mechanism involved in the coordination of the rexes. It underlies the unity of personality and the extremely important act of attention. It is the marksman that steers the behavior of any one of our own reactions, and the behavior of an animal, Sherrington remarks, constitutes a series of sequential transitions off motor field from one group of receptors to another. Pavlov has compared the workings of our central nervous system with that of a telephone system, where more and more connections between the individual and the elements of the world are being created all the time. It would also be correct to compare the nervous system to a narrow doorway leading into some large building or outdoor theater towards which a crowd of many thousands of 36 people has rushed in a panic. Those who have passed through the doorway and were thus able to save themselves represent only a small fraction of the many thousands who have perished, and the very struggle at the doorway bears a close resemblance to the struggle for the total motor field that is incessantly going on in the human organism, giving human behavior the tragic and dialectic character of an incessant struggle between man and nature, and between the different elements of nature within man himself. The relationship between the different forces in this struggle, and consequently, the entire pattern of man's behavior is changing from one moment to the next. Everything is uncertain and up in the air. What happens one minute is overturned the very next minute, every reaction turns into its opposite, and all of behavior recalls, on the whole, a struggle of forces, a struggle that never ceases, even for 1 minute. The principle of the dominant in behavior in this struggle between the reactions, the deciding factor is not only the skirmish over the total motor field, but more complex connections between individual centers in the nervous system as well. Experimental investigation has demonstrated that if some powerful center of excitation is dominant in the nervous system, it will possess the property of attracting to itself other excitations arising in the nervous system during this time, and will therefore become amplified. For example, if a frog is taken while the clasp rex is in effect, i.e., during the period of heightened sexual excitation, and if some external stimulus, example acid, electric current, injection, is applied to its skin, the clasp reflex not only is not weakened, but is even reinforced. The ordinary defense reaction in response to a new stimulus vanishes. In precisely the same way, external stimuli amplify the ordinary acts of swallowing and elimination in a horse. In a female cat which has been separated from male cats while in heat, the basic rex is reinforced, depending on the most exotic external stimuli, for example, the noise produced by forks and dishes being beaten together, which usually reminds the cat of feeding. In experiments on frogs, it has been possible to ascertain that a dominant excitation in the central nervous system is capable of inhibiting all other excitations or of dictating a rex, steering it in an entirely novel direction, because of the overriding role of a strong excitation, which subordinates all other excitations to itself. it makes sense to refer to it as a dominant examrion, and to refer to all the other excitations as subslaminal exararan/is. Experiments have even shown that if a sensory dominant is artificially induced in a frog, it will respond to the most diverse stimuli by rubbing an outstretched leg. L64, all rexes will be directed towards the area of the skin. 37. Associated with the center of the sensory dominant. Thus, if sensory centers of a FR0G's rear right leg are stimulated by means of strychnine, then by stimulating each of the other legs, a defense rex may be observed. This rex will be directed each time towards the rear right leg, however, no matter what area off skin the strychnine is applied to. Thus, a sensory dominant does not check the other rexes, but rather steers them in an entirely new direction. If a dominant is induced in the same frog at the motor centers off same leg, an entirely different effect is obtained. Now, if different areas of the skin are stimulated by means of acid, a licking rex will always be directed towards the genuine site of the stimulus, but the first leg to respond will always be the one whose motor centers were stimulated. Thus, a motor dominant presupposes the selection of a responding organ and consigns all other rexes to some delay. The principle of the dominant introduced by Vygotsky thus proves to be a fundamental operational principle of the nervous system, in the sense that it places all other rexes of the different organs under the authority of an overriding or dominant rex, and coordinates their activity in a unified direction. Above we saw that man's behavior constitutes only one of the several forms of behavior that are possible. Now we can define behavior as consisting of a triumphant dominant and of subdominant rexes that have acceded to it. This principle also explains the source of the unity and purposefulness of human behavior. Human constitution and human behavior, the composition of the human organism, together with the inherited laws of man's behavior, constitutes the primary biological factor of human behavior. Corresponding to the three components of a reaction, we may distinguish from the standpoint of human behavior, 1. A perceiving system, 2. A central processing system, and 3. A responding system. In the human organism, the perceiving system consists of the entire system of special organs of sense, including the eyes, ears, mouth, nose, and skin, exerioreceptive field, i.e., specially designed systems for the perception of external stimuli, the analysis of these stimuli, and the transmission of these stimuli to the center. These systems possess afferent nerves whose function it is to transmit stimuli to the center. By means of special terminal systems, these nerves terminate in the brain, which has the identical purpose of further analysis. Pavlov was quite right to refer to the entire system, beginning with a peripheral organ and ending in the terminal system of a sense nerve, as an analyzer, since it has essentially no function other than that of analyzing and distinguishing the most minute and subtlest elements off-world, and of adjusting the individual's reaction to the subtlest and slightest variations of the environment. 38. This effort of analysis, which makes it possible for the organism to establish the most complex and subtlest relations with the world, constitutes one of the principal functions of cortex of large hemispheres of brain. Irradiation and concentration of nervous excitation are the basic laws governing its activity. Initially, upon the development of a conditional rex, the organism will respond to every analogous stimulation. The excitation spreads, spilling over into adjacent sectors, i.e., it irrar/iates. Gradually there occurs a concentration of the excitation, i.e., the excitation is focused in an increasingly narrow and constricted region, and is, moreover, confined to a single region. By virtue of the concept of irradiation, we are able to understand the various ways in which we respond to analogous stimuli by means of various movements, and the various ways in which we are able to generalize upon our experience. Similarly, the concept of concentration serves to explain the different ways in which we refine and focus our understanding of our experience, and seem to adapt it to familiar stimuli in an entirely rigorous fashion. The internal perceiving system, or interoreceptive field, possesses the same construction. It is adapted for the perception of internal stimuli and is localized in internal integuments that seem to be turned inward and cover the interior cavities of our organs. It is also adapted for the perception of chemical, thermal, and other internal stimuli oft interior surfaces oft body. It is by virtue of exterioperceptive system that we are able to perceive the external world. Similarly, the interioperceptive system is adapted to the perception of the most important organic processes occurring within the organism, in the stomach, intestines, the heart, blood vessels, and other organs associated with the most important internal functions of the organism. Finally, the third perceiving system is that of the proprioceptive field. This system serves for the perception of the organism's own reactions in precisely the same way, in response to peripheral stimuli that arise in the functioning organs, for example, in the muscles, joints, tendons, etc. The organism can also learn about its own reactions by means of first two systems, whenever, that is, the result of its reaction affects it anew through the exterio or interioreceptive field. For example, the salivary reflex acts through the perceiving system just like any external stimulation. Likewise, it is possible for a reax to act through the interioreceptive field if it results in particular changes in internal organs. In this case, the reaction is perceived in the same way as is the environment or ordinary organic processes. But there also exists a special system which is entirely analogous to the first two in terms of mechanism and which pervades all the regulating organs of body, whose sole function it is to perceive all the different peripheral changes that accompany a particular reaction. A person who places his hands and fingers together in some special way with his eyes closed can always report the position in which he has placed them. 39. Thanks to the internal motor or kinesthetic sensations of the proprioreceptive field. For all further understanding of the psyche, in fact, there are 3 points which are extraordinarily important to take note of and keep in mind. First, the proprioceptive field is organized in the same general way as are the other fields. In other words, man recognizes his own movements by virtue of the same mechanism with which he perceives the external world. Secondly, the proprioceptive field may be excited by effects that come from outside only secondarily, i.e., through the individual's own reaction. In other words, a feedback Krugov-G reaction is possible which consists in the reversion of its own reaction back to the organism. Such a feedback reaction consists of 6 components, unlike the ordinary 3-component reactions: a. External stimulation, b. Central processing, c. Reaction, d. Proprioceptive stimulation, e. Processing of proprioceptive stimulation, and o. Amplification or delay of the initial reaction. Because each reaction produces a report about itself, it becomes possible for the organism to regulate and adjust the course of these reactions. Thirdly, reaxes from the proprioceptive field may enter into precisely the same types of connections with all the other reaxes as with everything else. They may exert extinction and reinforcing, or deviating and steering effects. The processing system in man's constitution consists of the central regions of the nervous system, i.e., the bulk of the spinal cord and brain. In terms of genetics, the spinal cord is the oldest component, and the most primitive and lowest functions in the life-of the organism are, therefore, associated with it. In particular, all the inherited reaxes are localized in the spinal cord and the subcortical centers, which is also where all the motor centers are found. The cerebral cortex constitutes a kind of superstructure over the central nervous system, and essentially possesses no independent connection with the periphery of the body, other than through the subcortical centers. It is a kind of hearth and receptacle of all the conditional reaxes. If we were to consider the spinal cord as the region where inherited experience and inherited reactions are localized, i.e., those connections that were settled in, or became embedded in, the experience of the species, then the cerebral cortex would have to be thought of as the organ of the individual's personal experience, the domain of conditional reactions. Thus, the cerebral cortex, which, in and of itself, lacks motor functions, executes only delaying and other, increasingly complex functions, constructs new pathways, and establishes new conditional relations. Accordingly, it is associated in most intimate fashion with the entire perceiving system, and seems to constitute an exceedingly subtle extension of the entire system by means of which it becomes excited when the appropriate points on the periphery of the body are stimulated. This primary function is best referred to as the analyzer function, since it has the task of decomposing the 40 environment as finely as possible into constituent elements so that the most subtle connections may be established between the organism and the environment. Another, but no less important function of this system consists in the synthesizing or securing activity of the cerebral cortex. In this function, new connections are created and secured in the form of conditional rexes. The activity of the processing system consists largely of these two types of activity. Following Pavlov, it is, in fact, best likened to a telephone switchboard through which every possible new connection is temporarily secured, i.e., connected, and opened, i.e., disconnected, from one minute to the next in a versatile and exible fashion, and which therefore presents an inexhaustible wealth and diversity of forms of behavior, the infinite and inexhaustible variety of all possible combinations of a set of distinct elements. It is precisely for this reason that human behavior can never be reduced to a mere collection of stereotypical patterns given once and for all, rather it constitutes an entirely unpredictable mass of possibilities that can in no way be foreseen in advance. It is important to note that the same struggle for the total motor field occurs in this processing system, which, as we saw above, is the fundamental regulator of all of behavior. The excitations that occur here merge into a single general system of behavior. Thus, this system is also responsible for the coordination of the reflexes into a behavioral system. The very process of securing a conditional rex is in direct dependence on all these processes. It is curious that such a process of connection constitutes only a special case of a dominant process. In fact, if we take a close look at the mechanism of the conditional rexes, it is not hard to see that it constitutes a connect between two stimuli, for example, a piece of meat and a blue light in our example. It should not be overlooked that conditional stimuli, here, light and sound, also induce a reaction of their own, for example, the steering and adjusting reaction of the eyes and the head, the pupillary rex of the eyes, and so on. The question arises, why is it that a conditional rex to light is secured by the piece of meat, and not the other way round, i.e., why is it that as a result of concerted action of a piece of meat and blue light, the dog begins to produce saliva in response to light, but does not produce the pupillary rex or rex of the eyes in response to the sight of meat? Obviously, here there is a conflict between two rexes, where the stronger one, that of feeding and salivary rexes, possesses the capacity of a dominant rex, i.e., to attract and delay a weaker stimulus. It remains for us to consider the responding system in man's constitution. This system consists of absolutely all the functioning organs of the organism, the muscles and tendons for the motor reactions, the heart and blood vessels for the somatic reactions, and the endocrine and exocrine glands for the secretory reactions. Taken together, these systems constitute nothing other than the governing, effector working system of the organism. The same may be said. 41. As regards each part of this reactor system as regards each muscle. Just as every muscle is associated with an entire group of receptors, so can any group of perceiving cells capture any effector, motor, or secretory organ or blood vessel. In other words, every organ may respond to any stimulus and constitutes, like the muscles, a check payable to the bearer on demand, as Shannington has put it. Of special importance in this system is the activity of the endocrine glands. It has long been acknowledged that there are special glandular bodies in the organism of man and the animals. In terms of their overall structure, these bodies are highly reminiscent of the ordinary glands, for example, the salivary gland and others, and differ from the latter only in their lack of an external outlet duct. It is for this reason that, until recently, it had not been possible to study their discharges, or secretions. For a long time, the purpose of these glands could not be understood, and could only be conjectured about. Only in the past several decades has scientific knowledge begun to get a clue as to the nature of these extremely complex system in the makeup of man. There have been studies of pathological cases which showed that the absence or hypertrophy of a particular gland produced particular changes or disturbances in certain functions. Other studies have focused on the medicinal action of certain extracts of these glands, which happen to restore these functions. Together with results learned from the experimental removal and grafting of these glands in man and in animals, these studies have made it possible to establish beyond all reasonable doubt that these glands discharge their secretions directly into the blood, and therefore have been termed the hemodynamic, incretorial, or endocrine glands. Alongside these glands, there also exist glands with a dual purpose, i.e., those which produce external and internal secretions simultaneously. These include the sexual glands, the pancreas, and others. It has not been possible so far to establish with any degree of precision what are the actual secretions produced by these glands, and the products they discharge into the blood have been provisionally termed hormones, from the Greek word hormao or I move or I excite. Even the very name shows that internal secretion is extremely important for the activity of the entire organism. Thus, it has been established that people who have been born without a thyroid gland but who are entirely normal in all other respects suffer from congenital cretinism. However, it is only necessary to graft a thyroid gland into such a person and he begins to regain his health. The same thing occurs in animals if their thyroid gland is removed immediately after birth. But if an animal is fed thyroid extract taken from the gland of another animal, their illness subsides gradually. Conversely, the oven development of the thyroid gland encountered in certain illnesses produces highly accelerated metabolism and leads to a high rate of consumption and exhaustion of the 42. Organism. The removal of the parathyroid gland leads to the appearance of fatal convulsions. Abnormality in other glands, in cerebral processes, or in the pituitary gland all have a pronounced influence on the growth, size, and formation of the bones. Thus, an increase in the size of the parathyroid gland produces gigantism, or abnormally huge growth, and the abnormal enlargement of one gland in particular. Conversely, the removal of the parathyroid gland is associated with diminutive growth. It has been further established that castration, i.e., the removal of the sex organs, rapidly affects the entire structure of the body. In men the voice becomes high-pitched and begins to resemble a woman's voice, facial hair vanishes, and the entire body begins to take on a feminine appearance. In studies carried out by Stinich, Voronov, Zavadovsky, and others, two remarkable facts relating to internal secretion were experimentally established. It was shown, first, that absolutely every element of the sexual character of the human body depends on the internal secretions of the sex organs. Experiments were performed in which the sex organs of the hen were grafted onto a castrated rooster, and conversely, and as a result a change in sex was obtained experimentally. Such a rooster lacked all its own, secondary, sexual features, for example, voice, comb, tail, spur, and even disposition, and behaved exactly like a hen. It has been possible to transform a hen into a rooster in the same way. Thus, it was possible to establish a direct correlation between virtually the entire structure of the animal's body and its character, on the one hand, and the internal secretions of the sex organs, on the other. Thus, everything that we refer to as masculine and feminine, whether in the structure of the body, in the personality, or in the psyche, proved to be ultimately conditional by nothing other than the internal secretions of the sex organs. Secondly, it is no less remarkable that a direct dependence can be shown to exist between the secretions of the sex organs and all those manifold changes in the organism, whether in the body or in the psyche, that are usually referred to as aging. It had long been noted that the age and sex of a person seem to represent parallel streams in their development, but only recently has it been possible to show that aging is ultimately dependent upon a cessation of the secretion of the sex hormones into the blood. In Stinich's well-known experiments, sex organs taken from a young animal were grafted to an arbitrary spot of the body of an aged and senile animal. Once the glands had begun to discharge their secretions into the blood, rapid and clear-cut rejuvenating effects set in every time. The animal regained its strength, senile characteristics vanished, wool again began to grow, sparkle returned to eyes that had become lackluster, and the animal began to experience a kind of second childhood. Rejuvenating effects have been produced in man in precisely the same way, though here it was a matter of adjusting the functioning of the sex organs by increasing its internal secretion. 43. From this survey, it is clear that such phenomena as the growth and structure of the body, the size and shape of the organs, the sexual features of body and the psyche, imbecility and consciousness, all the developmental features of man, which are expressed equally in both the organic and mental aspects, ultimately prove to be dependent upon internal secretion. The nature and substance of these dependents have yet to be conclusively unraveled, though even with the present-day state of scientific knowledge there can be no doubt that the chemistry of the blood plays a decisive role. Because of secretion of various hormones, the chemical composition of the blood undergoes changes, and accordingly, absolutely all processes in the organism, including nervous processes, vary in the most essential respects. Consequently, absolutely all the organism's vital processes are directly dependent upon the chemical composition of blood, which, moreover, are regulated principally and primarily by the endocrine glands. This may be explained quite simply and persuasively. Everyone knows the miraculous effects of intoxicating substances on the body. Only a small amount of alcohol is sufficient to entirely change our consciousness, heartbeat, respiration, perception of world, mood, sensitivity, and will. In every epoch, the widespread use of intoxicants as a method of inducing particular changes in the body artificially has always been based on this circumstance. Morphine and opium, cocaine, and ether all change our consciousness in different ways, and though their effect on the organism is a disruptive one, nevertheless they plunge man into such a fantastic and magical world and possess such an improbable capacity to change our senses, mood, and perception, all our experience in the world, as to aparto be the source of every imaginable fable the world over. But what actually happens in all these cases of intoxication of organism? As can be easily seen, all that occurs is the introduction into the blood of certain new intoxicating substances that radically alter, first, the chemical composition of the blood, and then the nature of all those processes, principally the nervous processes upon which our behavior depends. Something like that happens in the endocrine glands. By virtue of their effect on the chemical composition of the blood, the endocrine glands also regulate nervous processes and contribute to substantial changes in our psyche. In the secretory system, man possesses a kind of perennial apothecary within himself capable of exciting and intoxicating his organism with all different kinds of hormones. The endocrine glands, thus, are not an uncoordinated collection of organs existing independently of one another. On the contrary, they are joined together into a harmonious system whose existence has been established with indisputable certainty, though its nature has still not been completely unraveled. Undoubtedly, the glands influence each other through the blood, which carries the hormones throughout the entire body and which is, therefore, the best source of news about the organism. The hormones produced by one gland excite or 44. Inhibit another gland, and in the organism as a whole, a specialized system of internal secretory equilibrium and interaction that depends on the presence of different hormones is established at every given moment following prolonged and complex struggle. In turn, the hormonal or secretory system is in intimate dependence upon, and exists in relation to, all the other unified systems of the organism, i.e., the circulatory system and the nervous system. Its relation to the circulatory system is entirely obvious, since it is by virtue of this mechanism that the hormones are transported throughout the entire body and exert an influence at remote sites in the body. In other words, the hormonal system exerts its influence through the circulatory system, and thus do we return to the ancient view of the blood as the true seat of soul and of life. Ancient man believed that the blood is the soul, and present-day science has begun to believe that, in fact, it is the chemistry of the blood which is responsible for our behavior. It is appropriate at this point to note yet another relation that exists between the hormonal and the nervous system. The nervous system, writes Weil, governs all the other organs of body, as well as the endocrine glands, and conversely, internal secretions may, in turn, influence the peripheral to many of the nerves and the nerve centers. These glands are just as capable of transmitting an excitation to the center as of receiving directive impulses from it. Just like any muscle, in this regard, they exist as part of the responding mechanism of the nervous system and are governed by all the laws involved in the establishment and education of conditional reactions. Experience has shown that if an action occurs in response to intrachemical stimulation, it nevertheless serves to secure a conditional reaction. For example, if we put a mouse in a glass box partitioned into 3 parts, and place the mouse and a piece of it at opposite ends, the mouse will run for the food each time because of what is known as hungry blood, i.e., by a change in the chemical composition of its blood. If the experiment is accompanied every time by a bell, after a series of experiments the mouse will learn to run in response to the bell alone, even if stimulation of hungry blood cannot be said to have occurred, for example, if the mouse had eaten several minutes before. Thus, intrachemical stimulation is not something isolated from the environment, but occurs as a constituent element of the overall functioning of the nervous system. But if the nervous system affects the hormonal system, the inverse influence of the hormones on the brain is no less obvious. Above it was noted what sort of changes occur in the nervous system and in behavior when a particular gland is surgically removed. The brain influences the hormonal system, and through the hormonal system, again influences itself. With this in mind, it is clear that an American scholar was speaking a profound truth in remarking that, man thinks not only by means of his brain, but also by virtue of coordinated and strictly defined activity of contents of his cranium in conjunction with all the endocrine glands. 45. Finally, the last corollary of the study of the endocrine system, one that is, moreover, extraordinarily suggestive from the standpoint of psychology, is that the physical and the mental, the mind and the body, the structure of the body and the nature of sense, are all processes that are profoundly identical, and closely intertwined, and that any separation of the one from the other cannot be justified by any kind of real consideration. On the contrary, a fundamental premise in psychology asserts the unity of all the processes that occur in the organism, the identity of the mental and the organic, and the falsity and impossibility of any division between the two. It is by studying the endocrine system that we will be able to get an idea of the nature of one of the psychophysical mechanisms that underlie this unity. The endocrine system constitutes one part of the responding mechanism of our behavior and, consequently, depends on it. But by the same token, such functions of the organism as growth, sexual activity, and the shape and size of the different parts of the body all depend on the nervous system, i.e., on the psyche, and conversely, the psyche depends on the activity of the endocrine system. The unity of the mental and the physical nowhere shows through so clearly as in the study of the endocrine system. Chapter 4. Biological and Social Factors. In education here are extraordinarily important psychological conclusions regarding the nature and essence of the educational process which we draw from the foregoing remarks. We have seen that man's behavior is composed of biological and social features of man's own developmental conditions. The biological factor defines the foundation, the basis, or groundwork, of the innate reactions without which the organism could not exist and upon which the system of acquired reactions is constructed. That this new system of reactions is wholly determined by the structure of the environment in which the individual grows and develops is entirely obvious. Every form of education, therefore, unavoidably bears a social character, whatever else it might be. We have seen that the individual's own experience is the only teacher capable of forming new reactions in the individual. Only those relations are real for an individual that are given to him in his personal experience. This is why the student's personal experience becomes the fundamental basis of pedagogical work. Strictly speaking, and from the scientific point of view, there is no other way of teaching. It is impossible to exert a direct influence on, to produce changes in, another individual, one can only teach oneself, i.e., alter one's own innate reactions, through one's own experience. Our movements, they are our teacher. Ultimately, the child teaches himself. It is in his organism as nowhere else that there occurs the decisive engagement between all those different factors that determine his behavior for many years to come. In this sense, education, in every country and in every epoch, has always been social in nature. Indeed, by its very ideology it could hardly exist as antisocial in any way. Both in the seminary and in the old gymnasium, in the military school and in the schools for the daughters of the nobility, just as in the schools of ancient Greece and those of the Middle Ages and in the East, it was never the teacher and the tutor who did the teaching, but the particular social environment in the school which was created for each individual instance. 47. 48. From the scientific point of view, therefore, the assumption that the student is simply passive, just like the underestimation of his personal experience, is the greatest of sins, since it takes as its foundation the false rule that the teacher is everything and the student nothing. On the contrary, the psychological point of view forces us to acknowledge that, in the educational process, the student's individual experience is everything. Education should be structured so that it is not that the student is educated, but that the student educates himself. The traditional European school system, which always reduced the process of education and instruction to a passive apprehension by the student of a teacher's lessons and outlines, was the ultimate of psychological nonsense. The educational process must be based on the student's individual activity, and the art of education should involve nothing more than guiding and monitoring this activity. In the educational process, the teacher must be like the rails on which trains travel freely and independently, receiving from the rails only the direction in which they are to travel. The school which is run on scientific grounds is inevitably a school of action. The effect of education on the students themselves must be based on a total process of reaction which combines all three components of any reaction: the perception of a stimulation, the processing of the stimulation, and the responding action. The old pedagogics placed extraordinary emphasis on, and greatly exaggerated, the first component of perception, and treated the student like a sponge which absorbs new knowledge the more eagerly and the more thoroughly, the better it fulfills its function. Meanwhile, knowledge that is not gained through personal experience is not knowledge at all. Psychology requires that students learn not only to perceive, but also to respond. To educate means, above all, to establish new reactions and develop new forms of behavior. In attaching such exceptional importance to the student's individual experience, should we reduce the role of the teacher down to nothing? Should we replace the old formula, the teacher is everything, and the student nothing, with its opposite, the student is everything, and the teacher nothing? By no means. If, speaking from a scientific standpoint, we have to reject the thesis that the teacher has the power to produce an immediate educational enyance, that he possesses a mystical ability to directly mold another person's soul, this is precisely because we are assigning to the role of teacher something incomparably more important. From the foregoing, we see that the student's experience, the formation of conditional reflexes, is determined wholly and without exception by the social environment. It is only necessary to change the social environment, and human behavior likewise changes at once. We have already mentioned earlier that, for each of us, the environment plays the same role as did Pavlov's laboratory for his experimental dogs. There, the conditions in the laboratory determine the 49. Dog's conditional reactions, while here it is the social environment that determines how behavior evolves. From the psychological point of view, the teacher is the director of social environment in the classroom, the governor and guide of the interaction between the educational process and the student. Though the teacher is powerless to produce immediate effects in the student, he is all-powerful when it comes to producing direct effects in him through the social environment. The social environment is the true lever of the educational process, and the teacher's overall role reduces to adjusting this lever. Just as a gardener would be acting foolishly if he were to try to affect the growth of a plant by directly tugging at its roots with his hands from underneath the plant, so is the teacher in contradiction with the essential nature of education if he bends all his efforts at directly influencing the student. But the gardener affects the germination of his flowers by increasing the temperature, regulating the moisture, varying the relative position of neighboring plants, and selecting and mixing soils and fertilizer, i.e., once again, indirectly, by making appropriate changes in the environment. Thus it is that the teacher educates the student by varying the environment. It should be kept in mind that the teacher has a dual role to perform in the classroom, and in this regard the job of the teacher does not constitute an exception in any sense of the word from the general run of human labor. Every form of human labor is dual in nature. In the most primitive and in the most complex forms of human labor, the worker has a dual role to perform, on the one hand, as the director and foreman of the production process, and on the other, as a part of his own machine. Consider, for example, the labor of the Japanese rickshaw driver who transports passengers through a city, and compare it with the labor of a streetcar conductor. It is clear that the rickshaw driver is a simple source of physical force, or thrust, substituting for the power of a horse, or steam, or electrical power, simply by virtue of his muscular and nervous energy. But at the same time, the rickshaw driver performs another role, a role in which he could not be replaced by horse, steam, or electricity. He is not only a part of his machine, but also its lord and master, the foreman and director of his very own simple workshop. He lifts the shaft, starts to move the carriage and brings it to one halt at the right time, avoids obstacles, swings around turns, and selects a desired direction. The same two components are also found in the work of a streetcar conductor. He likewise moves the braking handle or power lever from one point to another by the force of his muscles, and transmits signals through the mechanical impact of his foot. Thus, he is also a simple part of his own machine, a part that, moreover, alters the relative position of all the other parts. What is far more noticeable is the streetcar conductor's other role, in which he is the director and foreman of a whole complex system of engines, brakes, and signals. 50. From this comparison, it is evident that though both components of labor are equally present in the streetcar conductor and in the rickshaw driver, they have, however, changed places. In the rickshaw driver, their job of director and foreman plays a negligible and unremarkable role by comparison with physical labor. If the rickshaw driver happens to get tired by the end of the day, this exhaustion will, of course, come not from directing the machine, but rather from running in harness with the shafts. On the contrary, in the case of streetcar conductor physical labor is nearly non-existent, and the importance of mental labor has grown enormously. It is because of improvements in technology that the development of labor points in the direction from the rickshaw driver to the streetcar conductor. The worker in modern industry is increasingly becoming the director of the production process and foreman to the machine. In precisely the same way, the teacher is, on the one hand, the director and foreman of the social environment in the classroom, and on the other, a part of this very same environment. Whenever he takes the place of a book, of a map, of a dictionary, or of a colleague, there he is acting like a rickshaw driver who has replaced a horse. Wherever he plays the role of a part of the educational mechanism, like a rickshaw driver, there, from the scientific point of view, he is not acting like an educator. He is acting like an educator only where, in self-effacing fashion, he calls upon the services of powerful forces of the environment, directs them, and places them in the service of education. Thus, we arrive at the following formula of educational process: education is realized through the student's own experience, which is wholly determined by the environment, and the role of teacher then reduces to directing and guiding the environment. To be perfectly clear as to the nature of these roles, it is necessary to discuss in somewhat greater detail the concept of an educational environment. At first glance, it may be easily seen that no special educational environment is needed, that education may be accomplished in any environment whatsoever, and that, in particular, the best educator is that environment which also happens to be the place of the student's future activity. Every artificially constructed social environment will always encompass relationships that distinguish it from genuine reality, and, consequently, will always retain a degree of divergence from real life. Hence, it is not very hard to conclude that no sort of artificial educational environment has to be created, that life educates better than any school. Just plunge the child up to his neck in the noisy flow of life, and you can be sure ahead of time that a spirited and resolute adult will come out of this education. This view is wrong, however. There are 2 points that have to be kept in mind here. First, education has always had as its goal not adaptation to an already existing environment, which may, in fact, happen anyway in the natural course 51 of events, but the creation of an adult who will look beyond his own environment. In the First Year of Revolution, there were many people who saw the goal of education as a matter of demolishing the school. The path of revolution, the revolutionary avenue, is the best teacher. Our children must become children of this avenue, the school must be demolished in the name of life. Such were the slogans of the day. There was much healthy enthusiasm expressed in this view, a genuine reaction against the school fenced off from life as if be a kind of Great Wall of China, and it may very well be true that the abolition of education is the most correct of all educational methods in the turbulent times of a revolution. However, this is not quite the way things work in more peaceable times, nor in the light of sober scientific reaction. It is true that we educate for life, that life is the highest judge, that our ultimate purpose is not to inculcate any sort of special academic virtues, but to teach vital habits and skills, and that acculturation to life is our ultimate purpose. But the most varied habits may be met up with in life, and acculturation may assume the most diverse properties. We cannot relate equally and with indifference to all aspects of life. We cannot say yes to absolutely everything just because it exists in real life. Consequently, we cannot agree to leaving the educational process in the control of life's elements. We are never able to judge ahead of time which of life's elements will triumph in our student without ending up with a parody of life, i.e., a medley of all its negative and worthless aspects. There is so much muck and mire along our way together with the beautiful and the sublime that, were we to leave the outcome of the struggle for the child's motor field up to the free play of stimulation, we would be acting just as foolishly as a person who jumps into the ocean and yields to the free play of the waves out of a desire to get to America. Second, it must be kept in mind that the elements of the environment may sometimes include effects that are quite harmful and destructive to a young child. Bear in mind that we are dealing not with a well-established member of the environment, but with a growing, changing, fragile organism, and much that would be entirely acceptable for an adult can be destructive to a child. Thus, both these considerations, on the one hand, the fact that the adult environment is not suitable for a child, and on the other, the extraordinary complexity and diversity of environmental influences, compel us to reject a spontaneous foundation for the educational process, and to oppose to it a program of judicious resistance to, and guidance of, this process, attained through rational organization of environment. Such is the nature of every form of scientific knowledge. Every theoretical claim is verified or tested under practical conditions, and its truth established only when praxis that has evolved on the basis of such claims demonstrates its value. Man discovers the laws of nature not in order to be resigned to, and helpless before, its omnipotence, nor in order to deny his own free will nor. 52. Incidentally, in order to act foolishly and blindly in spite of his own will. Rather, by wisely subordinating himself to the laws of nature, and working in conjunction with these laws, he subordinates them to his will. Man forces nature to serve him through the agency of nature's very own laws. The very same thing may be said as regards public education. If we learn which laws governing the nature of public education happen to be true independently of teachers' will, this does not in the least mean acknowledging our impotence to affect the educational process, nor does it mean rejecting all intervention in it and leaving all of education to the mercy of the elemental forces of the environment. On the contrary, just like any increase in our knowledge, by learning these laws we will find ourselves more in control of this process, and have greater opportunity for actively intervening in it. Knowledge of the true nature of education will lead us to the various ways in which we can become master of it in its entirety. Thus, the psychological theory of public education not only does not mean prostrating oneself before education, but, on the contrary, signifies the ultimate in our mastery of the flow of educational processes. Thus does educational psychology become an extraordinarily effective applied science. It is not restricted to the purely theoretical goals of comprehending and describing the nature of education and of discovering and formulating its laws. It must teach us how to grasp the very nature of education, guiding ourselves by its very own laws. Now we can understand the thought expressed above, that in the process of education the teacher is, in this new understanding, not only of no lesser importance than before, but, indeed, is of incomparably greater importance. And although his role seems to diminish in terms of apparent activity, since he teaches and educates less, he nevertheless gains with regard to inner activity. The control such a teacher exerts over the educational process exceeds that of the teacher a fold just as much as does the power of streetcar conductor exceed that of rickshaw driver. Activity of the educational process and its participants. Least of all should we think of the educational process as one-sided, and ascribe all activity without exception to the environment, making nothing of activity of the student himself, of the activity of his teacher, and of everything that must come into contact with education. On the contrary, in education there is nothing passive or inactive. Even lifeless objects, when they are brought into the educational arena, when they are assigned an educational role, acquire a sense of purpose and become effective participants in this process. From a superficial approach, it is very easy to conclude from the study of conditional reactions that human behavior and education should be understood as exclusively mechanical, and to think of the individual as a robot that responds to stimulations from the environment with machine-like regularity. We have already pointed out how wrong is such a view. From the above, it is clear that 53. The very process in which a conditional reaction is formed arises out of a struggle and a conflict between two elements that are inherently entirely independent of each other and which come into conflict, cutting across each other and interlacing in the organism in accordance with the laws of these very organism. Man confronts nature as if a force of nature, the individual confronts the world as a deliberate contending quantity. The individual brings to bear all his inherited experience in his encounter with all the influences of environment. Like a hammer, the environment pounds and forges this experience, and reshapes it, and meanwhile the individual struggles for self-affirmation. Behavior is a dialectical and complex process of struggle between man and the world, and within man. And the conditions of the individual's inherited construction play no lesser a role in the outcome of these struggle of forces within the individual himself than do all the impinging influences of the environment. Thus, to recognize that our experience is socially impregnated through and through by no means represents an acknowledgement of man as a robot and the rejection of any significance for man. The formula we have presented above, therefore, which is meant to predict each individual's behavior with mathematical rigor and to abstract it from his or her inherited reactions and all environmental influence. This formula is in error in one essential respect: it does not take into account the infinite complexity of the intra-organic struggle, as a result of which it is never possible to predict a person's behavior or say what it will be ahead of time, in that this behavior is always nothing but the outcome of this struggle. The environment is not something located absolutely outside man. It is not even impossible to determine where the influence of environment ends and the influence of one's own body begins. Thus, man's body itself is, for itself, an element of social environment in the same way as are the interior and proprioceptive fields. The process by which the acquired reactions and conditional reactions are formed is a two-way, active process in which the individual is not only subjected to the influence of the environment, but in which he influences the environment in particular ways through each of his reactions, and also influences his own being through the environment. In this two-way process, The reax, understood as a preset reaction, is the possession oft individual, while to the environment belong the conditions under which new reactions may arise. The formation oft reactions is thus forever dependent upon the outcome of a struggle between the individual and the environment. But the environment is not something absolutely hardened, inexorable, and unchanging. On the contrary, in real life there is no indivisible environment. The environment is composed of a series of more or less independent and disjointed fragments, and these fragments can just as easily become the subject of man's rational action, as anything else. Ultimately, for man the environment is a social. 54. Environment, because even where it appears to be a natural environment, nevertheless, in relation to man, there are always definite social elements present. In his interaction with the environment, man always makes use of his social experience. If, in looking at a forest, at a river, at a tree, we are conscious that here there is a forest, here there is a river, here there is a tree, we will refer to them, and we will understand what they themselves constitute, and consequently, we will relate to them by means of complex operations of social experience which we tend not to notice simply on the basis of a law which declares that we don't notice that we breathe, that we grow, that we revolve together with the earth, i.e., that we don't notice all those sorts of changes that occur continuously and constantly. Therefore, it makes sense to oppose the social environment to the natural environment only in a very narrow, limited, and provisional sense. But if the social environment is understood provisionally as a collection of human relationships, the extraordinary plasticity of the social environment, which makes of it very nearly the most exhibible of all tools of education, becomes entirely understandable. The elements of environment are not in a forced and rigid state, but rather exist in a state that is variable and readily changes its shape and form. By putting these elements together in a certain way, man creates ever newer forms of the social environment. This is also why an active role is the lot of the teacher in the course of education. The teacher fashions, takes apart and puts together, shreds, and carves out elements of environment, and combines them together in the most diverse ways in order to reach whatever goal he has to reach. Thus is the educational process an active one on three levels: the student is active, the teacher is active, and the environment created between them is an active eon. The educational process, therefore, may least of all be considered a benignly indifferent and straightforward process. On the contrary, the psychological nature of the educational process discloses itself as a complicated struggle in which thousands of highly developed and heterogeneous forces join battle, as a dynamic, deliberate, and dialectical process that recalls not the slow, evolutionary process of growth, but a wavering and revolutionary process of unceasing combat between man and the world. On the goals of education from the psychological standpoint, what might be the goals of education is a question that, in its totality, is not truly part of educational psychology. The function of educational psychology is to expose the formal side of every educational process, independently of its goals, and to elucidate the laws governing it independently of the direction of 55. Their effects. It is the responsibility of general pedagogics, and of social ethics, to pinpoint and map out the goals of education. The psychological nature of the educational process is entirely the same, whether we wish to educate a goon fascist or a worker, whether we are training an acrobat or an efficient office worker. Our concerns must be focused only on the very mechanism involved in the formation of new reactions, whatever the ultimate benefits we hope to achieve by means of these reactions. However, there is a certain formal aspect to this question, an aspect that may be considered only from a psychological standpoint. In psychology, the question is not a matter of this or that particular goal of education, rather the sorts of goals which may, in general, be given to the educational process from a scientific viewpoint. What are the conditions which, when present, push our goals counter to the educational process is a question which may be properly answered by the psychological theory of education, and only by this theory. From the foregoing, it is clear that the educational process is thoroughly original. It consists in nothing less than the formation of new relations, each of which is always fully realized and fully specific. Even from this one remark, it is quite understandable that only specific goals may be assigned to the educational process. From the scientific point of view, one may speak equally of the education of a goon or of a revolutionary, of an acrobat or of an office worker, since in all these instances we are always dealing with the fully defined character of those reactions, the entirely explicit system of form of behavior, the exact ideal of that form of activity we wish to realize. But, from the scientific point of view, it is meaningless to speak of abstract ideals for education, for example, the development of an indivisible and harmonious personality, or of an educated and civilized person, since this says absolutely nothing about all those relationships we have to make use of in the educational process. Thus, to formulate the goals of education in a scientific fashion means to have in mind, in an entirely specific and exact form, the particular system of behavior we wish to realize in our student. We only have to glance over the various educational systems in their historical development in order to discover that the goals of education have, in fact, always been entirely specific and fundamental, and have always corresponded to the ideals of the epoch and of those particular economic and social structures of society that define the whole history of the epoch. And if these ideals have been formulated in new ways each time, this has always been because of the scientific helplessness of particular philosopher, or because of the class-based pretense of the epoch. Feudalism, which was concerned only with the education of obedient and uncomplaining serfs, could not, of course, speak of this openly, and had to hide behind the theological theme of the saving of souls. Such has been the case in S6 all those epochs when the ruling class of exploiters, who were also in control of the educational system, concealed the true goal of education behind abstract words. Now that class contradictions have been exposed, the demand for such concealment is past, and the man of our epoch is inclined to formulate the vital goals of education exactly and specifically. It must be kept in mind that education has, at all times and in all places, borne a class-based character, whether or not its adherents or apostles were aware of it. In fact, in human society education is an entirely well-defined social function whose direction is defined always by the interests of dominant class, and the freedom and independence of lesser artificial educational environment from the greater social environment is essentially a matter of very relative and very conditional freedoms, and to an independence that exists within certain narrow limits and boundaries. There always exists a certain interaction of influences and relationships between the greater and lesser social environment, and the full complexity of psychological problem of education involves nothing other than establishing true limits of this independence. It is not difficult to discover and demonstrate the class-based character and content of every educational system. One need only recall the educational system of the Tsarist school, which created lyceums and institutes for the nobility, secondary schools for the urban middle classes which did not involve a classical education, and orphanages and trade schools for the poor. From the psychological point of view, therefore, it does not make sense to speak of different abstract and general goals of all of education in general. Each form of education has its own goals. Indeed, one might say that every epoch has its own form of education, and however these goals are expressed, they will always develop certain aspects and a form of behavior which this education would like to bring to life. It is only these educational goals which can be of genuine value in selecting and guiding the educational process, since only they give us rules by means of which we are able to discern what educational effects are needed and to learn how to combine these effects together correctly into a rigorous pedagogical system. Education as social selection. We have now come close to finally formulating the psychological nature of the educational process on the basis of all the results we have reviewed. It would, however, be extremely difficult to do this in a single sentence, since every definition is, as a French saying goes, a restriction, i.e., a partial, one-sided illumination of an object. Therefore, let us try to take a look at the subject of education from several important aspects. 57. As a first, rough definition of education, note that the educational process reduces essentially to the formation and accumulation of conditional reactions on the basis of innate reactions, and the development of forms of behavior that are useful in terms of adaptation to the social environment. In other words, education may be defined as the adaptation of inherent experience to the given social environment. But it is not difficult to see that such a definition is too broad, because in this case under the concept of education would be subsumed every new conditional reaction, and we would lose all criteria for making distinctions between education and the formation of all the new conditional reactions we routinely form, for example, when we decide to greet a new acquaintance, to learn a new foreign word, or to respond to a new event. From this point of view, it is necessary to distinguish education from everyday life. There can be no doubt that every time such new types of reactions are formed in the course of everyday life, there is, basically, a psychological effect produced on oneself, what may be thought of as a self-teaching process. This fact is particularly striking wherever we encounter, not isolated and random formations of reactions, but a rational, purposeful, and prolonged process of development of whole systems of behavior in adults that are entirely novel. For example, when we are concerned with teaching soldiers, or with teaching a new game, with this or that course of stenography or typing, we are most certainly dealing with psychological processes that are educational in nature, since in all these instances it is a matter of developing and forming whole new systems of reactions, and forms of behavior, that are entirely novel. For the sake of clarity and precision of discussion, however, it would be more correct to speak of re-education in the broad sense of this term rather than of education. The distinction we wish to make between the two words differs somewhat from the ordinary meaning given to them in common usage. In everyday language, by re-education is usually understood a thorough remaking, or reorientation, of already existing systems of reactions. Thus do we commonly speak of the re-education of the criminal, oft mentally ill, and so on. No one would begin to speak of re-education in typing or stenography courses in everyday terms. From the popular point of view, we are not involved in any sort of re-education here, but are instead inculcating and developing what would seem to be new habits. But from a scientific viewpoint, in all these cases it would be correct to speak re-education proper, since, from the standpoint of psychology, here we are dealing everywhere with the formation of certain new relations in an already existing system of behavior. The element of uncertainty, of voidity of growth, and of original changes in the individual should be considered the essential feature of education. Thus, in pure form the concept of education is applicable only to the child, i.e., to the 58. Growing and self-changing individual. It is entirely analogous to all the other physical processes which occur in the individual. Changes occur in the individual without stop throughout his or her lifetime. Those changes which are usually referred to as growth, however, possess an entirely different biological meaning. Their ultimate purpose and goal consist in the preparation of the young for the complex and multifaceted activity of life. The term, education, is applicable only to growth. Thus, education may be defined as a systematic, purposeful, intentional, and conscious effort at intervening in and influencing those processes that are part of the individual's natural growth. Consequently, only that formation of new reactions will be educational in nature which, actually intervenes in growth processes to one degree or another, and steers these processes. Not all those new reactions which are formed in the child, consequently, will constitute educational events. If, upon leaving home, I arrange with my child where I'm going to leave the key for him, there can be no doubt that I am thereby forming a new relation with my child. But if this reaction does not have any purpose other than help him find the key, from the psychological point of view it cannot be termed educational. Consequently, not everything we do with children is education, in the scientific understanding of this term. Hence, it is evident that education may form the subject and problem of child psychology. What might be the meaning of this process? It would be most correct to define it as a process of social selection. Recall that a reaction is a complex process of interaction that exists between man and the world and is determined by adaptation. Behavior is a higher form of adaptation to the environment. But the child possesses a collection of social abilities, and from this set the most highly diverse personalities may develop. The child, says Frank, who imagines he is a pirate, a soldier, or a horse, and who acts out these characters is actually more correct than his parents or learned psychologists who see in him only a small, helpless being, living in a nursery. For beneath this exterior, there is actually concealed a potential reserve of forces and potentialities that are not part of outwardly objective reality of child's life. In this little being, there actually lives the forces and yearnings of a pirate, of a soldier, and even of a horse. This being is, I/Z factor, one that is infinitely greater than what he appears to be to an outside observer. The child harbors as potentiality a collection of all those future personalities he may become, and not just those of a pirate, of a soldier, or of a horse, but of others as well. Education creates a social selection of outward personality. Out of the individual, as biological type, it forms, through selection, man as social type. Chapter 5. The instincts as the subject. Mechanism, and means of education. Instinctive activity in man and in animals has always appeared to observers as something clandestine and mysterious. Until recently, it had remained the most obscure and unexplained of all features in the psychology of man and the animals. Why this question has remained obscure and unexplained is due, above all, to the very obscurity of instinctive activity. We encounter instincts at the lowest levels of life as well as at the highest, and, strange as it may seem, not only do we not notice their evolution and progressive development, but, quite contrary, are able to establish beyond all reasonable doubt that purely instinctive behavior is incomparably more perfected among the lower animals than among the higher. In man, the instincts are virtually never expressed in pure form, but always manifest themselves as constituent elements of a more complex unity, and therefore function always in highly discrete fashion, as if a concealed well springeth base of all the explicit mechanisms of behavior. As to the nature of the instincts and their classification, science still has no answer. From earliest times, there have been researchers who have insistently held to the view that the instincts as such, as special forms of behavior, do not exist at all. Others, on the contrary, have seen in the instincts something special, something no fully reducible to anything else, a kind of special class of reactions in man and in animals. One researcher has remarked quite correctly that we call instinct everything we do not understand. And, truly, in common word usage, the term, instinct, is applied to all those cases when we cannot discern the most immediate and genuine cause of our deeds. It is easiest to explain the nature of the instincts by comparing them with an ordinary reflex. There is the belief that the instincts constitute only complex or serial reflexes. However, as we saw above, there exists a whole series of distinctions between instincts and reflexes. Bekhterev suggested that the instincts could be thought of as complex organic reflexes, and that they could be placed in a class of their own consisting of simple and unconditional reflexes. 59. 60. This also means essentially acknowledging the instincts as constituting a special class of reactions that exist independently. Before placing the instincts in a special class of reactions, we have to consider how they are related to physiology and anatomy. Modern-day science divides the entire nervous system into two fundamental systems, the animal or mammalian nervous system, and the vegetative nervous system. The former supervises all the animal functions of the organism, primarily the motor reactions, and maintains the relationship between the organism and the external world. The latter governs the vegetative functions of the organism, operating in the internal organs, cavities, tissues, and so on. According to all our data, unlike all the other reactions, the instincts are connected most closely with this, the interior, vegetative part of the nervous system. It is precisely the nerves of the vegetative nervous system, which radiate throughout the glands and internal cavities of the body, which permeate absolutely every tissue, and which line the blood vessels, that are the primary pathways by means of which intra-organic excitations associated with the instincts reach the central nervous system. Instinctive activity is rooted in the anxious urges of the body for organic satisfaction, in the complex vegetative and chemical processes of the organism. It would appear to be the result of the innermost needs the organism addresses to the world. Further, from the physiological point of view, it is not at all hard to see that the internal, innermost processes of internal secretion also serve as stimuli of instincts. It may be considered established beyond all reasonable doubt that the sex instinct is excited principally in two ways, either in a pathway through the ganglia of the vegetative system, or directly, by means of hormonal excitation of the nerve centers of brain. In this latter case, the instinctive reaction will differ so substantially from a reflex as to lack anything comparable to the reflex arc, and instead appears to be due to stimulation applied directly to the cerebral centers. This imparts to the reaction a seemingly independent, autonomous character, so unlike the responsive character of a reflex. Consider, next, the biological difference between reflexes and instincts. On the whole, this difference may be reduced to the claim that, like the reflexes, the instincts constitute inherited reactions associated, however, with such palpable features as age, recurrence, and so forth. In other words, a reflex is a reaction that is constant, remaining unchanged throughout one's lifetime, whereas instinctive reactions may change, appear, and disappear, depending on age, physiological and physical time, and so forth. Finally, from the psychological point of view, the instincts constitute deviations, and as such cannot be reduced to a simple summation or series of reflexes. There is, above all, not so strict a dependence between a stimulus and a reaction as is characteristic of an instinct. Scientists have long spoken of blindness of instincts. To say the instincts are blind is to say, incidentally, that 61. An instinct does not notice the absence of a stimulus and is able to function even when it finds itself in an entirely novel situation. Note, too, the irregular arrangement of the actual collection of reactions that occur in an instinctive reaction. It is never possible to enumerate and determine ahead of time these movements nor the order of these movements which go to make up an instinctive reaction. In contrast, REX functions with machine-like regularity. And although it constitutes a complex and composite whole, nevertheless this whole is so well formed that, in a compound REX, in which any number of individual muscles may participate, one can predict precisely in what sequence they will appear one after the other. Earlier we noted the distinction between the instincts and the reactions which Vanier had discovered in his experimental observations of the mating of decapitated eyes. This experiment showed, above all, that an instinct may be encountered in particularly complex interactions with reactions, but nevertheless constitutes something entirely different from a reaction, since the very nature of the relation and association of the reactions present in it is altogether different. Taken together, the foregoing results give the psychologist sufficient grounds for placing instinctive behavior in a class of its own, and, following Vanier, we recognize that the instincts constitute a behavioral reaction of the entire organism, in contrast, viewing the reactions as reactions in which individual organs perform a function. In contrast to the reactions, in an instinct we may easily discern an integration of the reactions that is predefined by heredity, a predestined dominance of the process, a predetermined outcome of struggle for the total motor field, and the integral nature of behavior. Origin of the instincts. Just as scientists disagree as to the nature of instincts, so do they disagree as to the origin of the instincts. Some scientists believe the instinctive reactions to be primordial and once conscious, rational types of reactions which the animal, whether for fortuitous reasons or through trial and error, had selected and reinforced because of their usefulness and handed down to future generations. Proponents of this view find confirmation in the involuntary character assumed by man's rational and conscious actions if repeated often and in the same way and in the same order. In fact, virtually all of our behavior occurs entirely automatically, i.e., mechanically, independent of consciousness. The nerve centers that supervise these movements seem to function autonomously. We breathe, walk, write, and speak, play our parts, read, and get dressed entirely automatically, i.e., without our having to think each time what it is we have to do. Our feet seem to carry us on their own, without requiring any volitional impulse on our part each time. The 62. Decision, to lift up and put down one foot after the other, in precisely the same way, the fingers of an experienced pianist perform their work independently, as do the vocal cords of an ordinary person. It is only necessary to compare the effect, the degree of straining, the expenditure of attention, that man makes when learning a foreign language for the first time, or when learning how to play a piano, with that facility and freedom he brings to these same actions later on, in order to understand how great is the force of mental automatism. Just look at a child who is only beginning to walk. His entire face expresses a strained state, as if he were engaged in the most difficult of mental effort. Every time he lifts up one of his little feet and looks about for a solid point of support, and then pulls up his other foot, it's as if he's solving the most difficult of all problems. One need only compare him to the child freely running about 2 years later to get a vivid idea of the substantial difference that automatism contributes to human reactions. One might easily imagine that automatism depreciates the character of human reaction, reduces it to a lower type, mechanizes it, and, in general, is a step backwards and a step down by comparison with the conscious, rational type of reaction. This is not quite the case, however. It is not at all hard to demonstrate that the automatism characteristic of our movements is a necessary psychological condition for the appearance of the higher forms of activity proper. This is clear from the fact that, first, only certain automatic or involuntary acts constitute fully perfected types of reactions. The playing of a pianist, the manner of speaking of an orator, the dancing of a ballerina, everything that requires the utmost subtlety and exactitude of movement receives the height of perfection and its full measure once the nerve centers that direct the necessary movements seem to function autonomously, in isolation from all extraneous influence of the nervous system, performing their work with the utmost elegance and harmony, and, by its very nature, is accessible to only one of man's nerves. Moreover, the automatism of man's movements is essential for relieving the central nervous system of a whole series of extraneous labors. It would appear to constitute a unique division of labor between nerve centers, a freeing of the higher centers from a veritable host of forms of lower and habitual tasks. If walking were not performed mechanically, but instead required the conscious awareness of one's movements at every moment, it would consume such an enormous quantity of nervous energy as to leave virtually no space for other acts. It is precisely for this reason that a public speaker can impart to his speech the meaning of his own speech, that the very process of articulation of sounds is performed as if all on its own, requiring on the part of the speaker neither attention nor thought. This is also why it is so difficult to speak a language we are little accustomed to, in which our very pronunciation has yet to become mechanical. 63. Thus, the automatism assumed by our movements constitutes a universal law of our activity, and is of an extraordinarily great psychological importance. The foundation of these laws is rooted in the distinctive plasticity of our nerve matter, in which the nerve pathways seem to travel along well-worn tracks, in which the imprint of previously experienced excitation seems to have been preserved and in which a predisposition to the replication of these excitation has evolved. To create a sheet of writing paper, i.e., to fold a piece of paper in half, means bending the paper in order to create a fold, which becomes the imprint of the movement just completed, a kind of deformation and rearrangement of the molecules in the paper. Now the sheet is ready to be folded just at this spot. All that's needed is the slightest puff and it's done. Something similar occurs in the nervous system, though one should scarcely understand this comparison in the literal sense and imagine that the imprints of nerve excitations are like the fold in a sheet of paper. Understanding the process of automatism leads us to an understanding of the process whereby the instinctive reactions are supposed to originate from the conscious reactions. Proponents of this view suppose that the instinctive reactions arise in roughly the same way that the conscious movements involved in learning how to play a piano subsequently become mechanical, and that the instinctive reactions arise through a selection of conscious and spontaneous actions. Thus, the instincts are understood by these psychologists as mechanical, rational acts, which leads us to affirm that everything which today is instinctive and mechanical was once creative and rational. The instinct is our fallen reason, thus declares this standpoint in an exact formula. From this standpoint, in fact, the schema of development of reactions may be represented thus: reason instinct-reacts. Even though it is confirmed by striking analogy with the involuntary aspect of man's movements, this view cannot be considered very likely, however. Automatism only illustrates how random acts become exact and mechanical after a series of repetitions, but this does not in the least mean that these acts are initially rational. It only says that rational acts may also become mechanical, but this likewise does not at all mean that this capacity is inherent only to such acts. On the contrary, as is evident from what was presented earlier, all our observations show that the rational type of activity that arises with the direct participation of the cerebral cortex is built up upon the foundation of the inherited reactions and occupies a later stage in the evolutionary process than the instincts. Another view, according to which the instincts should be considered earlier in terms of origin than the rational actions, is a far more likely one, however. From this point of view, reason is conscious, i.e., built up through the individual experience of the instincts. The schema for the development of the reactions, according to this view, may be represented thus: reflex instinct reason. 64. Thus, the reflexes, understood as the most primitive form of behavior, become the elemental foundation, the basis of all forms of human activity. This does not mean, however, that the instincts may be reduced to the reflexes. An instinct may arise on the basis of a reflex in the course of evolution, as a form of behavior that is entirely different from it, even if it is genetically associated with it. From the foundation of a house, writes Vanier, one cannot say what will be built up upon it, whether a grocery store, a chemical laboratory, or the office of a notary public. The class of reptiles forms the foundation of both the class of birds and the class of mammals. However, it would be foolish to see the teeth of lizards in the beak of pigeons, or the webbed feet of birds in the claws of crocodiles. But neither is the second schema entirely satisfactory, since we know that rational forms of behavior arise directly from the reflexes, and that there is really no need for an intermediate link in the form of instincts. We could just as well say that, in a multitude of organisms, even the development of most highly advanced instincts does not in the least reduce to the formation and development of rational reactions. For all these reasons, it is more proper and more correct to adopt the schema proposed by Vanier for the origin of the instincts. According to the schema, reason and the instincts, though they share the reflexes as their common foundation, nevertheless developed in parallel and on its own into independent and distinctive forms of behavior. The schema assumes the following form: reflex / I/instinct reason relationship between the instincts, reflexes, and reason. The relationship that exists between the instincts, the reflexes, and reason, a relationship that was first found in animal psychology and has clearly been confirmed in man, is of extraordinary interest for the educator. In this relationship, the instincts are understood to exert a delaying effect upon the reflexes. This is clear from the following experiment. If a decapitated insect crawling in 21 straight line in a given direction is struck by a pair of tweezers, it will engage in reflexive, rotating movement to the left and the right. 65. Basically a defense reaction intended to evade danger. The oscillations will continue until simple fatigue and exhaustion of the nervous system puts an end to it. Such is the purely reflexive nature of behavior. The normal insect that has not lost its instinctive reaction will react quite differently to this very same stimulation. It will reflexively turn aside, but further reflexive movements will halt and be suppressed after a while, by virtue of the instinct of self-preservation, which forces the insect to resort to more complex movements in order to avoid danger. Consciousness exerts precisely the same delaying action on the reexes. There is a well-known story of Darwin making a bet with 20 young people that the strongest snuff would not cause them to sneeze and, in fact, none of them did sneeze during the experiment, though before, as well as afterwards, the very same snuff had had a strong effect on them. The powerful desire to win the bet arising here, due to the large sum involved, the concentration of attention on the event, the fear of losing, and other conscious processes paralyzed and inhibited the reflex. Incidentally, there is an interesting pedagogical conclusion that should be drawn from this law. If a powerful emotion associated with desire and fear so affects behavior as to undermine it and upsets even the normal run of the lowest reactions, it is easy to understand how counter to psychological wisdom are all those pedagogical techniques such as tests and the like which deliberately place students in the same position Darwin placed his colleagues and which, as a rule, distort the course and replication of reactions in the strongest way possible. As a general and unquestionable psychological rule, it should be declared that tests and all such techniques always produce an entirely false and distorted picture of behavior and, for the most part, tend to have a diminishing and distorting effect on the system in which the reactions are reproduced. The reverse case, when test anxiety serves as a stimulus for extraordinarily sharp recall and quickness of response should, naturally, be well known to the reader, though, from the psychological point of view, this, too, is unnatural. Just as well, there is every reason for supposing that, in the same way that the instincts exert a delaying effect on the reexes and tend to suppress them, so are the instincts themselves subject to the same effect from the direction of the rational reactions. Instincts and the biogenetic law scientists have long noticed the somewhat odd relationship that exists between the ontogenesis and phylogenesis of organisms, i.e., between the development of species and the development of the individual. In the human embryo, for example, gills, tail, scalp may be observed at a certain stage, a stage 66. That is, moreover, analogous to those long-gone stages of evolution when man's ancestors dwelled in the water and possessed tails. There is a multitude of facts that point to a correspondence between the history of the development of the organism from an embryonic cell and the development of the species as a whole. These circumstances led Haeckel to formulate the biogenetic law in roughly the following form: the history of the individual constitutes an abbreviated and compressed history of the species. Thus, the evolution of the organism repeats the evolution of species, and in the course of their own development, the embryo and young of any species pass through all those stages through which the development of the species passed. Thus, the embryo accomplishes a kind of truncated and accelerated passage through the entire path of evolution. Many thinkers have translated this law into the realm of psychology. By now, it has been introduced into numerous systems as a fundamental principle of child psyche and the fundamental normative principle of the development of educational psychology. It has been suggested, for example, that the child repeats in its development, though in abbreviated and altered form, all those critical stages that mankind has experienced from the moment man first appeared on the earth right up through the present day. From the very first moment of life, the infant is a simple grasper of objects. He drags everything over to himself, everything he puts into his mouth, and this corresponds to that epoch in which primitive man, like an animal who knows nothing of work, would feed himself by reaching out to edible substances. The migratory instinct appeared somewhat later on in man, involving running, climbing, the investigation of everything around him, and this corresponds to the second stage of historical development, when mankind assumed a nomadic way of life. The child's interest in domestic animals at a certain stage thus corresponds to primitive cattle breeding. His combativeness and fighting instincts are concealed echoes of mankind's bloody strifes in ancient times. Finally, the child's tendency to endow all objects with life, his love for everything imaginary, his attachment to fables, the primitive forms of his drawings and his language, all find their analogy in the animism of savages, in primitive religious beliefs, and in myths. Taken together, the foregoing remarks lead to the claim that the child, in fact, experiences in his few short years the many thousands of years mankind has existed. Hence, the pedagogical conclusion regarding the legitimacy of all these primitive events in childhood, the recognition of child as a little savage, and the rule that insists we not fight all these phenomena, but instead let the child get over its primitive instincts and its wild tendencies all on its own. Thus, the extraordinary emphasis placed on fantasies, and similarly the child's routine animistic explanation of events in the world, his belief in imaginary beings, in 67. The aliveness of inanimate objects, and so on, all of which became a general pedagogical technique, a theme which even the most progressive and the most rational educator finds it difficult to guard against. This principle should not be taken in such a definitive form, however, since we do not know enough about mankind's historical development to make judgments about analogies. What we do know constitutes no more than isolated, fragmentary, often highly strained analogies that scarcely permit us to declare that, in its general course, the child's whole development repeats the entire historical development of mankind. The only thing we can be absolutely certain of is that individual points in the child's development may be associated together in a relation that, at times, is closer to, at times more distant from, individual points in mankind's history. Following Marshall, we have to admit that if the history of the individual does repeat the history of the species, in this repetition there are whole chapters, moreover rather lengthy chapters, that are missing entirely, others are so distorted as to be unrecognizable, while a third group are in such disarray that, on the whole, this repetition is in no way recognizable as a true reproduction, it is more of a distortion, and not only is it not an explanatory principle for the child's development, but, on the contrary, itself requires explanation. With such a limited meaning, the law loses all force of attraction, and from a universal explanation it becomes a problem. To explain the child's development by the development of mankind, writes Kornilov, is to explain one unknown by another. As regards the psychology of the instincts, this means that here we have to limit ourselves to drawing comparisons between certain instincts observed in children and analogous forms of behavior of primitive man, though this does not in any way mean conceding that in the development of the instincts, there is a straightforward and passive mechanism present which consists in the simple repetition of already experienced history. Such a recognition would be in utter contradiction with the dynamic social conditionality of psyche, a result we established earlier as a fundamental principle. It is not hard to show that, in the system formed by man's behavior and man's instincts, there is nothing permanent and inexorable, nothing that moves solely by the force of inertia. In a genuine behavioral system, the instincts are just as socially conditioned, just as adaptable and changeable, just as capable of assuming new forms, as are all the other reactions. Hence it is not the principle of parallelism in the development of the instincts which holds such great importance for pedagogics, but rather the mechanism responsible for the social adaptation of the instincts and their inclusion in the general scheme of behavior. 68. Two extreme views of the instincts. There were two extreme views in the psychological and pedagogical interpretation of the older, traditional point of view of instincts. Some saw in the instincts the legacy of the animal in man, the voice of wildest and the most unbridled passions, a residue of the burden of all those primitive and savage epochs that had been experienced by mankind and since left far behind. To these scientists, the instincts appeared to be of nature of rudimentary organs, i.e., organs that had once possessed particular biological meanings and functions corresponding to the lowest stage of evolution of the organism. With the transition to a higher stage, however, these organs had become unnecessary and were doomed to gradual atrophy and condemned to disappear. Hence the extraordinarily poor evaluation of instinctive capacities from the standpoint of psychology, and the pedagogical slogan that repudiates as mere instinct all educational values, the utter absence of any concern for the development of the instincts, and, at times, the pressure to struggle against, and suppress and curb, the child's instincts. There was a whole system of pedagogics that guided education under the banner of such a struggle against the instincts. Another view, one that was in utter contradiction with the latter, preached admiration for the instincts, and viewed the instincts as being of paramount importance in the educational system. Those psychologists who held Tothi's view saw in the instincts the wise voice of nature itself, the most advanced of all the mechanisms of faultless and exact behavior, and considered instinctive behavior to be the ideal and prototype of the most advanced forms of behavior. Hence, they arrived at a pedagogical conclusion that took the instincts to be wise guides in matters of education. And where the former systems called for a struggle against the instincts, these latter systems saw the full meaning of education to lie in the most painless of pursuits after all those natural processes that confound the instincts. It is not hard to see that none of these points of view can be taken as correct, that each possesses a degree of truth and a degree of error. In a scientific view of the instincts, there has to be the recognition that the instincts possess both positive and negative aspects, and there is the inclination to agree with that general point of view on the educational process which views it a matter of taking control of the child's spontaneous growth, and that the instincts constitute a vast educational force that can be just as useful as harmful. The electricity in lightning can kill, but under the control of man it moves trains, illuminates cities, and transmits human speech from one end of the earth to the other. Thus the psychologist approaches the instincts as if a vast natural, elemental force that, in and of itself, produces a result capable of being equally useful and harmful. The instincts must be forced to serve one's own purposes, they are terrible when 69. They are the masters, and beautiful when they are the servants, says one American psychologist. Therefore, the question has to be not of a struggle or pursuit of the instincts, but only of the genuine psychological nature of the instincts, knowledge of which will give us the opportunity to take control of these educational force. Instinct as a mechanism of education. From the psychological point of view, the instincts appear to be powerful excitations which are associated with the most complex organic needs, sometimes turning into an entirely insurmountable force. The instincts are the most powerful impulses and the most powerful stimuli to activity. It is quite clear from the above, therefore, that this enormous natural motive force must be used to the fullest extent possible in education. It is precisely because instinctive behavior does not constitute a kind of stiff, ingrained pattern given once and for all, as we noted earlier, that it may instead be cast, as in a mold, in the most varied forms of activity, and the instincts themselves may initiate, as if a kind of engine, the most diverse types of reactions imaginable. It is entirely impossible to either suppress or depress the instincts, as this would involve pointless struggle against the child's nature, and if this struggle were to ever succeed, it would mean a diminishing and a suppression of the child's nature, causing childhood to be deprived of its most precious and its most important properties. It is only necessary to recall how tame and lifeless, how frail and unfit, were the sorts of people produced by the old education, which viewed the suppression of the instincts as being of paramount importance. The full force of human creativity, the most exuberant owing of genius, is possible not in poor, infertile soil where the instincts have been done away with, but on the foundation of the most exuberant owing and the full-fledged tensing of all its forces. The American psychologist Edward Lee Thorndike speaks of the instincts roughly as follows: one cannot make the Niagara River return to Lake Erie and keep it there, but, by building discharge channels, it is possible to give its waters a new direction and to force it to serve our purposes, for example, to set in motion the wheels of plants and factories. Thus it is with the instincts. The instincts constitute a vast natural force, they are the expression and voice of the organism's natural needs, but this does not mean they have to be a fearful and destructive force. Like every other form of behavior, the instincts emerged out of adaptations to the environment, but since they constitute extremely ancient forms of adaptation, it is understandable that, as the environment changed, these forms of adaptation turned out to be unsuitable to the changed circumstances, thus arose a certain incongruity, a discordancy, between the instincts and the environment. 70. An obvious example of such disharmony is apparent in the hitherto preserved form of the instinct of self-preservation in its fugitive and combative manifestations. The instinct of fear and flight from danger is, without a doubt, one of the most beneficial of all biological achievements in the animal kingdom. How true it is that, as the saying goes, fear is the guardian of mankind. Were there no fear, it is not very likely that life could have reached its highest forms. It is extraordinarily useful for an animal that, whenever it encounters danger, it instinctively takes to it. But in the last few centuries, the conditions of life have so changed that instinctive flight from danger is now not in the least an appropriate reaction for a human being. For the rabbit, it is useful that the slightest sound will cause it to prick up its ears and make its entire body quiver, thus does it protect itself from the hunter and from the predator, but it is not always useful for a person to grow pale, to begin to tremble, and to lose his voice upon meeting up with danger. The conditions of the environment have so changed that man has to respond to danger in entirely different ways. Thus it is with anger. It is extraordinarily useful for a predatory animal that has encountered a foe to reexively bare its teeth, for blood to rush to its head, and for it to paw the ground in preparation for an assault, but it is hardly useful for a person to clench his teeth, tighten his jaws, and make a fist when on the attack. In other words, the instincts, understood as a form of adaptation that has evolved under certain conditions, may turn out to be useful only under these conditions. As conditions change, an instinct may prove to be in conflict with the environment, and then the task of education is to eliminate this disharmony, and make the instincts once again accord with the conditions of the environment. All of man's culture as it relates to the individual himself and to the behavior of the individual constitutes nothing other than such an adaptation of the instincts to the environment. The concept of sublimation. The old psychology assumed that man's psyche was limited to the narrow range of his conscious experiences. To the old psychology, therefore, all those mental phenomena that man himself was not conscious of, but which nevertheless proclaimed his presence in the realm of behavior imperiously and persistently, remained incomprehensible and mysterious. Psychologists suggested calling this domain of the reactions, a domain that basically defines our behavior, the sphere of subculty our forthat, which was Bainril the r/tray/1011/ of connexiousness, or that which was subliminal, from Lyman, Latin for threshold. Investigations have shown that the subconscious sphere derives from certain strivings, or instinctive impulses, which, because they were unable to obtain satisfaction for one reason or another, had come into conflict with other mental 71 forces, and were exiled to the domain of the unconscious. In this way, they seem to have been prevented from having any influence on our behavior, though they have not been obliterated entirely. Though they have been exiled there, they nevertheless continue to exist and continue to exert their effect on the course of man's reactions. Action thus assumes a dual character, depending on the outcome the conflict takes. If it takes protracted forms, the ousted strivings and desires have a disruptive and inhibiting effect on the reactions, and take advantage of every opportunity to once again reach conscious awareness, to burst into conscious processes, and take possession of motor mechanism. In this case, we always have in the subconscious an enemy, a malicious and hurtful enemy that has been driven underground. The outcome of this conflict sometimes assumes the rather unhealthy forms of neurotic illness. In its main points, neurosis is a form of illness in which, as a result of the conflict between the instincts and the environment, the former are not satisfied, desires banishment to the sphere of the subconscious, and mental life becomes severely alienated. Even if these conflicts do not assume explicitly morbid form, they remain essentially abnormal, and, frankly speaking, a system of education that has nothing to say about the instincts reduces to the manufacture of neurotics. Flight into neurosis is the only means of escape for desires that remain unsatisfied and for instincts that are not employed. Conflict may assume a second form. In this form, desires that have been dislodged from the sphere of consciousness take on higher forms, are transformed, changing into higher forms of mental energy. This case has been referred to as sublimation. Just as in physics, where we might study the conversion of mechanical, light, electrical, and other forms of energy. So in the psyche, the work of each off-centers in the psyche is not something closed off and insulated, but rather allows for the possibility that certain desires may be transformed into other desires, and certain reactions transformed into other reactions. The conversion of lower forms of energy into higher forms through banishment of the former to the subconscious, is referred to as sublimation. Thus, from the psychological point of view, the education of the instincts confronts a dilemma, whether to choose neurosis or sublimation, i.e., whether to side with the eternal collision between unsatisfied desires and our behavior, or whether to convert unacceptable desires into higher and more complex forms of behavior. Education of the sex instinct. In order to explain all the problems of the instincts, let us consider as an example the sex instinct and the education of this instinct. That the sex instinct constitutes the most powerful biological mechanism for the preservation of the 72 species, that wherever it withers, their life ceases to be, requires no special explanation. It is no less self-evident that, psychologically speaking, the sex instinct constitutes a powerful source of mental impulses, of sufferings, pleasures, desires, anguish, and joy. The problem of sex education has always been solved in different ways, though it has assumed especially tragic forms in recent decades. Middle-class morality, on the one hand, and cultural conditions, on the other, together with the structure of the educational system, led the problem of sex education down a blind alley without producing any sort of method of solution. It is difficult to conceive of anything more appalling than the position of sex instinct in the school of recent past. The sexual problem had, ostensibly, been banished from the life of the school, and moreover, was assumed to be without substance. Such neglect of sexual problems led to a struggle with every manifestation of sexual feeling, and the claim that the entire realm was sordid and foul. In response, students reacted with neuroses and unhealthy acting out, or were led to actually drive underground this, the greatest force of the human body, and placed his or her own sex education and responsibility for gaining knowledge of matters sexual in the hands of degraded servants and acquaintances. Thus did all the different types of sexual abnormality, reaching all the way down to the very roots of life in such tragic ways, find their place in the school. There are two fundamental points we should bring up in rebuttal to the old school in this regard. First, we reject the view that childhood is an innocent, sexless period and that consequently sexual problems do not exist for that child. We are also of the belief that the elimination of sex education from the overall system of educational unions, the total expunging of this realm of life from the life of the young, the brazen and intrusive prohibition imposed on these questions, was the worst of all possible outcomes. The new approach compels us, above all, to acknowledge that the state of childhood should not be conceived as entirely asexual until the onset of what is commonly referred to as puberty. On the contrary, psychological studies have shown that childhood sexuality, together with a variety of healthy and pathological manifestations of childhood sexuality, may be found in the earliest years and even at the breastfeeding stage. Masturbation in early childhood, and even in infancy, is a phenomenon that has long been an established fact in the practice of medicine. Psychoanalysis, the investigation of mentally ill adult patients, has discovered in these patients a connect involving sexual experiences of the most remote past and early childhood. But it goes without saying that these sexual experiences assume entirely different forms than the sexual experiences of the adult. Above all, in childhood we encounter a kind of highly developed eroticism not associated with the 73 functioning of particular organs nor localized at strictly demarcated sites, but rather excited by the functioning of the most varied organs and associated ge with the mucous membranes of the body, the so-called erogenous zones. Further, the very character of this eroticism distinguishes it from the eroticism of the adult in certain ways. It assumes the form of autoeroticism, i.e., eroticism directed at oneself, as well as psychologically healthy narcissism, i.e., the state in which erotic excitations emanate from one's own body and find their resolution there. it would have been utterly incongruous for such an important system as the sexual system to have existed entirely independently from everything else and to manifest itself all of a sudden with the onset of a certain age. In the very next period, childhood eroticism assumes novel forms. Now it is directed towards the most familiar persons with whom the child tends to become involved with, and occurs as a complex component in the relationship between the child and his or her mother and with others. The sensation of any difference between the sexes is absent in children in the early years, though quite often we encounter childhood infatuation, often of a highly impulsive and intensive nature, which is characteristic of the most tender age. In general, it should be noted that, throughout this period in the life of child, the sex instinct assumes concealed and latent forms, and, under ordinary conditions, itself follows the path of sublimation. Even in children at underage, we encounter a whole series of traits in the behavior of boys and girls that make these children seem like little men and little women. In all these instances, we are undoubtedly dealing with a sublimated sex instinct. Far more complex is the matter of the education of the sex instinct in puberty, when awakened desires cannot find an outlet and satisfaction, and are expressed in the stormy, troubled, anxiety-ridden state of the psyche that everyone experiences in adolescence and early youth. Here sexual feelings inevitably assume the nature of a conflict, and a favorable outcome of this conflict is possible only if there is an essential level of sublimation, i.e., only if stormy and destructive forces of instinct are guided along the necessary channels. Understood as an object of education, the sex instinct requires adaptations to the social structure of life that would not cut into its already established forms, and the problem is not in the least one of suppressing or blunting the sex instinct. On the contrary, the teacher must be concerned with ensuring the full preservation and healthy development of the instinct. The principal divergence of the sex instinct in its educated form from the natural conditions of the environment can be seen in the fact that, in its inherited, natural forms, the sex instinct is entirely indifferent and blind, without any relation to the ultimate purpose it serves. The sex instinct of man and the animals is directed towards every individual of the opposite sex. 74. The principal difference that culture brings to the sex instinct is that selective, personal character which sexual feelings assume in man. From the moment the instinct becomes directed towards one definite person and seems to fade away in relation to all other persons, at that moment from an animal instinct it becomes a human instinct. Romeo and Juliet could not live without each other despite the fact that in Venice there were many beautiful young women and handsome young men, and each of them could have found a spouse, Romeo a wife of his own and Juliet a husband of her own. But Romeo had need only for his Juliet, and Juliet only for her Romeo. Such a situation would be unthinkable in the animal kingdom, and it is here that we begin to discern the human element in the sex instinct. This is why the modern psychologist must undertake a thorough reappraisal of all values in the area of sexual pedagogics. Youthful love, which, until recently, had been thought of as being inappropriate and harmful, and therefore assumed the grotesque forms of courtship or flirtation, is, in the eyes of new psychologist, the only means of humanizing the sex instinct. It teaches us to restrict the instinct and to guide it in only one direction. It teaches us how to build entirely exclusive relations with one other person on a sound basis for the very first time, to isolate these relations from all other human relationships, and to assign to them an exceptional and profound meaning. Love in the time of youth is the most natural and the most unavoidable form of sublimation of the sex instinct. And the ultimate purpose of sex education is solely to teach the person how to love. Disharmony between the real unemployment of love and the enormous strain love imparts is another way that the educated form of the instinct diverges from the natural conditions of the environment. In this regard, too, the goal of education is to direct the instinct not only along the line of least resistance, nor along the shortest and least troublesome path through which the most immediate satisfaction may be attained, but along a lengthy, difficult, and graceful path. Finally, it is necessary to overcome the blindness of instinct, to bring it into the general sphere of consciousness, to set it in relation to all other forms of behavior, and to associate it with the goal and purpose it is called upon to serve. It is in this connection that giving children anatomical, physiological, etc. knowledge of matters sexual has long been advanced as a fundamental educational measure. We understand this to refer to the process of acquainting children from their earliest years with the scientific view of sexual life. In fact, one cannot but recognize the positive educational force of providing children with information about sex. Truth always educates one to be truthful. All those stories of storks bringing babies, about infants being found beneath the bushes, show themselves to be false in the child's eyes rather quickly, cloaks the truth in a veil of mystery, arouses the child's curiosity, causes him to think of all of this as wrong and shameful, and leads him to try to find out everything on the 75. Sly from unscrupulous and corrupt sources, dulling and tarnishing the child's mind and imagination. In this sense, acquainting the child with the truth about sexual life becomes an urgent psychological necessity, and the saying, "It's better to be a day early than an hour late," becomes the teacher's watchword here. Placing an excessive value on sexual knowledge should, however, be rejected, since it has a limited and often provisional value. Above all, providing the child with information about sex should not be seen as a kind of radical method of sex education. A person can possess an excellent and entirely correct store of knowledge of matters sexual and be very badly educated. The instincts are too complex and subtle a thing to be struggled against and to be subordinated to this or that bit of information. Like any set of moral rules, information about sex is quite powerless in the face of genuine desires and cannot give them any necessary guidance. Knowing how one should act is still far from the same thing as acting correctly. On the contrary, very often it brings out extremely unhealthy conflicts in the child's behavior. For example, all explanations and warnings about the harm caused by masturbation, threats and the like are quite powerless in the struggle against childhood masturbation. On the contrary, it would appear that the greatest harm in this area has been the result of slipshod knowledge of sex, since threatening the child has always created a serious impasse between indomitable desire unable to find another outlet and the agonizing consciousness of guilt, fear, and shame. Not knowing how to handle this impasse, the child suffers far more from harm to his mind than from real harm. Moreover, sexual information is not always considered with the psychological interests of the child in mind. Foreign manuals usually suggest subject matter for children without considering the child's natural interests. Thus, the process of reproduction in the world of plants and animals with which manuals of sex information commonly begin is usually less of a concern to the child than how his little brother was born. Furthermore, it is beyond the child's capacity to grasp such disparate processes as the growth of plants and the birth of a child in a single, general train of thought and to understand how they are connected. Finally, it is also essential to observe extraordinary tact when providing children with sex information, since children do not, in general, understand any sort of abstract knowledge. They are unable to place all these newly acquired bits of information into a group of its own, and instead combine this information with their own ever-present instinct of curiosity and exploration. Thus, the sex information provided to children may prove to be beyond their understanding. All these facts, of course, lead us to look upon sex information with the greatest of caution, though by no means banishing it entirely. It has to be acknowledged as possessing a certain relative value and, because of psychological considerations, must be deferred to a later age, when all three dangers associated with it, such as the exclusive concern with the concrete, the inability to make scientific generalizations, and the practical application of every form of knowledge, will have diminished considerably. Thus, together with other educational measures, sex information, when presented with a degree of pedagogical tact, may prove to be extraordinarily useful and important. The mechanism of educating the sex instinct involves the sublimation we spoke of above. It has long been noted that the internal secretion of the sex glands is associated rather closely with the higher forms of human activity, with creativity and genius. In particular, the reader is surely aware of the sexual roots of artistic creativity. The ancient Greeks understood this relationship perfectly, calling eros not only the force of sexual attraction, but also the tension of poetic creativity and of philosophical thought. Plato expressed this most profound truth quite correctly, though in mythological form. In Plato's belief, the basest and most exalted are equally combined in eros, which he represented as the son of god of plenty and the goddess of poverty. He is poor, coarse, dirty, wallows about naked, and is always in search of good and the beautiful, a great wizard and sorcerer. The same thought was expressed by Arthur Schopenhauer when he claimed that the greatest creative tension begins just at the moment when sexual desire matures. It is easily seen, using a purely experimental technique, that every disturbance in, and withering of, sexual feelings is accompanied by a stagnation and extinction of creativity. It is hardly remarkable that man's most creative period occurs when the sexual urges are in full bloom. Thus, the sublimation of sex instinct, i.e., supplanting the sex instinct by other interests of higher order in the subconscious in order that it nourish creativity from its place of exile, is the principal theme of sex education. The reader surely knows how greatly sublimation relieves that special state of smrm and drang, that craving for adventure, that vast host of drives, which manifests itself in youth. In these cases, the teacher does not have to artificially create a source of sublimation in this or that sphere of knowledge. The age of youth is the age of natural creativity, and all the teacher has to do is choose a direction for sublimation. Social relations, which also seem to be natural channels along which the sublimated sexual instinct travels, are a further source of sublimation that is no less fertile than is individual creativity. In no other period of a person's life is there found anything like the friendship and companionship, profound affection and emotional bonds, that commonly bond youths together at this stage. No other period of a person's life knows of such friendship as that of youth. And there can be no doubt that these social relations are nourished ultimately from the same source as is youthful creativity. Note, too, that sublimation is a profoundly private and inner process which might be likened to a grain that perishes in order to germinate anew. 77. Psychological preconditions of coeducation. Next is the question of the particular techniques to achieve sublimation. It should be clear to the reader that techniques of moral suasion, and even the various methods of inculcating sex information, are powerless to counter any sort of powerful centers of excitation that might arise in connection with sexual activity. Against these centers it is necessary to oppose centers that are just as powerful and that act just as constantly. This may be achieved not by isolating sex education as something special, but only through the construction of a systematic framework that would be in accord with the vital concerns of youth, and that could be thought of as a system of highly coordinated diversion cuts that would accommodate sublimated sexual energy and give to it an appropriate direction. The goal of sex education is also to construct these channels, and this goal must, consequently, be achieved somewhat apart from all questions of sex. The only step to take, one that is quite necessary and, moreover, social in nature, is to institute the co-education of the two sexes. Though it has now become the ordinary form of education in the Soviet school, co-education has yet to achieve universal recognition and still continues to encounter objections. The psychological preconditions of this system are extremely simple and clear. The first such precondition derives from the psychological rule which states that if we wish to achieve a weakening of force of a stimulus, we have to take care to make it constant, habitual, and entirely imperceptible and see to it that it does not induce a reaction of its own. The greater the number of combinations the particular stimulus becomes part of, the easier it is for us to make it imperceptible and relatively neutral. We will stop noticing it the same way we don't notice air or an ordinary situation, and develop steady and brief automatic reactions of greatest subtlety and discrimination in relation to these combinations. Thus, the first goal of sex education is to dull this reaction to the face of every person of the opposite sex. But precisely the opposite goal is achieved by having boys and girls educated separately. In its desire to insulate sexual stimuli and thereby protect the instinct from being discovered prematurely, Separate education emphasizes the differences between the sexes, and excludes any focus of interaction between girls and boys, concentrating all the students' attention on the differences between the sexes. From the very first year of life, boys are accustomed to look upon girls, and conversely, as if at an entirely alien being with strange interests, with whom interaction is not permitted, with whom interaction represents something unseemly, shameful, and contrived, and with whom all feelings of companionship are excluded from the outset. The very system of old education, say in the old gymnasium, reserved for the relations between the two sexes only such forms of interaction as ballroom dances, secret courtship, and flirtation. It goes without saying that this contributed to the 78th creation of a peculiar sting and sexually unhealthy environment in which the sex instinct was constrained and restricted, though because it lacked any outlet or the opportunity for sensible use, manifested itself violently and graphically in the most brutal, harshest, and coarsest forms. As a result of this form of sex education, the view developed quite naturally that, for a man, any relation with a woman other than sexual relations is impossible, that a woman is, above all, a female, and that every person of the opposite sex is, for this very reason alone, the most powerful stimulus of the instinct. Nowhere, not even where debauchery was the least hampered, was the view of woman so associated with the sexual element as in the monasteries. Precisely because it was extraordinarily rare, the stimulus retained an extraordinary power of influence, and the system created by this form of education was thought of, quite properly, as a system for the temptation of the sex instinct. It was also quite remarkable that the stricter the system of separate education thus created and the more isolated were the two sexes, the more acute and the more objectionable were the forms assumed by the instinct, for example, in boarding schools and equally so in the boarding schools for boys as in those for girls. Secondly, once they were in constant interaction with each other, entering into the thousands of the most distinct and most complex relations with each other, both boys and girls learned not to react to nor notice sexual characteristics, they became accustomed to each other, rather than obsessed with each other, no longer irritable, but rather understanding. The other person's sex then came to be noticed like light, air, or warmth. Such broad and powerful channels are created and developed through which sexual excitation can drain off that the problem of sublimation is solved to an enormous degree simply by this one fact alone. And the third, the most important, result, the possibility of achieving the principal goal of the education of the sex instinct. That is, the development of a selective function, the capacity to choose and focus one's love on one person of the opposite sex, can likewise develop in no better way than against the background of a general suppression of sexual stimuli. To this we might add that the sharing of common interests can create such a dilution of the purely sexual component of young love in the context of all the other manifestations of fondness that we end up with the most subtle, the most complex forms of sublimation. Every young man must inevitably pass through his own period of chivalry towards a young woman. Like any genuine psychological category, chivalry is an unavoidable form of sex education. The usual argument against co-education is that there are physiological and psychological differences between boys and girls, and that these differences demand different systems of education and programs of instruction in certain instances, as used to be the case in Russia, where girls' gymnasia differed from 79. Boys' gymnasia in having their own curriculum and educational systems. It is not hard to see that these limitations were, for the most part, of a class character and sprang from entirely different sources. Above all, the fact that the middle-class school prepared boys and girls for different vocations played a role here. The educational ideal was taken from the careers that the grown-up man and grown-up woman were to follow later on in life. In other words, these differences were due to the correspondence between the school and the social environment which, as we have already seen, is the fundamental rule of pedagogics. Now, with the revolutionary reconstruction of the social structure, relationships in the school must naturally change. And since an ethics of equality in sexual life has become the fundamental rule for both men and women, For that very reason all necessity of any form of special education for women vanishes. Finally, the purely psychological differences between boys and girls, such as different capacities for certain subjects, for example, the notorious incompetence of girls in mathematics or in activities that require assertiveness, likewise are not primarily conditioned facts, but rather are derived from the special historical role of women in which the division of social functions condemned women to the limited path of the 4Ks, Kinder, Cookie, Kleider, Kirche, i.e., children, cooking, dress, making, church. However, there cannot be the slightest doubt that there nevertheless exist substantial differences in the behavior of boys and girls caused by the very differences between the sexes, and that these differences appear in earliest childhood. For the most part, all of them are more or less related to the instincts, though it is extraordinarily difficult to tell how powerful a role is played in this area by the infectious example set by the social environment as opposed to the child's tendency to imitate. For example, in games involving dolls or other manifestations of the maternal or paternal instinct, we undoubtedly encounter a more or less exact replica of all those relationships the child sees at home. Nevertheless, there undoubtedly remains a substantial psychological difference between boys and girls, though, all the same, this difference is of such a character that there is no way it may be taken into account in a syllabus or in an educational program. The goal of the school is not at all a matter of reducing everyone to the same level. On the contrary, one of the goals of the social environment that is created in the school is to achieve as complex, as diversified, and as equitable an organization of the various elements in this environment as possible. It is only necessary that these elements not be in any way irreconcilable, and that they be linked up together into a single system. What with the wealth and flexibility of this system, all the differences between the sexes can be easily taken into account through educational measures. And since establishing relationships in the school that would be needed later on in life is the fundamental psychological 80. premise of our educational systems, we must start by infusing the school with the network of non-sexual relationships that the child will need later on in life. This already presupposes the broadest interaction between the sexes in the school as the foundation of the educational system. One last question remains, whether the principle of separate education for boys and girls should be maintained only from necessity, and only in part, during the transitional age of puberty, which is an especially painful period, one which boys and girls live through at different times. It is easy to see, however, that such a proposal suffers from all the shortcomings of a halfway measure and, even more, reveals its fallaciousness. In fact, if we acknowledge the healthy sexual effects of co-education, we also have to acknowledge the fact that nowhere is the demand for co-education felt as strongly and as acutely as during the critical years of puberty. Conversely, if we are in agreement that separate education of the sexes emphasizes the differences between the sexes, and excites and leads to temptation and to intensification of sex instinct, then we will have to admit that never is the damage produced by this temptation as strong and as palpable as in these years. Thus, the distinctive feature of this period in the child's life, understood as the most critical period of sexual life, not only does not minimize, but rather intensifies, the psychological necessity of co-education. Pedagogical application of the instincts. The RST question that the teacher faces is the general one of direction, i.e., in which direction are the instincts to be developed. The most general rule is to inculcate an awareness of the social value of each instinct and to show students what are the different ways an instinct can be applied in the most harmless, the most civilized, and the most acceptable form. There are two approaches to the subject here, if we leave aside the pedagogics involved in restraining the instincts. According to the first, or conservative, approach, it is necessary to overcome the instincts, i.e., a form of education is needed in which once a particular instinct has assumed harmless and peaceable forms, it becomes possible to respond to the excitations associated with it in certain artificial ways. Consider, for example, the habit of collecting things, as a harmless means of overcoming the instinct of greed and the accumulation of wealth. One might think of athletics likewise, as a means of overcoming the instincts of strife, combativeness, and competitiveness. Here the idea to construct what might seem like safety valves for the instincts, artificial forms of activity in which an outlet for excess instinctive energy could be found. It has been noted that such a technique for overcoming the instincts produces such good psychological results that a person who has collected much in childhood never displays either greed nor stinginess later on, and that, cons. 81. Consequently, it is necessary to take care to create substitute forms of activity where the instinct would be directed towards innocent objects while retaining all its distinctive features. It's all a matter of what is to be the ultimate goal of the instinct, and how the instinct is directed. It is here that the heart of the problem lies, say the proponents of this view. The act of collecting retains the full force, the diversity, and the passion of the instinctive striving for the accumulation of wealth, but it is directed toward postage stamps or tobacco pipes and, consequently, is rendered harmless. In athletics, the full force of the competitive instinct is preserved, for example, the desire to vanquish an opponent, to surpass a rival, to be a source of trouble for someone else, to fight one's way forward, and to attain success by pushing others aside, but this dubious social trait is pointed in a harmless direction, since here the losses occur on the chessboard or on the croquet lawn, and competition is expressed by the best strike-off mallet or by skillfully carrying a football about. It is, however, not hard to see that this point of view suffers from two drawbacks. In creating and cultivating artificial forms of activity of these type, we again run the risk of creating a host of curiosities and prejudices, and of ending up with a system of education that produces eccentrics. There is something pitifully frivolous from the standpoint of real life, something unwise in an excessive passion for the most innocent of pleasures, and the passionate player at pick-up sticks or the person always on the lookout for silk embroidery to make curtain lace, though as harmless as that famous hero of Gogol's in Dead Souls, represents a kind of parody of life. Meanwhile, in the case of a highly developed instinct, we inevitably obtain such forms of eccentricity as to make this clearly understood from the very start. We are thus forced to acknowledge that the principle of overcoming the instincts does not constitute a radical solution of the question. There is, furthermore, the inefficiency of such an educational principle to consider. It presupposes that the instincts may be rendered harmless, though the question is really what to do with them. It wastes the precious forces of human striving, passions, and perseverance on worthless and empty goals. Finally, the third and most important fact is that this principle far from always attains its goals. It re-educates not this or that instinct, but only its sphere of application, and the instinct itself is not only not overcome, but, like a passionate player in a game or a passionate collector of objects, often becomes more focused and more persistent, and is permanently reinforced. The result, thus, is that instead of being overcome, the instinct seems to become permanently ingrained and consolidated. For all these reasons, a different principle is needed in the education of the instincts, not one that calls for overcoming the instincts, but one that mandates the greatest possible employment of the instincts in the process of education. From this approach, one has to speak of construction of absolutely the entire 81. System of education on the foundation of child's instinctive strivings. Forms of instinctive activity also have to be developed that would contribute to pointing instinctive activity in the direction of maximally useful educational development. In this sense, the very same psychological principle underlying the education of new relationships, such as the conditional rexes, becomes the foundation of education of instincts. In the course of activity and reaction, the instincts are readily transformed one into the other. And just as in the case of Pushkin's avaricious knight in whom the lust for power engendered greed, because the attainment of power was associated with the unceasing accumulation of money, so does the fundamental psychological law consist in the transformation of one instinct into another, the conversion of every form of activity from a means into an end in itself. The psychological difference between the two principles can be understood quite easily from the examples presented above. The collection of postage stamps is, in and of itself, pointless and unnecessary, though it can become a valuable educational tool when combined with some more complex form of activity, for example, the rudiments of geography, practical international correspondence, or the aesthetic appreciation of postage stamps. The habit of collecting objects, combined every time with more complex activity, thus makes it possible to transfer the instinct of accumulation from postage stamps to the geographic knowledge associated with stamps, or to transform the instinct into a sense for international relations. It is here that we discover a genuine conquest of the instinct, in which the innate striving for accumulation and possessions begins to nourish and promote a passion for the accumulation of knowledge, or a passion to learn about the whole world. Or, to take another example, consider a chess game. The complexity of mental combinations, the necessity for the most complicated mental effort at every stage as we search for the necessary move, becomes at first a simple tool and, initially, expresses the need to achieve some result in the game, but gradually from a tool it becomes an end in itself, and for a good chess player the purely emotional moment of struggle, victory, and defense is pushed into the background, by comparison with the pure of abstract thought, of finding the solution to the most intricate combinations. The satisfaction the chess player experiences from his own play is no longer a matter of mere pleasure at causing trouble for an opponent, but the far greater pleasure gained from correctly solving a problem or from correctly finding one's way out of a difficult position. If these were psychologically untrue, then, all other conditions being equal, there would be the same level of interest in a game with a weak opponent as with a strong opponent. The general principle may be formulated in the following way. The fundamental pedagogical rule for the education of instincts requires not just that they be rendered harmless, but rather that we make use of them, not overcoming them, but transforming them into higher forms of activity. 83. The child's interest. In childhood the basic mode of appearance of the instincts is in the form of interest, i.e., a special inclination of the child's psychic apparatus aimed at a particular object. Interests possess an all-encompassing importance in the child's life. Everything we do, even the most uninteresting, we nevertheless do out of interest, according to Thorndike, though from negative interest, out of a fear of trouble. Thus, interest would appear to be the natural motive force of the child's behavior. It is the true expression of instinctive striving, an indication that the child's activity coincides with his organic needs. That is why the fundamental rule demands that the entire educational system, the entire structure of teaching, be constructed on the foundation of children's interests, taken into account in exact fashion. The psychological law simply says that before trying to get a child involved in some activity, get him interested in it, take care to discover whether he is ready for it, so that all the forces necessary for the activity are tensed, and the child is ready to act on his own, with the teacher left to simply guide and direct his activity. Even superficial imitation of interest clearly shows that interest is nothing other than the disposition and preparation of the organism for a particular activity, accompanied by an increase in overall vitality and a general sense of well-being. He who heeds his own interests, thus, holds his breath in, turns his ears in the direction of a speaker, does not lift his eyes from him, leaves aside all other cares, and avoids all movement, and, as the saying goes, is all ears. This is also the clearest expression of an organism's focusing all its energies at a single point, as if transformed into a single kind of activity. We should keep in mind an extremely critical danger the teacher encounters here. In striving to gain someone's interest in one thing or another, that person's interests may switch. There may be interest, but not the sort of interest which is needed, or this interest may not be pointed in the right direction. There is an eloquent story told in one of the American textbooks on psychology. A teacher in a public school who wished to teach geography had decided to begin by acquainting the children with regions that were nearby and accessible to them, and, moreover, were natural features, for example, fields, hills, rivers, and valleys in their environs. This the children found boring, however, and lacking all interest. It turned out their previous teacher, out of a wish to arouse their interest, had brought in a rubber ball with a hole in it and filled it with water as a way explaining the nature of geysers. This she did by cleverly concealing the ball in a sand pile and then pressing down upon it with her foot at the proper spot. As a result, she succeeded in causing a stream of water to shoot through the sand, to the universal delight of children. In her explanation of volcanoes, the same teacher employed a small piece of cotton dipped in sulfur and placed it in a pile 84 of sand, where she set it on fire, making it look just like the burning crater of a volcano. This aroused the liveliest interest in the children, and to the new teacher they said, "All of us know this, show us better fireworks than Miss N, or how a syringe works," said one of them to another. This example easily shows how one interest may be falsely substituted for another. The first teacher had, undoubtedly, succeeded in arousing lively interest in the children, but it was an interest in a particular artifice, in fireworks and syringes, not in volcanoes and geysers. Such interest is not only not useful pedagogically, but is even profoundly harmful. This is because it not only does not contribute to the development of various forms of activity we require from children, but instead creates a powerful rival to these activities in the form of strong interests and, consequently, causes the child's sense of readiness, which theater anticipates awakening, to slacken off. It is rather easy to arouse interest in history lessons by relating anecdotes, but it is difficult to tell whether the resulting interest has to do with history, and not the particular anecdote. The interest thus aroused by such supplementary techniques not only does it not promote, but may even hold back, the development of the form of activity we require. This is why nothing will arouse the child's attention or interest in a project if stimulus consists in the fear of punishment or the expectation of a reward. We can be certain that we are developing in the child not an interest in sewing or arithmetic, though the child sews or counts diligently, but an interest in the candy we will have to give him as 21 reward, or a fear of being left without any sweets if he's wrong. It's an extremely complicated psychological problem to determining how to discover a genuine interest, and how to always take care that the student's interest not wander off from the subject and that he not get into the habit of switching his interest from one subject to another. This, incidentally, is why rewards and punishment are, psychologically speaking, entirely inappropriate techniques in the school. Besides all the other harmful effects we will speak of below, they are also harmful in being useless, i.e., they are powerless to induce the form of activity we need, since they introduce an incommensurably more powerful interest which, we have to admit, forces the child into making his behavior coincide outwardly with what we desire, though internally he remains entirely unchanged. Punishment educates slaves. This ancient saying is, psychologically speaking, profoundly true, since punishment, in fact, does not teach anyone anything other than fear and the ability to guide one's own behavior in terms of fear and nothing else. That is why punishment is the easiest and most feeble of all pedagogical techniques, producing a rapid but slight effect regardless of the inner education of the instincts. In view of child's natural aversion to pain, it is extraordinarily easy to intimidate him with the rod and thereby force him to suppress a bad habit, but 85. This does not make it disappear. On the contrary, instead of one bad habit, yet another habit is inculcated, the new habit of submitting to fear. Thus it is with rewards. It is easy to induce a reaction if its performance is associated in the child's mind with some pleasure, but if we wish to foster in the child just this reaction, then we must take care that satisfaction and pleasure are associated with the reaction proper, and not with the anticipated reward. Thus, the guiding principle does not reduce simply to the arousal of interest, but also demands that this interest be guided in an appropriate direction. It is always necessary to adhere to the psychological rule that requires passing from the child's natural interests, of which child tends to have a sufficient quantity, to those interests we wish to foster. From the psychological standpoint, here we would be correct in distinguishing between new interests, the inculcation of which represents an end in itself, and interests that are inculcated to function only as a tool. Only an interest that takes root and lasts for one's entire life following lengthy reinforcement may represent an end in itself. The development and reinforcement of interests constitutes a fundamental law of education and requires on the part of the teacher the gradual implantation of this or that interest in the course of activity. Such, for example, are interests in daily life, in science, in labor, and so on. Other interests that may happen to be of a more private or more transient nature may serve only as means for the inculcation of particular essential reactions in the course of education. Among these interests, we may cite, for example, interest in the grammar of a foreign language, in washing and other areas of hygiene, and so on. It is extremely important to arouse the child's interest in the process of washing or in the grammatical forms of declensions until he has acquired the habit of washing or has learned how to speak the particular foreign language correctly. But as soon as this is achieved, there is no longer any need for us to be concerned about this interest, nor any need to maintain, develop, and reinforce it, and we may let it quietly fade away. Indirect interests that are not related directly to a desired reaction, but which may indirectly serve to develop it possess an even more transient purpose. Such, for example, is the nature of Thorndike's pedagogical problems, for example, suggesting using child's natural interest in cooking in the study of chemistry, though here it is essential that the newly emerging interest in chemistry stifle and neutralize the initial interest in cooking. The following is a general psychological rule for the development of interest. On the one hand, for an object to be of interest to us, it must be related to something that interests us, something we are already familiar with, and, in addition, it must always include certain new forms of activity, else it will be pointless. Something that is entirely new, like something that is entirely old, is incapable of arousing our interest, of exciting our interest in some object or event. This means that in order for a student to relate to some object or event in a personal way, it is necessary to make the study of this object the student's 86. Personal affair, and only then can we be certain of succeeding. From one interest of the child's to a new interest, that is the rule. The labor method of instruction can be of substantial assistance here. It derives precisely from the child's natural propensity towards ceaseless action, towards engaging in activities. In this method, any object can enter into a whole series of interesting actions, and in fact, there is nothing so distinctive of a child as the pleasure he experiences from his own activity. By virtue of the very nature of children's activity, it is possible to lead the child into relating to any object in a personal way, and make it his business to succeed. It is here that we see the connection of school lessons to real life, the requirement that every newly imparted piece of knowledge be linked to something already known and explain something new to the student. It is difficult to imagine anything more unpsychological than the old system of instruction, in which the child studied arithmetic, algebra, German and so on without ever having any idea at all as to what was the point of these or that subject and what might be the areas where he would have to use this knowledge. If interest was nevertheless aroused, this always occurred fortuitously, independently of child's will. There are three important pedagogical conclusions that may be drawn from our study of children's interests. First, all the topics in a course must be interconnected, which is also the best way of ensuring that a common interest will be aroused and that this interest will collect around a single axis. Only then may we speak of a more or less prolonged, lasting, and deep interest, an interest that will not shatter into dozens of unrelated parts, making it impossible to grasp in a unified and general thought all the different subjects of study. The next conclusion has to do with that rule which said that everything has to involve recourse to repetition, to memorization and assimilation of knowledge. But we all have come to realize how uninteresting is such repetition for children, how they dislike these lessons, even if they do not find them difficult. The reason for this is that here the fundamental rule of interest is violated and, consequently, repetition turns into mere dawdling, constituting the most irrational and unpsychological of all techniques. The rule is to avoid repetition absolutely and to make instruction focused, i.e., to arrange the material in such a way that it may be gone over fully and all at once in the briefest and most simplified way possible. Then the teacher may return to a topic, but not to just repeat what has been already gone over, but to review the same topic one more time in a more thorough and more all-inclusive form, complemented with a wealth of new facts, generalizations, and conclusions, so that topics students have already studied are repeated anew, though unfolded from a new perspective, and this new aspect is so connected with what they are already acquainted with that interest is readily aroused all by itself. In this sense, just as in science as in real life, it is only a new view about what is old that may arouse our interest. 87. Finally, the third and final rule governing the employment of the child's interest mandates the construction of the entire educational system in the school in direct proximity to everyday life, to teach children in such a way as to interest them, to begin with what is familiar to the child and what arouses his interest in a natural way. Froebel points out that the child obtains his first bits of knowledge on the basis of his own natural interest in life and from the lessons he receives from adults. From earliest childhood, the son of a peasant, of a merchant, or of a craftsman acquires a host of the most diverse bits of information in a natural way, in the course of observing his father's behavior. At a later stage, therefore, it is essential to always take as a standing point for the development of a new interest one that already exists, and to proceed on the basis of what is known and familiar. This is the reason why classical education, which began all at once with mythology and the ancient languages and with subjects that had nothing in common with everyday life as it affected the child, was tedious. Thus, the basic rule is that before imparting new knowledge to the child and before fostering a new reaction in him, we must be sure to prepare the ground for it, i.e., arouse the appropriate interest. For an analogy, just think of how we loosen the soil before planting seeds. The pattern of the child's interests. The development of the child's interests is closely related to his overall biological growth. Interests are an expression of child's organic needs. In the very first hour of life, when the infant has only begun to learn how to control his own perceiving organs, example how to move his hands, head, and eyes, there is an interest in every stimulus, whether it involves sound, light, or something else. A loud voice, a bright color, the feel of an object, all these stimuli arouse his interest. At this time, the infant grasps whatever is placed in his hand in an entirely natural way, and, since he associates everything with eating, he tries to get a taste of everything, pulling everything into his mouth. Gradually, the child begins to learn how to walk, and movement in space, climbing, crawling, clambering about, and pushing objects about becomes the focus of his interest, and he begins to show an interest in his surroundings. The succeeding years are devoted to gaining as thorough a sense of direction in his surroundings and as discriminating a sense of familiarity with the individual elements of the environment as possible through practical activities, and by combining together all of these different elements. Spontaneity becomes the child's principal interest, along with the desire to do everything on his own and take charge of everything through his actions. Now the child is capable of working on something or other until he gets tired, to find infinite satisfaction in the course of his own simple actions time and again. 88. In the following period there is an expansion of interests beyond the limits of the immediate environment, since the child is already quite familiar with his entire surroundings and with the full range of maneuvers he is capable of. His interest in taking trips, in wandering off, and in truancy is aroused. A special interest in adventure, in famous travelers, and in exploits is distinctive of these years. Finally, in puberty there is a heightened interest in oneself. The child again becomes a philosopher and lyric poet as he had been earlier when he would ask an infinite number of questions. His own experiences, the problem of his ego, now engrosses all the adolescent's attention, to be replaced in the time of youth with an expanded and heightened interest in the world and in the most radical questions of being, which now obsess consciousness. In youth, one's eyes are always wide open to the world, which underscores the greater maturity of youth towards life. The psychological value of games. But children's games are very nearly the most valuable of all tools for the education of instincts. The popular opinion is to look upon games as a form of idleness, as a kind of fun that only takes up time. It is rare to see any value whatsoever in games. At best one may think of games as a natural weakness of childhood which only helps the child kill time for a while. Meanwhile, quite some time ago it was discovered by means of careful observation that games are not something fortuitous, but arise unavoidably at all stages of civilized life and among the most diverse peoples and, thus, represent an intrinsic and natural feature of human nature. Moreover, games are inherent not only to man, but are also engaged in by young animals and, consequently, this fact must possess some kind of biological import. Games must be needed for something, must possess some sort of expressly biological purpose, otherwise they could not have come about and become so widespread. Several theories on the nature of games have been proposed by researchers in an attempt to unravel this thought. According to one such theory, games are simply the discharge of accumulated energy in a young person who does not have any other outlet or means of using this energy for his natural needs. In fact, the young animal, like the human child, is kept from participating in the struggle for existence, from the building of a life. He has nothing on which he could expend the energy accumulated in his organism, and so undertakes a series of unnecessary and pointless movements, runs around, romps, jumps up and down, and all this provides an outlet for the accumulated energy. Thus, even this theory sees in games not an accidental whim, a pastime, but an important vital necessity. It is, in this sense, a step forward from the popular 89 view. But it still far from exhausts the meaning of games. In this theory games are only a valve, only an orifice, through which unused energy escapes. But this still does not answer the question, what is the function of such an expenditure of energy, and is it a good thing? It is this question that a second theory provides an answer to. This theory perceives a biological utility to games, in that games would appear to be the natural school of the young animal's education. If we take a look at games, it is not hard to see that games include not only useless and unnecessary movements, but also movements that are associated with the future activity of an individual animal who has developed the skills and habits proper to this activity, skills and habits that will prepare it for life and establish and give exercise to necessary aptitudes. Games are the natural school of the animal. The kitten playing with a ball of yarn or with a dead mouse its mother has brought back learns how to capture live mice and so on. This, the biological value of games, the understanding of games as representing a kind of school and preparation for future activity, is fully confirmed by the study of man's games. The child is always playing, he is a playful being, but his games always have a larger meaning. They are always exactly appropriate to his age and interests, and encompass all those elements which lead to the development of essential habits and skills. The first group of games are those which involve individual objects, such as rattles, or those in which objects are hung about and caught. And while the child is occupied with his objects, he is learning how to look about and how to listen, how to throw objects about and how to push them away, and how to grasp objects. The games of the next period, such as hide and seek, running, and the like, are associated with the development of the ability to move about in one's surroundings and to orient oneself. Without any overstatement, one could say that nearly all of our most fundamental and most characteristic reactions are created and develop in the course of games we play as children. It is this which is the meaning of element of imitation in children's games. The child deliberately copies and assimilates what he sees in adults, thereby learning about relationships, and develops his earliest instincts that he will have need for in his future activity. One psychologist has declared that, if you wish to know which of two girls will be a better mother, take a look and see which of them plays with her doll better and for longer periods of time. By this he wished to underscore the educational value of playing with dolls for the development of the maternal instinct. It would be wrong to think that in playing with dolls, the girl is learning to be a mother in same the sense in which a cat playing with a dead mouse is learning how to catch a live mouse. The relationship between game and experience here is far more remote and far more complex, and it is entirely possible that the future mother will neither retain nor remember any of the 90 movements she used with her dolls. Undoubtedly, however, what is being put together here are the basic lines of development, the basic features of girl's future inner experience, features that will help her subsequently carry out in real life what now occupies her in play. In playing with dolls, a girl learns not how to relate to a real live child, but rather what it feels like to be a mother. This is how to view those elements of imitation that are brought into games, that is, they promote the child's active mastery of various aspects of life and, along the same lines, give a sense of discipline to his inner experience. Other games, so-called building games, i.e., those involving working with materials, teach us how to make our movements precise and sure-footed, develop thousands of the most valuable habits, and diversify and multiply our reactions. These sorts of games teach us how to set ourselves a particular goal and how to organize our movements so as to guide ourselves to the realization of this goal. Thus, these games provide the first lessons in systematic and rational activity, in the coordination of movement, and in the ability to guide one's own organs and control them. In other words, they are the guides and teachers of our external experience, just as the former games serve as guides of our inner experience. Finally, the third group of games, called conventional games, which arise from purely conventional rules and from actions that are associated with these rules, constitute a kind of advanced school of games. They organize the higher forms of behavior, involve the resolution of rather complex problems of behavior, require effort, guesswork, quickness, and resourcefulness, and the concerted and coordinated efforts of the most diverse capacities and forces. No one game repeats another exactly, but each one of them presents ever newer situations that change from one moment to the next, requiring ever newer solutions. Bear in mind that these types of games represent the greatest school of social experience. In a game, the child's effort is always limited and regulated by the aggregate of moves made by all the other players. Every game problem includes, as an indispensable condition, the ability to coordinate one's behavior with the behavior of others, to enter into active relations with others, to attack and to defend oneself, to harm and to assist, and to determine in advance the result of one's course of action relative to the complete group of all the players. Such a game is a vital social and collective experience of child's, and in this sense it constitutes an entirely irreplaceable tool for the inculcation of social skills and habits. Note that, in general, it can hardly be said that all is well in present-day pedagogics as regards the education of the social instincts. The family constitutes too simple a social unit with too small a number of familiar elements, and also involves fully established forms of relationships between its members. It is, therefore, capable of creating in the heart of child lasting and profound social relations, through relations that are extremely limited in scope, teaching the 91 child how to be ascetize an awful little social world by virtue of spontaneous relations that are highly intimate and are deeply engraved in the child's personality. The family teaches only the most intimate and most familiar of social relationships, it educates someone to be a family member, whereas the present epoch confronts the enormous problems involved in educating a citizen of the world in view of increasingly more complicated international relations. Nor is the school classroom appropriate in this sense, since it likewise consists of just a few elements in which social relationships assume fixed and frozen forms in no time, in which one rapidly gets accustomed to relationships with each other that also do not trip one up or lead to new reactions, and in which all relationships develop in a given mold, one that is barren and monotonous. The school body is not a broad enough arena for the development of the great social passions, and is even too narrow and insignificant a school for the social instincts. Meanwhile, education confronts two enormous problems. It is, first of all, necessary to educate the social instinct at a vast, worldwide scale. Psychologically, Such a goal may be achieved only through an enormous expansion of the social environment. We have to break down the walls of home on behalf of classroom, break down the walls of classroom on behalf of the school, break down the walls of the school on behalf of the association of all the schools in the city, and so on, right on through the development of children's movements that extend throughout the entire country, or even the development of international children's movements, such as the pioneer or communist youth movements. It is in these movements, and only in these movements, that the child may learn how to respond to the most distant stimuli, how to establish relationships between his own reactions and events thousands of miles away, and how to coordinate and relate his own behavior with the behavior of enormous masses of people, say, with the international workers' movement. The other goal of public education consists in the development and polishing of particularly subtle forms of social interaction. In fact, social relations in the present epoch have become vast not only in terms of scale, they are also vast in terms of degree of differentiation and complexity. Formerly, social relations were confined to a small group of stereotypical relationships, and the course of man's social behavior encompassed more or less completely the ordinary rules of everyday courtesy. Together with the growing complexity of life, the individual now finds himself involved in increasingly more complicated and more highly diverse social relations. He is a member of the most diverse social groups, and therefore the full multiplicity of modern man's social relations cannot be confined to any sort of preset collection of skills and habits. Rather, the goal of education is to develop, not a finite quantity of skills, but particular creative capacities for rapid and skillful social orientation. 92. Starting with the most barren and the shallowest of relations, such as those which arise between passengers in a streetcar, right up through the most profound and the most complex relations, for example those that arise in the deepest forms of love and of friendship, man must exhibit a genuine creative skill in establishing relations with another person. Love and friendship involve just as much creativity in the development of social relations as do political and professional education. It is precisely because of this refinement, finish, and diversity of social relations that we can learn how to play. By repeatedly throwing the child into ever newer situations, subordinating him to ever newer conditions, games force him to vary the social coordination of his movements in infinite ways and teach him such a degree of flexibility and elasticity, and such a wealth of creative skills, as does no other field of education. Finally, it is here that the last feature of games, the fact that, by subordinating all of behavior to special conventional rules, games are the first medium to teach the child rational and conscious behavior, manifests itself particularly clearly and conspicuously. Games are the child's first school of thought. Every form of thinking arises as a response to a particular difficulty, as a consequence of a new or difficult encounter with the elements of one's surroundings. Wherever there is no such difficulty, wherever our surroundings are fully known to us and our behavior proceeds effortlessly and unimpeded, as if it's simply a matter of adjusting to our surroundings, there is no thinking, there wherever one looks are gears and linkages turning. But as soon as the environment presents us with any kind of new and unanticipated position on the board combinarcia that requires in our ways of behaving likewise new moves combina/cia and new reactions and quick reorientation of our activity, their thinking arises, as a special anticipatory stage of behavior, as an internal ordering of more complex forms of experience whose psychological essence reduces ultimately to choosing, from out of the set of all the possible reactions that present themselves to us, only those which are needed in light of basic goal which behavior is called upon to achieve. Thus, thinking is always a kind of solution of a new problem of behavior through the selection of essential reactions. The moment of setyuksrarivka, i.e., the element of anticipatory reaction by means of which the individual sets himself into a certain pattern of behavior, this is the essential moment here. The entire mechanism of selection involves nothing other than an internal, and concealed, reaching out proacryravuni of behavior towards certain ultimate results which thereupon force the individual to discard certain patterns of behavior and adopt others. Thus, Thinking arises out of a clash of reactions and out of a selection of some of these reactions under the influence of anticipatory reactions. But it is just this clash and just this process of selection which makes it possible once, that is, certain rules are introduced into a game and the 93 possibilities of behavior are, thereby, restricted, where, in addition, the child's behavior is given the task of attaining a definite goal, all the child's instinctive capacities being strained to the utmost and his interest being stretched to the highest degree that it becomes possible to induce the child to discipline his behavior in such a way that it obey certain rules, that it point in the direction of a single goal, that it solve certain problems deliberately. In other words, a game is a rational and appropriate, methodical and socially coordinated system of behavior or consumption of energy, subordinated to definite rules. Thus does it disclose its complete analogy with the consumption of the adult's energy in work, the features of which fully coincide with the features of a game. The only difference is that the results which, in the labor process, are expressed in a definite, objective outcome, which one also has in mind ahead of time, in a game are expressed in a certain conventional affective satisfaction, which is resolved subjectively within the individual player himself, in the form of pleasure which he gains from winning a game. Thus, notwithstanding all the objective differences that exist between play and work, which would even lead us to consider them polar opposites, they possess absolutely the same psychological nature. This underscores the fact that games are the natural form of work in children, a form of activity which is inherent to the child, as preparation for his life in the future. A psychologist has told of how the natives living near one of the English colonial settlements would watch in amazement as the Englishmen would kick a soccer ball about until they were exhausted. The custom among natives was for the men to do nothing, though for small change they would usually perform errands for the colonists. On this occasion, one of them walked over to an Englishman who was playing soccer and offered to play in his stead for a few shillings so that he wouldn't get all tired out. The native didn't understand the psychological difference between a game and work, that is, the subjective effect of the game, and was deceived by the utter outward resemblance between playful activity and work. Chapter 6. The concept of emotion. The science of the emotions or feelings constituted the most undeveloped chapter in the old psychology. This aspect of man's behavior proved to be more difficult to describe, to classify, and to relate by means of particular laws than did all the other subjects. Nevertheless, there are entirely valid views on the nature of emotional reactions which may be found in the old psychology. William James and Carl George Lang were the first to obtain results here, the former emphasizing the broad physical changes that accompany feelings, and the latter noting those vasomotor changes with which they are accompanied. Independently, the two researchers came to the conclusion that the ordinary conception of feelings is the product of a profound delusion, and that, in fact, emotions occur in an entirely different way than is usually conceived. Ordinary psychology and everyday thinking distinguish three components in the feelings. The first, the perception of some object or event, or a representation of it, an encounter with a thief, the recollection of the death of a loved one, and so on, let us call A, the feeling thereby induced, fear, sadness, we will call B, and the physical expression of this feeling, trembling, tears, C. It was believed that the complete course of an emotion was represented by the sequence ABC. If we look carefully into any feeling, we may easily notice that it always has its own physical expression. Strong feelings always seem to be spelled out on our face, and once we look at someone we can tell without any explanation whether he is angry, frightened, or at peace. All the physical changes that accompany a feeling may be easily divided into three groups. First is the group of mimetic and pantomime movements, special contractions of the muscles, chi of the eyes, mouth, cheekbone, arms, and trunk. This class constitutes the class of emotional motor reactions. The somatic reactions, i.e., changes in the activity of certain organs associated with the most important vital functions of the organism, such as changes in respiration, in heartbeat, and in circulation, form the next group. The third group consists of group of secretory reactions, such as tears, perspiration, salivation, the internal secretion of the sex organs, etc. The physical expression of every feeling is formed from these three groups. James distinguishes the same three components in every feeling listed above, though in the theory he suggested these three components occur in a different sequence. Whereas the ordinary schema of the feelings establishes a sequence of three components ABC, i.e., perception, feeling, mimicry, the true situation, James suggests, is more in accord with a different formula, ACB, i.e., perception, mimicry, feeling. In other words, James suggests that various objects possess the ability to induce in us directly, in a Rex pathway, various physical changes, and that feeling is, in and of itself, now the second component in the perception of these changes. An encounter with a thief, he suggests, induces in us, reexibly, trembling, dryness in the throat, pallor, heavy breathing, and other manifestations of fear without recourse to any feeling. The very feeling of fear is nothing less than a collection of these changes, as recognized by the organism. To be frightened denotes a sensation of one's own trembling, one's own heartbeat, one's own pallor, and so on. In nearly the same way, the recollection of death of a friend or relative reflexively induces tears, causes one's head to sink down, and so on. Sadness reduces to the sensation of these manifestations, and to be sad means to perceive one's own tears, one's own bent posture, one's own drooping head, and so on. The common saying is that we cry because we are in distress, we argue because we are irritated, we tremble because we are frightened. It would be more correct to say, according to James, that we are in distress because we are crying, that we are irritated because we are arguing, and that we are frightened because we are trembling. Thus, what had hitherto been considered a cause is really the consequence, and conversely, the consequence turns out to be the cause. To see that this is in fact so, consider the following reasoning. First, if we induce various external expressions of some feeling artificially, the feeling itself will be sure to emerge without delay. James suggests as an experiment to try to assume an expression of sadness upon awakening in the morning, speaking in a low voice, keeping your eyes down, taking quicker breaths, arching your back and neck very slightly, in a word, assuming all the signs of sadness, and by nightfall you will be filled with such anguish that you won't know what's gotten into you. Teachers are well aware how easily a prank turns into reality in children, how two boys who had begun by making believe they were fighting, suddenly, when their struggle was at its height, and without any animosity towards each other, began to get angry at each other and cannot say whether they are still playing a game, or whether it was no longer a game. Just as easily does a child who is making believe he is frightened suddenly begin to actually experience fear. And in general, every external expression contributes to the 97. Onset of the corresponding feeling. A runner easily becomes frightened, and so on. Actors are well aware of this fact, and know when a particular posture, intonation, or gesture will induce in them a strong emotion. The converse law supports this thesis even more convincingly. One only has to overcome the physical expressions of an emotion, and the emotion itself quickly vanishes. If we keep ourselves from trembling when we are frightened, force our heart to beat evenly, and assume a normal facial expression, the very feeling of fear vanishes. Suppress the expression of some passion and it fades away. One psychologist has told how every time he feels an attack of anger coming on, he attends his palms out as much as he is able to and spreads his fingers apart until they hurt. This would paralyze his anger every time, because it is impossible to be enraged when one's hands are spread apart, since anger denotes tightened fists and mouth shut tightly. If we were to mentally eliminate from the emotions, as if performing a subtraction, all physical changes, then, as can be easily seen, there would be nothing that would remain of the feelings. Take away from fear the symptoms of fear and you stop being afraid. There are two facts that are obvious objections to this point of view. If understood correctly, however, they not only do not contradict, but even confirm this approach. First is the well-known circumstance that various reactions often are not absolutely connected in any way with an emotion. For example, the eyes can be easily made to produce tears if we grate an onion, though this does not in the least mean that sadness follows upon these tears. It is easily observed that, in this case, we are inducing only a single, isolated symptom, which, in and of itself, is powerless to induce an emotion, but which would certainly induce it if it were encountered in the necessary combination with all the other symptoms. It is not enough to induce tears in the eyes in order for sadness to appear subsequently, because sadness consists not in of tears, but, even more so, in a whole series of internal and external symptoms which, at this moment, are absent. Finally, the other objection is that any one feeling is easily induced by means of the internal administration of intoxicants introduced into the blood. Without assuming any of the artificial expressions of a feeling, one need only drink a certain amount of alcohol, or take a certain amount of morphine or opium, in order to induce a host of complex feelings. But it is easily seen that, through the intake of these substances, we are acting upon the very fount of the emotional reactions. We are varying the chemical composition of the blood, varying the entire circulatory system and all those internal processes that are associated with the blood, in particular, internal secretion, and, accordingly, we obtain a distinct emotional effect in the organism without any difficulty. Thus, everything leads us to assert that emotion is, in fact, a certain collection of reactions which is connected, by means of the reflexes, to particular stimuli. 98. James fully identifies the schema of the emotions with the schema of behavior and of conscious experience that underlies everything we do. Feelings do not arise by themselves under ordinary conditions. A feeling is always preceded by a particular stimulus, a particular cause whether internal or external. What compels us to be frightened or to be happy is, thereby, the stimulus the reaction always begins with. There then follows a series of reactive reactions, whether motor, somatic, or secretory, see. Finally are the feedback reactions, the return of zero-NES own reaction back to the organism as a new stimulus, the second-order perception of the proprioceptive field, which also constitutes what was formerly called the emotion itself, b. The subjective nature of feelings is thus not hard to understand, i.e., the fact that a person who is experiencing a feeling and a person who is viewing its external expression will have entirely different ideas of this feeling. This is because, in this case, the two observers are focusing on two different components of the same process. The person looking from outside focuses on component C, i.e., the emotional reaction in and of itself. The person looking from within focuses on the proprioceptive stimulus emanating from this reaction, component B, and here, as was explained above, other nerve pathways are involved, and, consequently, different processes. Biological nature of the emotions that the emotions arise on the basis of the instincts and constitute closely related branches of these latter is not difficult to see. This has led certain researchers into considering instinctive emotional behavior as a unitary whole. The instinctive roots of the emotions can be seen especially clearly in the most primitive or elemental, or lowest sensations. Some researchers here ascribe the very same reactions at times to the instincts and at times to emotions. Consider, as an example, two elementary emotions, anger and fear, and their possible biological meaning. It is not hard to see that all the physical changes that are accompanied by fear possess a biologically explicable origin. There is every basis for supposing that those motor, somatic, and secretory reactions that occur as part of an emotion, as an integral form of behavior, once constituted a collection of useful and adaptive, biological type reactions. Thus, undoubtedly, fear was once the higher form of a precipitous and sudden escape from danger, and in animals, as in man sometimes, it still bears quite unmistakable traces of its origin. The mimetic reactions of fear usually involve an expansion and preparation of the perceiving organs, whose purpose it is to put one on one's guard, to make one extraordinarily wary and sensitive to the slightest changes in the environment. Eyes wide open, nostrils flaring, ears straining, all these features denote a guarded relation to the world, and attentive. 99. Listening for danger. Next, a group of muscles becomes strained as if preparing for action, as if being mustered in preparation for jumping, running, and so on. Trembling, which is so typical of fear in man, constitutes nothing less than a rapid muscular contraction, a kind of adaptation for unusually rapid running. In animals, trembling when accompanied by fear turns directly into running. The somatic reactions of our body also have the same meaning and connotation of running from danger. Pallor, the cessation of digestion, diarrhea, all denote a owing of blood away from those organs whose activity is not of vital and paramount necessity and importance for the organism at the present moment, and a flow of blood towards those organs which, now have the final say. This, in fact, recalls the mustering of forces which is observed when the blood, this ender of our organism, shuts down and halts the activity of those organs which seem to be in the background and which are associated with the placid activity of the organism, and throws the full force of all its reserves at embattled sectors, i.e., those which are to be rescued from danger without delay. Respiration, similarly, is altered, becoming deep, spasmodic, and adapted for rapid running. The secretory reactions associated with dryness of the throat and so on seem to point to a similar blood owe. Finally, recent investigations on animals have shown that the emotions also induce changes in internal secretion. We know that the chemical composition of the blood is altered in a startled cat. In other words, we know that the most intimate of all internal processes are adapted to the basic goal of the organism, i.e., escape from danger. Together with the foregoing, these results lead us to define fear as a mustering of all of the forces of the organism for the purpose of running away from danger, that it is an inhibition of running, and to understand fear as a hardened form of behavior that arises from the instinct of self-preservation in its defensive form. It is easily shown in an entirely analogous way that anger constitutes the instinct of self-preservation in its offensive form, that it constitutes another group of reactions, another form of behavior, an offensive form of behavior, and that anger consists in the mobilization of all the forces of the organism for attack, that it is an inhibition of firing which arises from the instinct of self-preservation in its offensive form. However, it is not hard to see that both fear and rage in the form in which they are now encountered in man constitute extraordinarily attenuated forms of these instincts, and one is left with the thought that, in the path of development from the animal to man, the emotions would appear to be on the wane and have not progressed, but rather atrophied. Fear and anger in a dog are more powerful and more expressive than is the anger of a savage. In a savage these sensations are more impulsive than in adult, and in a child they are more striking than in an adult. Hence, we easily arrive at 100. The general conclusion that, in the system of behavior, the emotions function like vestigial organs that once possessed a significance of their own, but now, as a consequence of altered conditions of life, are condemned to extinction and constitute an unnecessary and, at times, a harmful element in the system of behavior. Come to think of it, in the context of education, feelings constitute an unusual exception in the following sense. It is desirable for the teacher to augment and reinforce all the other forms of behavior and reactions. Just imagine there was a way for us to increase a student's memory or understanding by a factor of L0. This, of course, would make the job of education L0 times easier. Just imagine for a moment, if you will, that we could increase a child's emotional capacities by a factor of L0, i.e., that we could make him IO times more sensitive and that he would thereupon go into ecstasy at the slightest pleasure, and sob and go into hysterics at the slightest distress. Then, of course, we would obtain a highly undesirable type of behavior. Thus, the ideal of emotional education would appear to consist not in the development and reinforcement of emotions, but, on the contrary, in their suppression and attenuation. Since the emotions are biologically useless forms of adaptation, because of altered circumstances and of altered conditions of environment and of life, they are consequently condemned to extinction in the process of evolution, and the man of future will not know of emotions in the same way that he will not know of odor vestigial organs. Feelings are man's blind gut. Such a view, which asserts that the emotions are entirely unnecessary is, however, profoundly mistaken. Psychological nature of the emotions. From simple observation, we know how the emotions complicate and vary behavior, and how far an emotionally gifted, refined, and educated person towers over an emotionally uneducated person. In other words, even everyday observation underscores a kind of new meaning that the presence of emotions brings to behavior. The very same behavior, when emotionally tinged, assumes an entirely different character than its lifeless forms. The very same words, though pronounced with feeling, act on us in a different way than when they are pronounced colorlessly. What novelty does emotion bring to behavior? To answer this question, it is necessary to recall the general character of behavior as sketched above. From our point of view, behavior is a process of interaction between the organism and the environment. Consequently, in this process it's as if there were always three forms of these relationship, and that these three forms, in fact, alternate. The first case is that which occurs when the organism senses its superiority over the environment, when the goals it sets for itself and the demands placed on behavior. I01 are achieved and satisfied by the organism without any difficulty and without any strain, when behavior proceeds without any internal impediment, and optimal adaptation is accomplished with least expenditure of energy and forces. Here the organism dominates the environment. The second case occurs when weight and ascendancy are on the side of the environment, when the organism experiences difficulties and considerable stress in adapting to the environment, when there is always a feeling of disharmony between the extraordinary complexity of the environment and the organism's poor defenses. In this case, behavior proceeds with the greatest consumption of forces, with maximal consumption of energy and with minimal adaptation. Finally, the third possible and genuine case occurs when there is a degree of equilibrium established between the organism and the environment, when neither side is preponderant, but the two seem to be balanced in this conflict. These three cases together serve as a basis for the development of emotional behavior. Just on the basis of the origin of the emotions from the instinctive forms of behavior, it is apparent that they would appear to be the result of the organism's own estimation of its relationship with the environment. And all those emotions that are connected with the sensation of force, contentment, and so on, what are known as the positive sensations, should be placed in the first group. Those emotions which are associated with the feeling of depression, weakness, and suffering, the negative sensati 0ns, belong to the second group, while it is only the third group in which there is relative emotional neutrality in behavior. Thus, emotion should be understood as a reaction that occurs at the critical and catastrophic moments of behavior, as points of disequilibrium, as the ultimate end and outcome of behavior, having a direct impact on the forms assumed by subsequent behavior at every moment. Interestingly, emotional behavior is extraordinarily common, and, for all intents and purposes, even in our most primitive reactions it is not hard to discover an emotional component. The old psychology taught that there is an emotional tinge to every sensation, i.e., that even the simplest experience of all the colors, all the sounds, all the smells inevitably possesses a special perceptible tinge. As regards tastes and smells, everyone knows that very few of them are neutral, emotionally indifferent sensations, that every smell, like nearly every taste, is, most certainly, either pleasant or unpleasant, is a cause of pleasure or displeasure, involves satisfaction or aversion. This is somewhat more difficult to discover in the visual and auditory stimulations, though here, too, it is not hard to show that every color, every shape, likewise every sound, possesses a unique, intrinsic tinge or sensation. We all know that some colors and shapes are soothing, while others, conversely, 102. excite us, some induce tenderness, while others repugnance, some make us happy, while others are a cause of suffering. It is only necessary to recall the entirely self-evident emotional value of color red, this customary companion of fevery uprising, passion, and rebellion, or the color blue, this cold and peaceful color of distance and dreams, to be persuaded of this circumstance. Come to think of it, it is only necessary to think a bit about where such forms of linguistic expression as a cold color or a warm color, a high sound or a low sound, a soft voice or a hard voice come from. Color, in and of itself, is neither warm nor cold, and likewise sound, in and of itself, is neither high nor low, and, in general, does not possess any spatial shape. However, everyone knows what is meant when we speak of color orange and say that it is a warm color, and speak of a bass voice and say that it is a low, or, as the Greeks put it, a thick sound. Obviously, there is nothing in common between color and temperature, or between sound and magnitude, but apparently there is something that unites them in terms of emotional tone, something that tinges both impressions. A warm tone or a high sound denotes that there is some resemblance between the emotional tone of color and temperature. The color orange, in and of itself, has nothing warm about it, though in its effect on us, there is something that recalls the effect of warmth. Recall that we defined an emotional reaction as an evaluative, secondary, feedback reaction of the proprioceptive field. And the emotional tone of a sensation denotes nothing less than the involvement and participation of the entire organism in each individual reaction of an organ. The organism cannot be indifferent to what its eyes see, it either identifies with this reaction or opposes it. Thus, says Mdinsterberg, pleasure or displeasure does not, in fact, precede action, but is itself an action that leads to the prolongation or cessation of a stimulus. Thus, understood as a secondary reaction, an emotional reaction is a powerful guide of behavior. It is in an emotional reaction that the purposefulness of our organism manifests itself. Emotions would not be needed if they were not purposeful. We saw that emotions arise in an instinctive pathway from the most complex and most vivid movements. Once they had been the guides of behavior in the most difficult, the most fateful, the most decisive moments of life. They arose at the highest points of life, when the organism had triumphed over the environment or had come close to destruction. At every turn, the emotions act as a ruler of behavior. Now, under altered conditions, because they are not necessary, the external forms of movements that accompany emotion have attenuated and gradually atrophied. But their inner role as guides of fall of behavior, what had been their initial role to begin with, still remains. It is just this element of purposefulness in the emotions which constitutes the most important feature in the study of its 103. Psychological nature. It would be wrong to imagine, as some believe, that emotion seems to be a purely passive experience of the organism, and does not itself lead to any sort of activity. On the contrary, there is every reason for believing that the most correct theory of the origin of psyche is that theory which associates the origin of psyche with the emergence of what is referred to as hedonist consciousness, i.e., with the primitive sensation of pleasure or displeasure which, as the second component of a feedback reaction, affected the reaction, either by obstructing it or by stimulating it. Thus, the primordial regulation of reactions arises from the emotions. The emotion associated with a reaction guides and regulates it, depending on the overall state of the organism. The transition to a passive type of behavior undoubtedly occurred on the basis of the emotions. In precisely the same way, there is every reason for supposing that the reactions of pleasure and displeasure, which arise earlier than all the other reactions, are primitive forms of the child's purely mental behavior. This purposeful character of emotional reactions is most easily understood on the basis of the three-dimensional theory of the feelings proposed by Wundt. Wundt suggested that every feeling has three dimensions, and in each dimension two directions. A feeling may occur, 1, along the axis of pleasure and displeasure, 2, along the axis of excitation and suppression, or, 3, along the axis of stress and resolution. It would seem to be readily apparent that stress coincides with excitation, and suppression with resolution. This, however, is not so. If a person is angry for some reason, his behavior is characterized by an extraordinary degree of stress and tension of fevery muscle and, moreover, an extraordinary suppression of all reaction. In precisely the same way, the expectation of a prize or the anticipation of a verdict turns into joyful excitation associated with the utter resolution of all kinds of stress. It is because there are three dimensions to every emotion that feelings are essentially purposeful. Every emotion constitutes an urge to action or urgition of action. No feeling can be indifferent and without outcome in behavior. Emotion is also the inner guide of our reactions, a guide that strains, excites, stimulates, or obstructs this or that reaction. Thus, the emotions still function in the role of inner guide of our behavior. If we do something or other with joy, the emotional reaction of joy does not point to anything other than the fact that we will strive to do the same thing later on. If we do something or other with distaste, this will mean that we will try in every way possible to cease performing these tasks. Thus, the novel component which emotion contributes to behavior is wholly reducible to the organism's regulation of every one of its individual reactions. That there exists a concerted diversity of emotional reactions, which involves all of the most important organs of our body in the course of each isolated 104 reaction, thus, should be entirely understandable to the reader. Experimental investigations have shown that, according to recordings of respiratory movements, cardiac beat, and pulse rate, the curves produced in these recordings, which express the course of the most important organic reactions, respond submissively to the slightest stimulus and seem to quickly adapt themselves to the subtlest variations in the environment. It is not without reason that the heart has long been thought of as the organ of feeling. In this regard, the conclusions of physics science are in full agreement with the ancient view of the role of the heart. Emotional reactions are, above all, reactions of the heart and of circulation, and if we recall that respiration and blood determine the course of absolutely every process, in all our organs and tissues, we can understand why the reactions of the heart could serve as the inner guides of behavior. We owe all the emotional side of our mental life, writes the Danish psychologist Lang, our joys and sorrows, our happy and unhappy hours, to our vasomotor system. If the impressions which fall upon our senses did not possess the power of stimulating it, we would wander through life unsympathetic and passionless. All impressions of the outer world would only enrich our experience, increase our knowledge, but would arouse neither joy nor anger, would give us neither care nor fear. Education of the feelings. Education always denotes a change. If nothing changes, then nothing has been taught. What are the educational changes that must be introduced into the feelings? Above, we saw that every feeling is nothing other than the mechanism of a reaction, i.e., a particular reaction of the organism to some stimulation from the environment. Consequently, in its general outlines, the mechanism for the education of the feelings is precisely the same as for all the other reactions. By connecting together various stimuli, we can always form new relations between an emotional reaction and some element of the environment. Thus, altering those stimuli a reaction is associated with is the first step in education. Everyone knows that the fears we experience in childhood have no analog in later life. That which has caused us to fear and scared us becomes safe, though on the other hand, we learn to fear many objects and things that we had previously related to with trust. How does this transfer of fear from one object to another take place? The simplest mechanism is that of the education of a conditional reax, i.e., the mechanism by which a reaction is transferred to a new stimulus, which occurs every time this new stimulus coincides with the unconditional stimulus of an innate reaction. I05. If, for example, some event which a child is frightened of is accompanied each time by certain other circumstances, these circumstances will, in and of themselves, be capable of subsequently inducing fear in the child. The child will be scared to go into a room where he had experienced something frightening even once. He runs away from all those objects which were present when he was frightened. Hence, the first rule for the education of the feelings, Try to so organize the child's life and the child's behavior in such a way that he encounters those stimuli between which such transfer of feelings is to be created as often as possible. At first the child will respond with fear only to the onset of his own troubles, but suppose that every time something unpleasant threatens his friends, his mother, or his sister, this is also associated with personal pain for the child. After a short period of time, a new relation will have been formed in the child, and he will respond with fear to impending troubles and sufferings that do not personally affect him in the least, but threaten those close to him. Thus out of a narrow, self-centered sensation of fear there is created the foundation for broad and profound social feelings. In precisely the same way, we can easily lift out of the narrow circle of personality all the self-centered feelings, i.e., teach the child to respond with anger not to the wrongs done to him personally, but to the wrongs done his own country, his own social class, or his own craft. It is this possibility for the broadest possible transfer of feelings which also constitutes the surest guarantee of the education of the feelings, which may be expressed as the possibility for the creation of entirely new relationships between the individual and the environment. This is why there can be no unacceptable or undesirable emotions, from the teacher's standpoint. On the contrary, the teacher must always start from what are thought of as the lowest or self-centered feelings, understanding them to be the most primitive, the most basic, and the most powerful of all feelings, and just on the basis of these feelings, lay the foundation of the emotional structure of personality. The division of the sensations into lower and higher, self-centered and altruistic, should, therefore, be dropped, since absolutely every sensation may be pointed in any direction by teachers and associated with any stimulus. One can teach the child to be frightened of a little pimple on his face or of a spider on the wall, and train him to be frightened of general calamities, of failing his favorite subjects, or of misfortunes that have befallen those close to him. And what we have said of fear we could just as well have said of all the other feelings. All the emotional reactions can be related with the most diverse stimuli, and this relation may be brought into existence only by creating connect between different stimuli in the student's personal experience. In other words, here the educational mechanism reduces to a special organization of the environment. Thus, the education of the feelings is always 106. Basically, a re-educatization of the feelings, i.e., a variation in the direction of an emotional innate reaction. There is one more psychological mechanism for the education of the feelings, which is inherent only to the emotional reactions and which has its roots in the distinctive features of the constitution of these reactions. According to our understanding of these mechanism, the path pointed out above is not the only way for a relation to form between a reaction and some event. It is also possible for the feeling of, say, fear, to be associated with a stimulus that had not been connected with an unconditional stimulus of fear in the child's experience, though it had been connected with the sensation of pain, with displeasure, and so on in his experience. It is only necessary to create what is known as a preventive reaction. Thus, the first time a child sees a lit candle, he will unsuspectingly try to touch it with his hands, but once he's gotten burned, he will begin to be frightened of fire and will respond to a aim brought near him with a sharply expressed fear. In this case, a new reaction is locked in, although not through the establishment of a conditional reflex, but in an entirely different way through the creation of an independent relation between two emotions in which the strongly experienced emotion of pain induces the emotion of fear. In other words, the emotional effect of a particular event, of a particular reaction, becomes the cause for the establishment of a whole series of other emotional relations. If you would like Ackle to be afraid of something, then relate the approach of these something with pain or with suffering for the organism, and the desired fear will arise all by itself. Thus, the emotions have to be considered as a system of anticipatory reactions that inform the organism as to the near future of his behavior and organize the different forms of this behavior. For the teacher, therefore, the emotions become an extraordinarily valuable tool for the education of various reactions. No form of behavior is so vigorous as when it is associated with an emotion. if you would like to induce in a student certain desirable forms of behavior, therefore, always be sure that these reactions leave an emotional trace in the student. No moral sermon educates like real pain, like a real feeling, and in this sense, the apparatus of the emotions seems like an expressly adapted and subtle tool by means of which behavior may be enunced effortlessly. Emotional reactions turn out to have a substantial influence on absolutely all forms of our behavior and on all the components of the educational process. Whether we wish to help students achieve a better memory or whether we wish thinking to proceed more successfully in either event, we must take care to stimulate the particular activity emotionally. Experience and research have shown that an emotionally tinged fact is remembered more strongly, more firmly, and longer than one that is neutral. Every time you tell a student something, take care to engage his feeling. This is needed not only as a tool for better recall and better assimilation, but also as an end in itself. 107. Education in pre-revolutionary times rationalized and intellectualized our behavior in infinite ways, resulting in that frightful half-heartedness, in that utter absence of all feeling, which became an inevitable trait of every person who passed through the educational system. In modern man, everything is mechanical to such an extent, his individual impressions are so associated with concepts, that life passes in tranquility, neither engaging nor affecting his psyche, nor tinging his relations with the emotional, and this joyless and untroubled life, without serious catastrophes, but also without great joys, creates a foundation for that fastidious gradation of feelings which, in literary language, has long been known as narrow-mindedness or philistinism. Everything that we lost as a consequence of this education, the spontaneous sensation of life and, incidentally, the lifeless, uninspired method of teaching all the different subjects played no small role in this disengagement from the world and in this destruction of feelings. Who among us has not thought of what an inexhaustible source of emotional stimulation is concealed in an ordinary course of geography, astronomy, or history? All we have to do is think of ways of teaching these subjects that go beyond all dry logical schemata and make of teaching not only an object and labor of thought, but also a labor of feeling. Emotion is no less important a tool than is thinking. The teacher must be concerned not only that students think about and learn geography, but also feel deeply about it. Such a thought usually does not come to mind for one reason or another, and teaching that is emotionally felt is a rare visitor to our schools, and is associated, for the most part, with an impotent love for one's own subject on the part of a teacher who doesn't know of any way of imparting this love to his students and, therefore, usually has the reputation of being eccentric. Meanwhile, it is precisely the emotional reactions that have to serve as the foundation of the educational process. Before communicating a particular piece of knowledge, the teacher should induce the appropriate emotion in the student, and take care to associate this emotion with the new knowledge. Only new knowledge that has passed through the student's senses may be inculcated. Everything else is lifeless knowledge that diminishes every vital relationship to the world. Of all the subjects taught in school, only in the teaching of literature, and there only to an insignificant degree, was the presence of an emotional component recognized as an essential element of the educational process in the classroom. The ancient Greeks said that philosophy begins with wonder. Psychologically, this is true with regard to all knowledge, in the sense that every bit of new knowledge must be preceded by a certain sense of craving. A certain degree of emotional sensitivity, a degree of involvement must, of necessity, serve as the starting point of all educational efforts. There is a short, though profoundly meaningful comic story of Chekhov's that may serve as the best example of the sterile indifference we spoke of earlier. I-08. In this story, an elderly official who had never studied anything would recollect the meaning of all the punctuation marks from experience. He knew that a colon is placed before a listing of pages or references, that a comma separates a list of names, that, in other words, in his life and his experience there were always times whose emotional meaning was represented by these punctuation marks. In all his years of work only the exclamation point had never turned up even once. From his wife, he learned a rule she had memorized in her boarding school, that the exclamation mark is used to express delight, enthusiasm, anger, indignation, and other feelings. But it was just these feelings that were missing in the life of the official, and the feeling of infinite grief for the life he had so foolishly led, his resentment and indignation, forced him to experience a strong outburst for the very first time, and, in the office supervisor's book of congratulations, he wrote 3 large exclamation marks following his signature. If you would prefer that your students not repeat the pitiful life of Chekhov's official, take care that delight, indignation, and other feelings do not pass them by in life, that there are exclamation points in their lives that are just a little bit larger. In our society, there has developed, for one reason or another, a one-sided view of the human personality, and everyone, for one reason or another, thinks of natural gifts and talent as applicable only to intelligence. But one may not only possess a talent for thought, one may also possess a talent for feeling. The emotional aspect of personality has no lesser a value than all the other aspects, and constitutes a subject and a concern of education just as much as does the mind and the will. Love can involve just as much talent and even genius as the discovery of differential calculus. In both, human behavior presents exceptionally and monumental forms. The extreme and falsely exaggerated sensitivity that must be rigorously distinguished from feeling is another result of emotional education, though no better than an extreme result. By sensitivity, we should understand all those forms of the emotional reactions that are observed when emotion is not associated with any action and when everything without exception is resolved in the internal reactions that accompany it. To give an example of a false feeling, James points to those sentimental Russian plantation owners who would cry in the theater while watching some sensitive drama without it ever crossing their mind that their coachman was out in the street freezing in the 40-degree weather. As much as emotion is powerful and important for action, so is sentiment sterile and of no value. As regards the education of emotions in the proper sense of term, here the essential pedagogical task is to teach the child to become ruler of his emotions, i.e., to teach him to incorporate the emotions into the general network of behavior, to make them intimately related to all the other reactions and not burst into the course of these reactions in a disruptive and disorderly fashion. 109. The ability to master one's feelings through psychology means nothing less than the ability to master their external expression, i.e., the reactions associated with them. Feelings are conquered, therefore, only through the mastery of their motor expression, and he who learns not to make a grimace and wince when tasting something disagreeable or disgusting conquers disgust itself. Hence that extraordinary power over the education of the feelings that belongs to the development of conscious movements and the control over these movements. A coward who strikes an attitude of pride and approaches a foe boldly, openly, and with a warlike demeanor has thereby already conquered his cowardice. We know that famous warriors such as Peter the Great and Napoleon were as scared of mice and insects. Consequently, they knew of the feeling of fear, and emotional reactions were natural to them. However, in a battle they could stand under fire without trembling because they were able to master their fear. Such a mastery of the emotions, which constitutes the task of every form of education, might at first glance appear to consist in a suppression of all feeling. In fact, it denotes only the subordination of feeling, in which the feelings are bound up with the other forms of behavior and guided in the appropriate directions. One example of such rational employment of the feelings we might cite are the intellectual feelings, i.e., feelings such as curiosity, interest, wonder, and the like which arise in immediate association with intellectual activity and which guide this activity in most explicit fashion, though, in and of themselves, these feelings possess an extraordinarily imperceptible physical expression, confined for the most part to slight movements of the eyes and the face. Games, which we spoke of as constituting the best educational mechanism of the instincts are, in addition, also the best means of disciplining emotional behavior. The child's games are always emotional, there are always strong and vivid feelings in these games, though they teach the child not to follow emotions blindly, but to make them conform to the rules of the game and to the ultimate goal of the game. Thus, games are the first forms of conscious behavior, arising on the basis of instinctive and emotional behavior. They are the best tool for the integrated education of all these diverse forms of behavior and for the establishment of the proper coordination and interdependence between them. Chapter 7. Psychology and Pedagogics of Attention. Psychological nature of attention. Relational psychology defined attention as the form of activity wherein we are able to divide up the complex composition of impressions that reach us from outside. We then identify in this UX the most important variable, focus on this variable with the full force of activity and, thereby hasten its penetration into consciousness. Thus the particular distinctiveness and clarity with which the segment of our impressions is experienced. However, the old psychology also knew that, in acts of attention, we encounter phenomena that are not all of the same psychic order. Attention begins most often and, in its very development, originates out of a whole series of manifestations that are purely motor in nature. One need only take a look at the simplest acts of attention to see that these acts begin every time with particular set reactions that involve movements of different perceiving organs. Thus, if our intention is to attentively scrutinize something, we assume the appropriate stance, place our head in a certain position, and adjust and focus our eyes as required. The adaptive and directional movements of the ears, neck, and head are of no lesser importance in the act of attentive listening. The meaning and function of all these movements inevitably reduces to the placement of perceiving organs, which are responsible for the most important tasks here, in the most convenient and appropriate position. However, these motor reactions of attention involve more than the above reactions of external organs of perception. The entire organism turns out to be permeated with these motor adaptations to the perception of external impressions. It has, in fact, been shown by experimental investigation that even the least troublesome acts of attention are accompanied by changes in the curves of respiration and pulse rate. Even the most intimate process of the organism are adapted to impending activity. But these active motor reactions constitute only part of the story. A second, no less important element consists in the cessation of all other movements and reactions not associated with the impending activity. The reader surely knows from personal experience how darkness is conducive to attentive listening, how the inactivity and state of rest of organs then not in use help to LLL. 112. Focus attention and the work of the principal organ. From the psychological point of view, the cessation of a reaction or its inhibition represents just as much of a motor reaction as does every purposeful movement. Thus, from the motor standpoint, attention is characterized by the adaptive movements of internal and external organs and by the inhibition of all other activity on the part of organism. However, those acts of attention in which the first part of this picture is entirely absent play the greatest role in our life. This happens in those instances when it is a question of what is known as inner attention, i.e., when the object towards which the force of our attention is directed is not in the world external to the organism, but constitutes part of reaction of the organism itself, which in this case serves as an internal stimulus. From the reactological point of view, phenomena of attention must be understood no differently than as a particular system of orienting reactions, i.e., preparatory reactions of the individual that cause him to place his body in a desired position and attitude and prepare it for impending activity. From this point of view, orienting reactions are absolutely no different than any other reaction. The same three essential components that arise in the full course of any reaction may be discovered and demonstrated in them quite easily. The first component is apparent in the presence of an appropriate stimulation, impetus, or impulse, however it is expressed, whether in some external impression or internal stimulus, an uttered word, desire, emotion, and so on. No orienting reaction could ever arise without such a reference point. Next is the component of central processing of the impulse. We can always tell whether this component is present on the basis of the diversity of forms assumed by these reactions, even though they are all induced by the same impetus, depending on the diversity and complexity of the states in which the central nervous system is found. It is only necessary for one excitation to end up in one group of sources of excitations, and it will induce one effect, If the arrangement of these sources is altered, the effect achieved by the very same excitation will be totally different. Finally, there is the third component of a reaction, its responding effect, which is always realized in an act of attention through a series of movements of external or internal organs, in a series of somatic reactions of internal organs, or in internal secretion. A set reaction, in this sense, is the most customary reaction of the organism, except for the fact that in human behavior it bears a special role, that of laying the groundwork of our future behavior. Such preparatory reactions of orientation may, therefore, be called pre-reactions. 113. Description of orientation. Set reactions have to be described from several directions. First, the aspect that makes it possible to distinguish between different set reactions is the capacity of these reactions, i.e., the very quantity of simultaneous stimulations that may be incorporated into the functioning mechanism of our behavior as part of a given orientation. According to Wundt's calculations, our consciousness can grasp from 16 to 40 simple impressions simultaneously, whereas attention is capable of preparing our organism to respond simultaneously to far fewer impressions, from 6 to 12 impressions of the same type. The selective character of the set reactions, which, out of the full range of our behavior, pick out just a small variable of this behavior and, it would appear, places it together with all the other conditions for a reaction, despite everything to the contrary, becomes perfectly clear. It should be noted that the extent of an orientation is not a biologically invariant, constant magnitude. It exhibits very great variability depending on sex, age, and individual circumstances, but principally as a function of the level of practice, habits, and experience of particular person. Even for one and the same person, the range of possible orientations is not something constant, but may vary depending on the general state of his organism. Concepts of limits and of boundaries of orientation capacity of the individual, however, constitute among the most valuable achievements of the psychology of attention and brings the study into the realm of providence, making it possible to always determine and take into account in advance the possibilities of our behavior. The factor of duration is the second component characteristic of orientation. In fact, the act of orientation displays an extraordinarily unstable, wavering, seemingly oscillatory state, as is apparent from the simplest experiments. If we focus our eyes on a single point or letter for a prolonged period as attentively as possible, we will notice quite easily that our initially strong attention begins to gradually attenuate, a spot which was perceived initially with the greatest distinctness and clarity begins to grow dim before our eyes, becoming indistinct and obscure, drops out of our vision, re-emerges, ichors and seems to twinkle before our eyes, though all the external conditions that define the course of the stimulations have remained exactly the same. Obviously, the variations in the results must be ascribed to changes in certain internal processes, particularly the process of orientation. Strange as it may seem, an orientation will last for an extraordinarily insignificant period of time, in most cases hardly exceeding several minutes. Subsequently, a kind of rhythmic actuation of orientation sets in. Orientation vanishes and reappears if behavioral conditions require that it be maintained for a prolonged period of time. Thus, orientation manifests itself as if in fits and starts, in a broken line, rather than as a straight line, regulating our reactions by I-14 means off shocks and allowing them to proceed by inertia in the intervals between one shock and the next. Thus, a rhythmic character is the fundamental law of our acts of orientation, forcing us to take account of all the pedagogical requirements that are thereby implicated. Urbankich's simplest experiments confirm this conclusion in its entirety. In these experiments, a subject was asked to listen to the ticking of a clock with his eyes closed and to indicate with the words, nearer and farther, those cases when it seemed to him that the ticking of the clock had become stronger, accordingly weaker. In every case without exception, the same result was obtained. By turns, the subject pronounced the words, nearer and farther, alternating correctly, since he was always under the impression that the ticking was now becoming stronger, now becoming weaker, and it seemed to him as if the clock was approaching, accordingly moving away from him, at a uniform rate, though all the time the clock was suspended in a fixed position from some frame never changing its position. Again, it is evident that the reason why the sound became stronger or weaker must be sought not in external processes, but in the internal processes of orientation. In this case, we are dealing with an entirely pure form of rhythmicity or undulation in our orientation, which, since it is directed towards a uniform and continuous series of stimulations, perceives them not as an uncoordinated series of entirely similar stimulations, but as a unified, undulating unity with its own points of rise and fall. Accordingly, we should now consider the last distinctive feature and function of orientation, i.e., the way in which it manifests itself in the role of unifier and guide of external impressions. Since our attention is rhythmic, we are inclined to introduce rhythm into all external stimulations, and to see a rhythm at work in all external stimulations, whether or not they, in fact, possess a rhythm. In other words, we perceive the world not in its divided up, chaotic form, but as a connected and rhythmic whole that combines together smaller elements into a group, and these groups into new, large formations. We can now understand what one psychologist meant when he said that it was because of attention that the world is perceived as if it were verse in which individual syllables were combined together into metric feet, these latter into hemistich. The hemistichs into verse, the verse into strophes, and so on. Internal and external orientation. From the qualitative standpoint, empirical psychology described attention as both voluntary and involuntary. Involuntary attention was usually considered to consist in those acts that were in response to certain external stimuli that attracted us by virtue of their remarkable force, interest, or expressiveness. If, sitting in a quiet room, I become all ears upon hearing the report of a gunshot. 115. This may readily serve as the best example of such involuntary attention. Here the cause of my set reactions is found not in the organism, but in phenomena that occur outside it, in the unexpected force of a new stimulus that takes possession of the entire free field of attention, and pushes aside and inhibits all of our other reactions. Psychologists refer to those cases when concentration is focused not outside the organism, but within it, when the individual's own experience, action, or thought becomes the subject of attention, as internal or voluntary attention. As an example of voluntary attention, just recall how it is when you are concentrating on one of your own thoughts, trying to recall or imagine something, or when you are involved in some project, whether reading a book or writing a letter, and set about preparing all the organs that would be needed for this project entirely consciously and voluntarily. For a long time, it seemed that there existed an inherent and fundamental difference between the two types of attention, and that this difference was fully exhausted in the difference between the physiological nature of the second type of attention and the mental nature of the first type. But psychologists were wont to characterize this first type as inner will, as a pure act of volitional effort without any direct relation to physical manifestations. Meanwhile, the same experimental investigations demonstrated that, in voluntary attention, we are dealing with the very same somatic reactions of respiration and circulation as are observed in the second type of attention. Moreover, these acts are accompanied by the very same cessation of extraneous movements, the very same delay in activity, as occurs in external attention, and the only difference between the two is that, in the first type of attention, there are no clearly expressed adaptive reactions of external organs. But this difference is explained quite clearly and completely by the difference in the object at which attention is directed in the two cases. It is entirely understandable that, in the case of attention which is excited by an impression that comes from outside, the organism will respond by readying the appropriate organs of perception through which this impression is to be brought to consciousness. It is just as understandable that, in these reactions, there is not the slightest need whatsoever for orientation to focus on external stimuli, and instead it focuses on internal stimuli, which we perceive from the proprioceptive field, as well as from the interoreceptive field, whereas external stimuli are perceived from the exteroreceptive field. Language usually engraves this analogy in the sorts of expressions that are used to denote such acts of internal attention. When we recall something earnestly and raptly, it is as if we are listening to words that are resounding within us, and in precisely the same way strange sounds and voices can confuse us as, for example, when we listen attentively to someone speaking or to music. Here language reinforces the complete analogy that exists between the adaptive 116 movements oft ears and the adaptive movements oft proprioceptive nerve pathways in the first and second types of attention. The presence, in the latter case, of a certain inner stimulus that proves to be capable of inducing the very same effect of an orienting reaction as does an external stimulus is the only essential psychological difference. We can be sure of making no mistake if we agree that the difference between the two types of orientation reduces to the difference between innate or unconditioned and acquired or conditioned reactions. Concentration and its simplest, elementary forms constitutes, as is shown by observation, an unconditioned reax that manifests itself in the very first days of an infant's life and possesses absolutely all the typical features of the attention we observe in an adult, but like every unconditioned reax, the reax of concentration may be subjected to education and re-education. Alpha stimulation that induces this reflex is always accompanied by still another foreign stimulation, then, as a result of numerous repetitions of two stimulations occurring simultaneously, a new relation will have been formed in the cerebral cortex between the second neutral stimulus and the simultaneously accompanying reaction. Now a conditioned reflex has been formed, which will function with mechanical regularity and will be induced now by the new stimulus just as precisely as it had been previously induced by an unconditioned reflex. Consider how a reax of concentration is induced in ACLD always by means of impressions reaching it from its nursing mother. If the system formed by these stimuli occurs simultaneously with stimulations of the eyes produced by the child's own reactions or from the child's own unsatisfied cries, then as a result of lengthy training only a single sensation of the eyes or a single cry will be sufficient for all of the child's reactions to focus on feeding, on the intake of nourishment, even though its mother is not at all present at the particular moment. Thus, an external orientation that is induced by an external stimulus has now entered a second phase, and become an inner orientation, since it has become subordinated to an inner stimulus, attention, and distraction. Distraction is usually taken to mean the direct opposite of an act of attention, and in fact, if we were to understand by acts of attention the organism's state of readiness in anticipation of the approach of certain stimulations, then distraction would, of course, denote the utter unexpectedness of an approaching stimulation and the organism's complete lack of adaptation to responding to the stimulation. Thus, if we are attentive to foreign words, we respond to them at once with an appropriate and meaningful answer. If we listen distractedly, we either do not respond at all or respond after some delay, inappropriately. 117. However, this notion requires a major corrective. In fact, from the psychological point of view, it is necessary to distinguish between two entirely different aspects of distraction, which are no less incompatible than is attention and distraction. Distraction can, in fact, spring from a low level of attention, from an inability to collect oneself or to concentrate and focus one's orientation on some one single object. Therefore, it may refer to a certain suspension and derangement of the entire mechanism of our behavior and, in this sense, when any sort of marked features are present, it assumes an explicit pathological character and must be deemed unhealthy. However, the distraction that teachers generally have to contend with, which also manifests itself at every step of a normal person's life, constitutes an essential and useful companion of attention. Above we explain the value that orientation acquires when it restricts our behavior to a certain narrow path. The meaning of an orientation always reduces to a constriction of the course of reactions, which, because of their quantity, gain in force, quality, and clarity. This, quite naturally, presupposes a constriction in our behavior to such an extent that the whole series of stimulations that impinge upon us remain neutral and do not excite any reaction on our part. To be attentive to some one thing inevitably presupposes being distracted with regard to everything else. The relationship here assumes the wholly mathematical character of a direct proportionality, and we can say quite frankly that the greater the force of attention, the greater the force of distraction. In other words, the more precise and the more highly perfected an orientation to some one reaction, the less adapted is the organism to other reactions. This psychological law of the relationship between attention and distraction finds its most brilliant confirmation in well-known anecdotes of the absent-mindedness of scholars and, in general, of anyone occupied with one particular thought. The absent-mindedness of the scholar, the absent-mindedness of the scientist, always denotes an exceptional degree of focus of his thoughts on a single point. In this sense, from the scientific point of view, it would be correct to speak, not of education of attention and the struggle to overcome distraction, but of proper education of both attention and distraction together. Biological value of orientation. The biological value of orientation is best revealed if we consider the demands out of which it arose. The more complex the organism, the more manifold and the more subtle are the forms of its relationships with the environment, and the higher are the forms assumed by its behavior. The edifice formed out of what is known as personal experience, that is, of conditioned reactions, and built atop innate or inherited experience, is the basic complication that distinguishes the behavior of the higher animals. In fact, 99% of the 118 behavior of a spider or of a buttery is determined by inherited instinctive forms, and only 1%, roughly speaking and approximately, is determined by the personal relationships established by the individual. This relationship changes into its opposite the moment we move from the lower animals to the higher. In the complex composition of man's behavior, barely 1/100th of all reactions are innate, unaffected by any individual nuances of personal experience whatsoever. The biological sense of the superstructure lies in the preliminary, or signal adaptation of the organism to the approach of those events that have not yet occurred, but which will have to inevitably occur because of known features. In its higher forms, this signal or preliminary form of adaptation to future changes in the environment turns into reactions of attention or orientation, i.e., it is related reflexively with those reactive impulses that lead the organism to the most perfected state of readiness. Thus, according to the rigorous definition given by Carl Greus, an orientation may be defined, from the biological point of view, as the anticipation of an impending event, as a tool in the physical struggle for existence by means of which the organism is able to respond with essential movements not at the very moment the danger is impending, but rather far in advance of its approach. In its complex forms, man's behavior seems to be divided into two parts. Because of the enormous quantity of already developed organic reactions and the exceptional complexity of ways they are brought together and combined, there arises the necessity for special control over the course of these reactions, for the organism's control over its own behavior. Internal stimuli that arise from the proprioceptive field and which lead the organism into combat readiness for every possible reaction is, above all and quite naturally, such a controlling and regulative reaction. This is why we have every right to make comparisons between attention and the organism's internal strategy. Attention, in fact, serves as a strategist, i.e., a director, an organizer, a guide and commander of battle, without, however, participating directly in the combat itself. All the features of orientation established above may be readily explained from this fundamental point of view. It is quite understandable that, in order to maintain the functional unity of our organs, it becomes biologically inevitable for the organism to develop a certain narrow groove for the orienting reactions and to restrict the scope of these reactions in order to ensure the operational unity of the most diverse organs of our body. The exceptional short-term nature of orientations also becomes understandable, since an orientation represents an extraordinary risk for the organism precisely because of its narrow scope. By preparing the organism for combat in one arena, it weakens it and demobilizes it in all other arenas, and if orientation were not so skittish and not so precipitate, it would place the organism in the greatest of danger time and again, against which the organism would be entirely powerless to resist. 119. It is biologically necessary for one's orientation to focus first on one reaction and then on another, encompassing by dint of its organizing effect all the aspects of our behavior. Such is the nature and rhythmic character of our attention, which should be taken to denote nothing less than a rest for attention, a rather essential need for the prolonged functioning of attention. The rhythmic character, thus, must be understood not as a principle of abridgment of attention, but, on the contrary, as a principle of prolongation of attention, since, by saturating and interposing the functioning of attention with moments of rest and respite, rhythm preserves and maintains the energy of attention, making it ultimately inexhaustible and infinitely engrossed over as long a time as possible. Finally, the last point that has been discovered in the nature of attention, in the course of unraveling its biological import, lies in the fact that an orienting reaction has to be understood as a continuously prolonged effort of the organism, and not at all as a momentary manifestation of its activity. In this sense, those thinkers are correct who have declared that attention functions like a motor, in bursts, retaining the force oft impulse from one burst to the next. Thus, an act of attention must be understood as continuously annihilating itself and continuously reappearing, as if dying away and airing up from one moment to the next. Educational value of the orientations. Without fear of overstatement, one may say that orientation is the first condition where it becomes possible to affect the child through education. Certain teachers even suggest reducing the entire process of education to the development of certain forms of orientation, and thus claim that every form of education is an education of attention above all, so that the various modes of education differ from each other only by the nature of those acts of orientation that are to be fostered. In a certain sense, this is entirely correct, since in education we are always dealing not with movements and actions that possess a purpose and goal in and of themselves, but with the development of skills and habits for future functioning and future activity. If that's the case, our task is not so much a matter of summoning up particular reactions in and off themselves, but only of educating the essential orientations. The call of education is to introduce a degree of coordination, meaningfulness, and direction into the chaotic and uncoordinated mass of newborns' movements. The full range of behavior of the adult differs from the newborn's behavior solely by the presence of this component. It is, therefore, clear that the fundamental principle of education lies in the selection of those most essential and most important reactions that have to be preserved, that should be thought of as being of paramount importance, around which other reactions of lesser value group and take shape, bearing in mind that, ultimately, those reactions that are not at all needed by the organism will be inhibited and suppressed. 120. But at precisely these three functions, of identification, grouping, and delaying, that the mechanism of orientation implements. In order to explain the pedagogical importance of attention, it is usually observed that a mother who is entirely indifferent to every possible noise will awaken at the slightest sound from her child, just like a miller who will not be aroused by the loudest thunder and rumbling of a storm, but who will awaken to the slightest murmuring of a stream of running water. In other words, usually for this purpose we tend to refer to those facts and circumstances when orientation makes it possible to identify those influences of the environment that are biologically of the greatest importance for the organism, even though, in and of themselves, they defer to other influences in terms of force. Development of attention. The infinite capacity of attention for development makes orientation no less valuable as a subject of education. If the various capacities of faculty and an adult are compared, in no realm will we find such an enormous and vast difference as in the realm of orientation. In the earliest years, attention is nearly exclusively reflexively instinctive in nature, and only gradually, through lengthy and complex training, does it turn into voluntary orientation guided by the most important needs of the organism and, in turn, guiding the full course of our behavior. The child's interest, as the most frequent form of manifestation of involuntary attention, thus, assumes extraordinary pedagogical importance. The child's attention is directed and guided nearly entirely by interest, and, therefore, the phenomenon of distraction in a child always has its natural source in a divergence, pedagogically speaking, between two paths, the path followed by the child's natural interest and the path mapped out by those tasks given to the child as required tasks. This is why the old school system, in which the divergence between these two paths was taken as the foundation of psychological wisdom, was, more than anything else, compelled to resort to outside measures in its organization of attention, was compelled to evaluate students' attention by means of special grades and, for all practical purposes, was quite powerless to develop the essential forms of orientation. If we let the child follow his own interests and develop accordingly, this will unavoidably entail a process whereby he follows his own whims and needs, and we will end up with the same result as that produced from the relationship of a horseman to his horse. To many teachers, this seems like a rejection of any control over, and guidance of, the educational process. Their reasoning is, roughly speaking, as follows. If child is to be guided by his own interests, what, then, should the teacher do? He is useless if he blindly follows behind the 121. Student who is pursuing his own interest, he can be harmful if, standing ahead the child, he tries to divert this interest and paralyze its force of action. This apparent difficulty may be resolved, essentially, and in the most painless way, in educational psychology if we begin with the only correct standpoint, that education means neither simply following the organism's natural inclinations nor a fruitless struggle against these inclinations. The path of scientific education lies between these two extremes and requires combining these two extremes together into a unified whole. Education cannot be conducted in any way other than through the child's natural inclinations. In all its strivings, education proceeds by taking as its starting point precisely these inclinations. But it would be an admission of impotence if the calling of education were to lie in this goal and this meaning alone. In fact, it intervenes actively in these natural inclinations of the child, brings them together, grouping them in whatever way one might wish, protecting some of them, stimulating some of them at the expense of others, and, in this way, introduces the spontaneous process of the child's inclinations into the organizing and shaping channel of the social environment in the school. The question as to the role of the teacher in the development of the child's interests is in precisely the same state. On the one hand, the psychologist is forced to acknowledge the omnipotence of this law and, following Thorndike, to affirm that this principle has universal value, and that the most uninteresting thing we do, ultimately, is when we do something, while nevertheless from interest, still from negative interest, i.e., when we strive to avoid unpleasantness. From this point of view, teaching in general is possible only inasmuch as it relies on the child's own interests. There can be no other form of teaching. The whole question has to do with how far this interest may be direct along the path of the actual subject being studied, and not involve recourse to the instance of rewards, punishments, the desire to please, and so on, all of which are alien to it. But this acknowledgement of the omnipotence of the child's interest can hardly be taken as condemning the teacher to impotently following in the tracks of child's interests. In organizing the environment and the child's life in this environment, the teacher intervenes actively into the processes by which the child's interests evolve and acts upon them in precisely the same way he influences all of the child's behavior. His rule, however, must always be, before giving an explanation, arouse interest, before asking the child to do something, get him ready it, before resorting to a reaction, prepare an orientation, and before communicating some new information, induce the anticipation of this new information. Thus, from the subjective standpoint, orientation manifests itself for the student, above all, in a certain anticipation of an impending activity. 122. Psychological value of anticipation. From everyday life, it is easy to see that anticipation assists behavior when some event is impending. For something to be unanticipated denotes, for the most part, the absence of readiness and the inadequacy of a reaction. However, only by virtue of rigorous psychological experiments has it been possible to discover the genuine nature of anticipation and to get a true idea of the limits of its value for education. Experience demonstrates that, for all intents and purposes, anticipation reduces always to some preliminary readiness of the appropriate working organs, that anticipation represents a kind of mustering of the organism for a future action, that it is even an already commenced action that has not, however, been brought to fruition. These nascent actions Binet has referred to as mental stances. In precisely the same way as a stance arises as a result of certain movements and serves as a starting point for subsequent movements, these mental states of anticipation arise as a result of certain reactions and create a foundation for the emergence of subsequent states. In measurements that have been made of the duration of a simple reaction, it has been possible to establish the following extraordinarily interesting fact. Every person exhibits 3 entirely distinct types of reaction in a simple response to some simple stimulus, and these reactions differ sharply from each other, depending on the person's preliminary orientation. The most ordinary type of reaction is usually referred to as anatural reaction. This is the reaction that is made when movement is performed in accordance with the orientation that is the most customary to, and the most distinctive of, the particular person. It is encountered whenever we do not intervene actively in a subject's orientation and do not organize this orientation in our own way, as a function of the goals of some experiment. Experience has shown that, in these cases, there is a mean time of reaction that is characteristic of each person, i.e., a customary mean duration of orientation, which manifests itself in an ordinary, natural rate of movement in this person's walking, speaking, or writing. In other words, in these cases we seem to induce a natural orientation that forms and develops in this person over the course of a number of years, becoming an inalienable part of this person's temperament and character. The reader surely knows that each one of us has his own customary manner of speaking, his own customary rate of walking, his own customary rate of gesticulation and speech. However, this natural orientation may be made to deviate sharply from the individual's own mean rate in either direction if, by means of preliminary instructions, we induce a new orientation in the subject. If before such an experiment, we ask a subject to respond not in his customary way, but possibly more quickly, as soon as he perceives an external impression, and, meanwhile, ask him to direct all his attention at the responsive organ itself. 123. Say, his fingers, which is to make the responding movement, we will obtain an extraordinarily noticeable effect every time. This effect will manifest itself in a very appreciable drop in reaction time, due to the fact that the preliminary orientation to the corresponding movement that we have induced has already produced all the essential nerve excitations needed to complete this movement, and only the very movement prior to the onset of signal is delayed. Once the signal has been given, the delay is eliminated and the reaction is performed vigorously and strenuously. This same law is taken into account in an elegant way in the pedagogics of military science, when, in the course of instruction, the attempt is made to develop movements that are as rapid and as exact as possible, through recourse to a subdivision of commands, i.e., essentially stimuli, into 2 parts, into the executable command and the preliminary command. In the course of teaching, these 2 parts of a command are separated from each other, often by an interval of several minutes, in order to foster in the soldier a fully distinct movement of orientation and a distinct movement of the reaction itself. When the command, forward, is given, the soldiers remain in place, though they know that now they will have to move. They carry out on command only the act of orientation, preparing the groups of muscles that will be needed for the movement, mobilizing them, and this is expressed outwardly in a special straining, in a special readiness to move at every moment, that turns rapidly into active movement as soon as the executable part of the command, march, is given. Only through such a deliberate subdivision of orientation and movement itself does there develop a maximally exact and perfected reaction. One might ask whence arises this abridgment of time that occurs in such a muscular reaction or, in other words, in an orientation to the muscular part of a movement. It is perfectly evident that it occurs due to the part of the processes that have been completed in preparation for the actual orientation, and if the motor orientation reduces the time of the muscular reaction, this will mean that it performed part of this work on its own, and that the muscular reaction now proceeds under the control and guidance of this orientation. We find full confirmation of this result in the opposite case, when an orientation of a diametrically opposite nature is induced. This will occur whenever the instructions require the subject to direct all his attention not to the responding organ, but to the perceiving organs, when we ask the subject to carefully listen to or look at a stimulation, and not respond before perceiving it clearly and before being conscious of it. With such a sensory orientation guiding all the preparatory functions to the first perceptual component of the reaction, we obtain the extraordinarily pronounced effect of an overall retardation of a reaction by comparison with the mean time of its natural form. This retardation of movement is induced, undoubtedly, by the delaying action that every foreign orientation exerts on a reaction. In this case, the 124 orientation was directed wholly to the perceiving organs, and was naturally delayed and retarded by the reaction of the hand. Thus was the entirely genuine enyance of orientation on the course of subsequent reactions demonstrated by experimental investigation. Experimental psychology has shown that the duration, force, and form of every movement is wholly predetermined by preliminary orientation. An experiment with two objects of equal weight but different size testifies to the effect of orientation in a simple and graphic way. If two objects of the same weight are lifted one after the other using the same hand, first the larger one and then the smaller one, because of our impressions, it will seem to us that the larger one is most certainly the lighter of two, no matter how many times the two objects are shown, right before our eyes, to balance each other on a scale. In other words, even exact and certain knowledge is powerless here to refute the illusion and, consequently, the source of this illusion must be sought not in the actual process of weighing, but in the preliminary orientation that is performed unconsciously by virtue of acquired habit prior to the process of weighing. Orientation in this sense can be understood by noting that when we see a large object in front of us, we orient ourselves, make ourselves ready for the act of lifting a heavy weight, we seem to allocate a considerable motor impetus, produce a more significant dispatch of energy, than happens when we see a small object in front of us. Accordingly, the same weight in one case calls up an insignificant muscular effort, and in the other case a more significant effort, and, without any change in magnitude, the same object may appear to us to be at times smaller, at times larger, depending upon our orientation. These experiments all demonstrate essentially one thing, that every form of behavior is determined and controlled by orienting reactions that quite clearly precede it, though the enyance of these reactions is not always expressed directly, but sometimes indirectly, in reactions that follow upon it. Pedagogical conclusions. The most important pedagogical conclusions that should be drawn from research on orientation may be reduced, basically, to a general formula. According to this formula, the teacher must attend not only to the student's ongoing and explicit reactions, but also to the unseen, submerged orientations that precede these reactions. Thus the teacher must not only observe the student, but must also make conjectures at every turn as to what is happening in the student, whether seen or unseen. In order to ensure successful teaching and learning, the teacher must not only maintain all the conditions necessary for the proper development of the reactions, but, what is far more important, also maintain the proper orientation. We might say, in complete agreement with psychological theory, that in I-25 education the principal emphasis must be precisely on orientation. Accordingly, the teacher has to determine at every turn whether the subject matter he has introduced is in accord with the fundamental laws of activity of attention. Above all, this subject matter must be arranged and presented in such a way as to be in accord with the narrow range of the orienting reactions and, in terms of the nature of its effects, not be in contradiction with the duration of these effects. According to the simplest and most commonplace rules of pedagogical civility, a lesson should not last too long nor should the teacher talk a mile a minute. Essentially, these rules express, in most primitive form, the very same demand for a correspondence between subject matter and the student's adaptive reactions. It is extremely important to organize the subject matter in such a way that it also correspond to the rhythmic functioning of our orientation. The simplest observation: oft errors made by children when taking dictation when they are distracted, but not ignorant of the rules of orthography, reveal a wave-like, rhythmic character, in the sense that if dictation is subdivided into equal time intervals, each such segment will exhibit, in succession, an increase or decrease in the number of errors. It is extraordinarily important to so organize the lesson from the standpoint of pedagogics as to subdivide the subject matter so that the most critical and the most important points will be reached just as the force of attention rises, and that the least important parts of the presentation, those which do not suggest something new, occur as the wave of attention is falling. Further, the subject matter itself must incorporate a degree of give and take and allow for smooth development, i.e., it must be presented in a connected form that would make it possible for all of its parts to be perceived as a unified whole. Finally, the last and most important rule requires, on the part of teacher, the same attitude and the same concern for attention as for distraction. That teacher is profoundly mistaken who sees in distraction his own worst enemy, who does not understand the simple truth that it is precisely the student who is most distracted in his class who may, in fact, be his most attentive student. The secret of turning distraction into attention, for all intents and purposes, lies in turning the arrow of attention from one direction to another. It is achieved by the general pedagogical technique of transferring interest from one subject to another, by creating a link between a pair of topics. This is also the principal means for the development of attention and for the conversion of involuntary external attention into voluntary attention. The teacher must take care to create and develop in the student a sufficient quantity of internal stimuli associated with all the different orienting reactions. Once this has been accomplished, he may be certain that attention has become one of the internal mechanisms for behavior and is functioning in accord with these mechanisms. 126. Thus the absolute necessity of taking into account the fundamental orientation of education, that which has been termed in the pedagogical literature of recent years the orientation towards goals of every educational act. Since the new psychology takes the educational process itself out of the hands of the teacher and places it in the hands of the student, for that very reason it is essential to also transfer the awareness of the goal of this act from the teacher to the student. It is not only essential for the student to educate himself by his own natural actions, but that the teacher guide and regulate the factors that define these actions, and likewise is it essential that not only the teacher, but the student as well, be conscious of the goal of his actions. The meaningless and pedagogically destructive orientation towards examinations that was common of our Tsarist schools may serve as the simplest example of the import of such a fundamental orientation towards goals in the educational process. Examinations, which were usually left for the end of the school year, because of their very ephemeral status in the system of instruction and because of consequences for the students that were associated with them, became such a natural orientation towards goals, despite the best wishes and hopes of the teachers. And once the better teachers saw to their sorrow that in the secondary school students would study to pass examinations, and would pass examinations in order to obtain diplomas, they were powerless to combat this tendency, since they could not suggest in place of this natural orientation towards goals any other orientation, and accordingly, were defenseless in the face of the natural and elemental force of this orientation. It is extremely important to note here that orientation plays a decisive role even in such apparently mechanical and passive processes as memory and memorization. Experience demonstrates that memorization occurs quite differently and yields entirely different results depending on what sort of tests the person is subjected to afterwards. And if subjects know that they will only have to reproduce everything all at once when asked about what they have studied, they will study using one method. If they know that they will be making choices from among what will be reproduced before them, they will study using quite a different method. Thus, the decisive point in the educational process is an awareness of what is the goal of different actions and what is the purpose of learning the material. Moreover, by virtue of a preliminary orientation, this ultimate goal proves to be the most important guiding influence on the educational process. The pedagogical value of anticipation involves not only a loosening off soil and a preparation of the ground for the perception of new knowledge, but also, and far more importantly, to the development of the proper direction to be imparted to the newly emergent reaction. Indeed, it should be perfectly clear to the reader that the process of education reduces ultimately to the development in students of a certain quantity of reactions and of other, more complex forms of behavior. Thus, whether the direction of these reactions coincides with the 127 direction they are meant to function in is decisive for the success or failure of these process. If I'll store in my memory thousands of useful bits of knowledge, but am unable to make use of any of these knowledge at the appropriate and required time, this knowledge becomes like a burden to me, and not only is it of no use within the system of behavior, but can be truly harmful, because it takes up space and keeps us from establishing and developing other reactions that are less fruitful, though more correct in terms of direction. What has been referred to in the popular pedagogical literature as the lifelessness of school essentially denotes this very error in the fundamental orientation towards the goals of education. The greatest sin of the Tsarist school was that none of people involved in it had any answers when they were asked why study geography and history, mathematics, and literature. Those who think that the Tsarist school did not provide one with very much knowledge are mistaken. On the contrary, it imparted an uncommonly great quantity and abundance of knowledge, particular the schools on the European model. But this was only an abundance of knowledge that always lay buried, an abundance that none could make the proper use of, because the fundamental orientation towards goals of this knowledge was to pass by life, and this orientation turned out to always be utterly antagonistic to life. Like a polished gem in a wasteland, this knowledge was unable to satisfy the simplest and most vital queries of the average and unassuming student. From personal experience, the reader should have no trouble recalling that virtually the only application he has been able to make of the knowledge he acquired in the school was to give a more or less correct answer on an examination. The knowledge of geography has yet to help anyone get a sense of direction in the world outside or to enlarge the set of impressions we gain when traveling, and the knowledge of astronomy has not helped anyone experience the magnitude of the heavens any more strongly or more vividly. Hence the two requirements, that absolutely all subject matter and absolutely all educational material be impregnated and saturated through and through with such an orientation towards goals, and that the teacher possess at every moment exact knowledge of the path along which a new reaction is to function, become of fundamental pedagogical importance. Attention and habit and attention are antagonistic relations, and wherever habit has taken root, their attention vanishes. The reader surely knows how everything new, everything we are not accustomed to, engages us, and how we are often unable to tell what is the color of wallpaper in a room or what is the color of eyes of someone we meet every day. I-28. In its very meaning, the von attention must be one of particular stress and must be truly in earnest whenever behavior overrows the bounds of habit, and we confront problems that are especially complex and difficult to deal with. Accordingly, habit is usually termed the foe of and a respite from attention, and until recently a contradictory and dual attitude towards the two dominated the field of educational psychology. In fact, the pedagogical value of both these processes is so clear and so self-evident that neither should ever be renounced in favor of the other, but instead we must search for ways and methods of reconciling the two, of unraveling the genuine interrelation between attention and habit in a psychologically correct way. Attention, in fact, ceases to function as soon as behavior becomes habitual, but this not only does not denote an attenuation of attention, but, on the contrary, tends to be associated with an amplification of its activity. This becomes perfectly understandable if we recall the essential circumscription of attention and the fact that, at every turn, it gains in force what it loses in amplitude. By making entire actions mechanical and subordinating these actions to the autonomous workings of the lower nerve centers, habit fully liberates and relieves the work of our attention and, thus, induces what would appear to be a relative exception from the law of differential inhibition of foreign reactions in the presence of a basic orientation. We mentioned earlier that every orientation inhibits the course of foreign reactions. It would be correct to add that this holds except for the automatic and habitual reactions. One can engage in conversation rather intently while continuing to walk down the street, just as one can carry on a discussion when doing complex needlework. The extraordinarily important psychological value of these exception from the law of inhibition becomes perfectly obvious if we bear in mind how much our behavior gains in diversity and scope once there arises, in parallel to our chief central orientation, a series of parallel, partial orientations to habitual actions. Strictly speaking, this phenomenon should not be understood as an exception from the general psychological law, but rather as an expansion of this very principle. Both habitual actions and entirely automatic deeds require for their initiation and cessation the participation of an appropriate orientation, and if we wish to do needlework entirely oblivious of fact, attention will nevertheless be needed if we are to work for a while, then stop, then pick up the work, and then put it aside, i.e., the onset and termination of automatic actions can in no way be realized without an appropriate orientation. Moreover, this orientation, the preliminarily adopted direction and rate of a reaction, will manifest itself in the continuation of absolutely the entire course of a habitual reaction. Thus, we have every right to speak not of a single orientation of our organism, but of a series of simultaneous orientations, one of which is the dominant orientation, and the others subordinate to it. This I-29 psychological observation is fully in accord with results found in the physiological study of the existence of dominant and subdominant focuses of nerve activity in the central nervous system. Physiological counterparts of attention only recently have physiologists succeeded in discovering in the nervous system phenomena that, without question, are related to the act of attention. The study of what are called dominant excitations of the nervous system that has developed quite recently belongs in this field. According to the basic results of this study, it has been established that some of the excitations that arise in the nervous system prove to be so powerful that they assume the role of dominant excitations, suppressing all other excitations or dictating the direction of these excitations, or, finally, attracting them to itself and becoming augmented thereby. Such a fundamental excitation is usually called a domoriant excitation, and all other foci in the nervous system are referred to as subdominant excitations. An extraordinarily important fact has been discovered in this area, that when a dominant excitation is associated with an instinctive act, the basic focus of the excitation is amplified every time there arises a foreign stimulation in the nervous system. The act of embracing reacts in the frog, the act of defecation and swallowing in the horse, sexual excitation in a female cat isolated from male cats when in heat, all constitute such types of natural dominant excitations which have been studied with laboratory precision. It has turned out that all these acts become amplified when there is a foreign stimulation present. Thus, if, during the action of the embracing reacts, a frog is pinched, pinpricked, or stimulated by acid or by an electrical current, the foreign stimulation not only does not weaken the embracing reacts, but even reinforces it. Thus, in the simplest nerve organizations, the act of attention proves to be constructed in such a way that not only does it induce an inhibition of the reactions conjugate to it, but even turns out to be capable of being amplified accordingly. The extraordinarily interesting case where a sensory dominant and a motor dominant have been experimentally created separately in a prone frog is very nearly the most important of all results for psychologists. Here physiological analysis penetrates so deeply into the nervous system that it seems to turn into an attempt to distinguish between the roots of the two types of attention, sensory attention and motor attention, embedded in it. It turned out that if a dominant excitation of motor centers of rear right leg is induced artificially in a frog, for example by means of phenol, the frog will respond to every stimulation emanating from any point on its body using just this leg. But if a dominant excitation of sensory centers of same leg is induced, 130. When any point of its body whatsoever is thereupon stimulated, a licking reax will be activated with mechanical precision, but always directed at the spot associated with the dominant stimulation of the centers, i.e., the rear right leg, even if it was the frog's belly, or its back, or its neck, etc. that had been stimulated. Thus, it was established that a sensory dominant will preserve every other reax, but will alter their course and dictate towards the spot that was stimulated the most, whereas a motor dominant will cause the motor organ associated with it to present itself whenever other organs must begin to function in the normal course of the reax. The study of analogous phenomena, carried over to the case of human beings, cannot, of course, boast such ideal precision, which is possible and can be realized only in subjects of laboratory experimentation. It might even seem that the results achieved by physiologists go counter to the facts established by psychologists. It would appear paradoxical to assume the possibility of acts of attention that not only were not weakened by foreign stimulation, but, on the contrary, become reinforced thereby. That this view is correct is confirmed, however, by a whole series of observations that have yet to be collected into a single psychological law. A rather curious circumstance was noted by M. Rubinstein in his story of the construction of a facility at one of the universities in a large European center. In the eyes of the builders, the edifice had to be ideally adapted for educational purposes, and accordingly, they sought to exclude every feature that might serve as a foreign stimulus during classroom lessons. Basing their approach on the traditional view of attention, they assumed that, by eliminating all extraneous influence, they would thereby help stimulate attention. In accordance with this plan, the building was constructed without any protruding or angular shapes, even the corners in each room were cleverly concealed, and each wall imperceptibly turned into and become the adjacent wall in such a way as to preclude spatial shape from ever having any effect on the students. Other details were similarly designed, and all the different parts of the structure were painted throughout, everything whatsoever having to do with education, from the very first step all the way up to the dome, whether classroom furnishings or student uniforms, or whatever, in a soft, monotone, neutral gray. It turned out that the building, which was to reach the latest word in the psychological study of attention, produced results that were in utter contradiction with what had been expected. It was generally and universally acknowledged by students and teachers that the surroundings not only did not contribute to stimulating attention, but, on the contrary, acted as a depressant, and even in the most interesting lectures and classes, absolutely none of students could keep from falling asleep no more than a few minutes after having assumed a fixed and attentive attitude. 131. Obviously, the lack of foreign stimuli proved destructive to the act of attention, and the relationship that has been established by physiologists turns out to be true for psychologists as well, since the act of attention apparently requires certain subdominant stimuli by means of which it may be nourished. In other words, one can be attentive only when stimulations that tend to distract us are reduced to a subordinate position relative to what is our principal concern, though are by no means eliminated entirely from the field of our consciousness, instead continuing to have an effect upon us. Psychologists have long known how great is the effect of orientation on our overall system of functioning, which, in terms of the thrust and content of lessons, students may not even take notice of, and may have to remain unaware of, while at work. Even if the color of walls in a room are changed from blue to yellow, a person who is involved and absorbed in some activity, whether speaking, reading, or writing, will have no idea at all as to this change, even if it is now possible to find objective manifestations of the changes that have occurred in the altered nature of his activity. A person will speak differently if surrounded by blue walls than if surrounded by yellow walls. A man has been able to demonstrate that the process of memorization occurs best not in absolute and deathly silence, but in lecture halls where muffled and barely audible noise reaches zero nes ears. Practical experience long ago established the stimulating unions of weak, rhythmic stimuli on our attention. Immanuel Kant wrote of a remarkable psychological case of an attorney who had the habit, while making complicated legal speeches, of playing with a long thread, holding it all the time in his hands in front of him. An attorney for the opposing side who had observed this little weakness of his, made off with this thread without being noticed, and, according to Kant, by this cunning move, entirely deprived his opponent of the ability to present a coherent argument, or, more properly, the capacity for psychological attention, since, in making his presentation, the attorney now jumped from one topic to another. Titchener established that voluntary or secondary attention arises out of a connect between involuntary or primary forms of attention and associated nascent, though incompatible motor stances. Thus, the mechanism of struggle for the total motor field underlies attention and, in general, all the higher, conscious forms of behavior that arise out of biological necessity, as a tool for the solution of connects between reactions and as a means of conferring a unity on behavior. The pedagogical conclusion that follows thereby complicates even further the teacher's problems, requiring him to not only guide the basic task the student is now entrusted with, but also all those extraneous circumstances expressed in the student's orientation, attitude, school uniform, even the scenes he sees out the window, which, as subdominant excitations, are far from neutral in the general work of attention. One writer has declared that, for a Russian everything depends on orientation, a Russian will inevitably be the tough guy in a bar and 132. Will be entirely incapable of doing evil when surrounded by severe and austere architecture. This observation is, undoubtedly, of the same order, though expressed only in rough and overstated form. The overall function of attention to characterize the pedagogical value of attention in its entirety, it is necessary to point to the integral, holistic character that distinguishes it. Without exaggeration, absolutely every aspect of the picture of world we perceive and every aspect of our own view of ourselves depends on the functioning of attention. In this regard, attention when altered slightly at once changes the picture radically, without, however, producing any sort of physical changes in the environment around us. To illustrate this result, one usually refers to figures that reveal the existence of fluctuations of attention in graphic ways. If a square is drawn inside another square, and the figure constructed in such a way that lines connecting the vertices of both the squares have been drawn in, and if we then look at this figure, focusing on it as long as possible, the figure will seem to possess three distinct views, depending upon the fluctuations in our attention. At times it will seem to us that the front plane is represented by the small square and that what we have before our eyes is a truncated pyramid with its small base turned towards us, but no matter how hard we try to keep our eyes in this position, after several minutes our switched attention will show us the same picture, but in reverse perspective. LT will look like a room or a box that is receding from us, with the large square now in the foreground, and the smaller square misinterpreted as being foreshortened, as four walls receding far off into the distance. Finally, in the third view, the entire figure is turned towards us with its own true side and appears to entirely lie in one plane, as one square inside another square. Whereas in this case we are dealing with a natural fluctuation of attention and, accordingly, natural changes in the picture we perceive, the same holds true whenever we cause our attention to switch by artificial means, and, accordingly, alter the pattern of the environment as perceived by us. To look at one and the same object with attention directed differently means to see it in an entirely new view. An observation of extraordinary importance for psychology was made when it was noted how wondrous and unusual is the picture we get of an ordinary and familiar room or some spot if we throw our head down and suddenly look at it from an entirely novel point of view. Thus, there is a degree of psychological truth in that popular tale of the sage who declared that the human soul that has migrated after death to other bodies lives in another world. You see the world once as a merchant, he said to his fellow citizens, you see it another time as 133. A seafarer, and the very same world, with the very same ships, will seem to you to be something entirely different. Attention and apperception as a result of the prolonged functioning of attention proceeding constantly in the same direction, all of our experience is formed and develops in this very same direction. This phenomenon has been termed apperception. By this term, we understand all the preliminary elements of experience that we bring to external perception and which defines the way in which a new object is perceived by us. In other words, apperception denotes nothing less than the participation of our previous experience in the formation of current experience. If, in looking at objects lying in front of me, I not only see and am conscious of their sensible qualities, their color, shape, and so on, even though these qualities act on me by virtue of the direct force of the things lying in front of me, I possess, above all, a vivid idea that this is a hat, this is a briefcase, this is an inkwell, and so on, all of which occurs by virtue of this very same act of apperception, i.e., by virtue of already accumulated experience and of previous acts of attention. Apperception may be likened quite properly to a railroad switch by means of which a train is transferred from one track to another. If the course of our thoughts and perceptions is determined wholly by the order of objects in front of us, on the one hand, and by the laws of our associations, on the other, it would be correct to liken the decisive role played by both these factors to the tracks that guide the movement of our psyche. But the free activity of our apperception and our attention also functions like a switch that makes it possible for thinking to select one of a set of possible paths. Thus, attention is properly defined as the relative freedom of our behavior, as the freedom to choose and to limit ourselves. Apperception, thus, would appear to be the accumulated capital of attention. But, in turn, it accumulates and forms a new reserve of our behavior, which has long since been referred to as character. Thus, the stages in this three-level formation of experience exist in the following sequence: attention, apperception, character. For the teacher, this means nothing less than an even greater role for attention in education, since now attention is considered not as a means of facilitating a particular educational or classroom activity, but proves to be extraordinarily important as an end in itself. It never functions without leaving a trace, rather every time it leaves behind it a result. The set of results is collected into apperception, which strives to guide our behavior. Character is formed by the collection of apperceptions working together, which the subtlest educational measures are powerless to overcome. Thus, by guiding attention we take in our hands the key to the formation and the development of personality and character. Chapter 8. Reinforcement and Recollection. Of reactions. Concept of the plasticity of matter. Elasticity constitutes one of the fundamental and primitive properties of every form of matter. Every substance is more or less plastic, i.e., possesses the capacity to change and vary the structure and relative position of its molecules under the effect of various types of annuants and to retain the imprints of these changes. Iron, wax, air, all are plastic, but are subject to such inerts to varying degrees and retain the imprint of these inerts to varying degrees. These phenomena reach deeply into the primary properties of every form of matter and are rooted in processes that are inherent to inorganic nature. Thus, one could say that the roadway recalls how wheels have traveled on it, since it retains the impression of those changes in the relative position of its molecules that were produced as a consequence of the pressure of the wheels. In this sense, one could also say that rocks and plants remember. Thus, plasticity may be taken to mean the following three properties of a substance: L, the capacity for its molecules to alter their relative position; 2, the capacity for it to retain the imprints of these changes; and 3, the predisposition to the repetition of these changes. Thus, the ruts produced in the roadway help to create a new path for the wheels, just as a sheet of paper that has been folded in the right place possesses the tendency to repeat the bending at the very same place when the merest effort is made. Our nerve matter is, in all likelihood, the most plastic of all the forms of nerve matter known in nature. Consequently, it can develop like nothing else the capacity to undergo changes and to store the imprints of these changes and a predisposition to these changes, which is what constitutes the foundation of memory. Psychological nature of memory. When we speak of memory, in the ordinary understanding of the meaning of this term, we have in mind two entirely different processes. Even the old psychology distinguished two types of memory: mechanical memory and logical or associative memory. By mechanical memory was understood the capacity of the organism to preserve the imprint of multiply repeated reactions. 135. 136. And to generate the appropriate changes in the nerve pathways. This process psychologists likened quite properly to tracks in a roadway, and spoke of the patterning of tracks as the foundation for the accumulation of individual experience. The sum total of personal habits, skills, movements, and reactions that are accessible to us constitutes nothing less than the result of such a process of forming patterns. A multiply repeated movement seems to leave an imprint in the nervous system and facilitates the passage of new sensations through the same pathways. The value of such patterning of nerve pathways may be established most easily by means of a rather simple experiment with a chronoscope, a special clock used in psychology to measure the rate of a reaction that is accurate down to 0.001 part of a second. Let us try to measure how long it takes to respond to some number that follows a given number. For example, a subject who is shown the number I7 would have to call out I8. Then suppose the experiment is so arranged that the subject must respond to a number presented to him by calling out, not the next number, but the preceding number, i.e., in this case he has to call out L6. It turns out that the former case requires 1/3 less time to respond than in the latter case. This is because the reaction is this much more habitual for the organism and is performed along patterned paths, whereas the act of responding in reverse order is less habitual for the nervous system and is more difficult to perform. The greater time needed for the reaction to run its course is an objective indicator of this degree of difficulty. Associative memory is the other form of memory. The study of associations has long been the foundation of psychology, numerous psychologists referring to every relationship between, or combination of, reactions as an association. But it is always only an association of representations that is the general concern. Meanwhile, we would be equally justified in speaking of an association formed by absolutely every movement. Thus, by the term, association, we will understand a relationship between reactions in which the approach of one reaction inevitably causes the other to appear. In its simplest form, the study of associations anticipated the study of conditioned reactions, which are basically a special case and variety of associations. We would be correct in thinking of conditioned reflexes as an instance of incomplete association in which a relation is formed not entirely between two reactions, but rather between the stimulus of one reaction and the responding part of the other reaction. Psychologists have distinguished three types of association: by analogy, by contiguity, and by contrast. There is no real need for such distinctions, since they express more of a logical distinction in the course of our thinking than a psychological feature that might be distinctive of every process. The old psychology always knew that the establishment of an association depends on experience, and that association denotes nothing less than a nerve-based relationship between reactions that is formed on the basis of a relationship given in experience. Thus, the old 131. Psychology also knew that the entire wealth of personal behavior arises out of experience. Of considerable interest in this connection are psychological experiments involving the comparison of the two types of memory for the purpose of determining which is the more essential and useful. In these experiments, identical and uniform material was learned in two distinct ways, first by means of mechanical repetition, and second by establishing a logical relationship between the elements learned. Then a comparative evaluation of the rate of success of each method was carried out, and the experimenters were able to show that logical memory is related to mechanical memory, quantitatively, as 22 is related to 1. In other words, experimental investigation demonstrated that, all other conditions being equal, material is assimilated and recalled 22 times better and more successfully if memorization is done by a logical technique, by drawing connections between the newly studied material and material previously assimilated. The simplest way of reproducing the experiment would be to take 100 words of approximately equal difficulty that have been chosen in advance, and to present them to subjects either verbally or in writing separated by given intervals of time, and then count how many words the subjects recalled after a single reading. With words of average difficulty, usually only around 10 words are recalled, and not even in the correct order or sequence. Next, a second series, also of 100 words, and of the same degree of difficulty, is presented with the same pauses between the words, Through this time the subject is asked to select in advance a collection, again of 100 words, that he knows well, in which the order of words is familiar to him. For example, geographic names, the names of his friends by grade, the names of relatives, of historical figures, of authors, and so on are all well known in terms of their sequential order. The subject is then asked to establish an association between every one of the given words and each of the words in the selected system that occurs at the corresponding spot in the sequence. For example, suppose that a series of Russian authors from Lomonosov to Mayakovsky is selected as the basis. The first word presented to the subject, say ryba-fish, is matched with Lomonosov. The subject searches for a relation between the two words and finds it in the fact that Lomonosov was the son of a fisherman. A relation is similarly established between the second name and the second word, and so on. Now it usually turns out that the subject is able to reproduce all 100 words presented to him in the correct order, from the first word to the last word, and from the last word to the first word, to recall a word given its position in the sequence and, given a word, to recall its position. All 100 words are recalled without any difficulty and are retained in memory in full and in exactly the right order. If, nevertheless, there are some mistakes, these will usually not amount to more than 2 or 3 out of the entire series. This experiment 138 makes it clear that to recall denotes, for all intents and purposes, either one of two different processes, either the simple drilling in overreaction, the patterning of a pathway, or it may denote the repeated establishment of a new relation between something that had already been learned earlier and has to be learned anew. It is this latter case that is of especial importance to the teacher. Pedagogical conclusions must be drawn for each form of memory separately. Structure of the process of memory. What we usually call memory does not in the least constitute something uniform, but, in fact, incorporates a series of complex components. According to the old psychology, there were 4 such components, the first of which was referred to as the actual consolidation overreaction, i.e., the presence of a nerve trace from a given sensation. For all intents and purposes, this component was viewed as probably inherent to absolutely every sensation that passes through our brain. The investigation of subconscious sphere of our dreams, fantasies, and so on has shown that none of the representations and impressions that we perceive vanishes without a trace, rather everything seems to be stored somewhere in the realm of the subconscious and reaches consciousness anew, though with an altered structure. There is a famous story often told by psychologists about an illiterate woman who, when delirious, began to recite lengthy quotations from ancient Greek and other ancient European languages she had no knowledge of. It turned out that, before her illness, the woman had worked for a priest, as a servant, and, while sweeping the rooms, overheard the priest reading the Bible in these languages, though never actually listened to him, however. In her normal state, of course, she could never repeat even a single word of priests. To these extent traces of his sensations were inconsequential and weak in her. However, she had nevertheless retained them in her memory, and they proved to be strong enough to emerge and manifest themselves in her delirium. This example shows that no sensation that reaches our nervous system vanishes, everything is retained and, under certain conditions and in certain circumstances, may be recalled. By virtue of the second component of the process of memory, a subject will recall a learned movement or utter a desired word in response to a given signal. Thus, if a subject reads some poem out loud several times, keeping the book in front of him and his eyes on the page, the moment when these reactions are recalled will be understood to refer to the moment when these reactions are able to emerge from the subject in the absence of the corresponding stimuli, i.e., when the poem can be recalled in the absence of the book. But we are perfectly well aware that no reaction is possible in the absence of stimuli, consequently the act of recollection, which denotes, basically, a reaction, is always also in need of 139 particular stimuli for its appearance. What, then, will serve as these stimuli in this case? Obviously, it all comes down to the fact that the process whereby the reaction is recalled is subordinated to an internal stimulus as its basic impetus. All the various parts of the recollected reactions are then linked up so that the response to one reaction serves as the stimulus of a succeeding reaction. This may be seen quite easily in the rather simple example when we have forgotten a line in a poem. When we then start to read the poem from the very beginning, the preceding line itself then reminds us of the missing line. Thus, the second component involves the formation of a relation between an inner stimulus and a given group, between a reaction, on the one hand, and the individual members of a group, on the other. The third component in the process of memory is the moment of recognition, the moment when we become aware of a recollected reaction as of something that has already happened. In this case, what happens is that a new reaction is adjoined to a recollected reaction, this new reaction seeming to identify the recollected reaction as something that happened before. Finally, in last place is a component that basically constitutes an entirely new reaction all over again, that is, the moment of localization, i.e., finding the place and time and a relation between circumstances in which the given reaction occurs. It should be perfectly clear to us why each of these components may exist entirely separately from all the others. That is, entirely distinct types of memory activity are involved here. Types of memory. For a long time, memory was thought of as a general property of the nervous system that functions the same way in everyone. Subsequently, observation demonstrated that in each individual person, memory functions roughly in accordance with a particular type, depending on which forms of those reactions the person makes use of in his own life have occurred the most frequently. Psychologists began to distinguish between several types of memory, and began to speak of visual memory whenever a person is most likely to make use of his own visual reactions or recollections. In a similar vein, psychologists have established the phenomena of auditory memory and M0T0R memory, and also speak of mixed forms of memory, example motor visual, auditory visual, and other forms of memory. This difference between the various types of memory may be made most obvious using the last example, where we spoke of learning a poem by heart. People with different types of memory will learn the same poem in the most diverse ways. One person may find it easiest to memorize a poem by reading it out of a book, silently. He will assimilate it through his eyes and, subsequently, in reciting it, will recall on what page it was written. Some people, 140, may be able to point out, 10 years later, in what corner of the page in a book a particular word may be found. It is this which the term, visual memory, denotes. Others have no choice but to listen to a particular poem they wish to learn by heart. They learn easiest by ear, and in their reading of a poem it may strike an observer that they seem to be listening to the inner sound of a word and will recall the intonation with which it had been uttered, the timbre of the voice, and so on. A curious feature is that when the former type of individual is involved in reciting something, he will screw up his eyes and will seem to be scrutinizing, whereas when a person belonging to the latter type tries to recall something he will engage in movements that recall the act of listening. Ida said of Mozart that, like all other great musicians, he possessed an astounding auditory type of memory. At the age of 14, he only had to hear a complex symphony once and this would be sufficient for him to recall it from memory. Finally, the third type of memory is that of memorization, not through the eyes or the ears, but through natural movements involving muscular and kinesthesia sensations arising thereby. In learning this same poem by heart, people whose memory is of this type will inevitably have to write it out, or will have to say it to themselves, even if silently. When trying to recall something they have forgotten, they will produce motor speech reactions, and the very act of recollection will occur at the very tip of their tongue or right on their lips. We say that a word is on the tip of our tongue, or, when trying to recall the spelling of some word, we entrust the task to our hand, the movement of our hand and of our fingers bringing to mind the spelling of the word. Bear in mind that each of the individual types of memory is encountered only very rarely in pure form. For the most part the various types occur in mixed form, with no one type of memory causing another type to cease functioning. On the contrary, These other types may be utilized as the occasion arises. But the pure neutral type, i.e., the memory that operates equally well in all three types, is just as rarely encountered. Usually, two of three types of memory are present in combined form and together hold sway and are dominant. The choice of type of memory apparently derives from a whole series of reasons, though principally from the overall structure of our perceiving organs and the method of recollection the individual is most accustomed to. The pedagogical conclusions that may be drawn from the study of the different types of memory reduce to the rule that the teacher make use of a variety of different paths for the purpose of training memory. The greater the diversity of paths a particular reaction is guided along in its entry into the nervous system, the more firmly will it be retained. The best method is to apply all the different techniques of recall one after the other, as, for example, in studying a foreign language, where students will see a word written out in front of them, will hear reinforcement and recollect ion of reactions 141 it pronounced, will repeat it to themselves and will write it out, thus is accuracy and ease of assimilation ensured. Nevertheless, it is useful for the teacher to recognize the type of memory each student possesses and to resort to just this type as often as possible. Individual features of memory, like all other forms of behavior, the reinforcement and recollection of reactions does not constitute something unchanging, but varies strongly depending upon age, sex, and features particular to the individual. In particular, memory tend to be distinguished in terms of rate and strength of recall. James compares the memory of different people to wax and jelly, since in both cases a desired impression is obtained quickly and easily thanks to the plasticity of matter, but whereas wax retains an impression, in the case of jelly any impression fades as quickly as it is created. Moreover, memory varies in terms of volume, i.e., number of reactions reinforced, in terms of duration, i.e., length of time reactions are retained, in terms of accuracy, and so on. These aspects are far from being of equal significance in all the different types of reinforcement. It is sometimes important for us to obtain prolonged recall, though not one that is especially precise, while at other times, on the contrary, it is necessary for us to possess a capacity to recall that is as accurate as possible, though not especially prolonged. It is especially important for the teacher to always be cognizant of precisely which form of recall he envisions obtaining on the particular occasion, since, as we will see below, it is this which governs the character and results of recall. Memory does not develop in children all at once, and in the earliest stages the child is, as Stern puts it, a being that exists in the present. Memory begins to develop in children somewhat later on, though immediate recall nevertheless proves to be more elusive in children than in adults. After performing an experimental investigation of memory involving the recollection of meaningless syllables, Ebbinghaus found that, from the age of 8 to 10, children can recall only 2/3 as many syllables right after having heard them as can teenagers I 8-20 years old. Analogous results were obtained by Binet in an investigation of the memory of students in 3 grades in school. The responses produced by students in the lowest grade were incorrect 73% of the time, those produced by students in the middle grade were incorrect 69% of the time, and those produced by students in the highest grade were incorrect 50% of the time. According to all the results, memory should be thought of as growing and developing in childhood, reaching its high point at the age of 25, according to Meehan, but thereafter beginning to slowly diminish. 142. Limits of memory training. The question naturally arises whether it is possible to improve the nature and force of human memory through educational measures. Since memory is based on the well-known plasticity of nerve matter, it goes without saying that the natural forces of memory cannot be increased or decreased in any way other than through methods that lead directly to the attenuation and renewal of the nervous system. Severe anemia, the presence of intoxicants in the organism, and an overall slackness of the nervous system are associated, obviously, with an attenuation in memory, just as every form of nourishment, amplification, and reinforcement of the nervous system restores memory. It is for this reason that James for example is absolutely certain that the natural qualities of our memory cannot be improved by any sort of exercises. There can be little doubt, however, that recall may be easily improved by means of exercise and education. Meehan found that, as a result of several weeks of exercises involving the recall of meaningless syllables, one of his subjects, who had initially required 56 repetitions in order to recall 12 syllables, after the exercises needed only 25 repetitions, while a second subject who had at first required 18 repetitions, after the exercises could recollect after only 6 repetitions. Recall is an activity and, as such, it may be improved through exercise. For example, special habits and skills for recall may be developed. Indeed, the first step in the training of memory is precisely to improve recall. Moreover, memory may always be improved and strengthened in particular ways, though this does not denote an increase in the natural capacity of memory. Recall that, psychologically speaking, memory denotes a relationship that may be established between a pair of reactions. The greater the quantity of associations we possess, the easier it is for us to establish a new association and, consequently, the higher the quality of our special type of memory. It should be noted that what has previously been thought of as memory constitutes a complex and aggregate form of behavior, beginning with a simple reaction and ending in complex mental reactions. Accordingly, by means of special exercises we can improve both individual aspects of this form of behavior as well as the very fundamental mutual connections between its different parts. It is in this way that a special memory may be developed in man, i.e., the ability to reinforce and recall those types of reactions that prove to be, first, the most vitally necessary and, second, the ones that are the most frequently exercised. We can always rouse the memory of a librarian who knows tens of thousands of books from their cards and knows the place of each of them on the shelves, or the memory of a pharmacist for all his test tubes and measuring cups, or the memory of a physician for the symptoms of a disease. But in all these instances we are dealing with a new phenomenon. 143. Interest and emotional tinge. Investigations of memory have demonstrated that memory functions best and is the most intensive whenever it is attracted and guided by a particular interest. We learn best that which we look upon with the greatest of interest. We may think of interest as internal attraction, an attraction that guides all our efforts in the investigation of an object. Psychologists are quite correct in comparing the role of interest in recall to the role of the appetite in the absorption of food. Experiments performed on dogs have shown that whenever food intake is accompanied by a strongly stimulated appetite, where the dog's eyes and sense of smell also participate in the process, food intake is associated with rapid secretion of gastric juices and by rapid digestion of the food and its complete absorption. Whenever such preliminary stimulation of appetite is prevented, for example, when food is introduced directly into the dog's stomach through an opening, food absorption occurs slowly and sluggishly, though the food remains just as nutritious. Obviously, appetite plays an enormous role in the sense of preparing the organism for digestion and in stimulating its activity. When learning a new reaction, according to psychologists, interest exerts precisely the same type of preparatory effect on our organism. The reader surely knows the extraordinarily enhancing effect that interest produces in the psyche. Someone without a great capacity for scientific subjects in school and who is unable to learn any sort of rule will prove to be extraordinarily talented and capable in a sphere of activity that stimulates his interest. It is curious that in real life, say in business or in stamp collecting, a student will be fully capable of engaging in various manipulations or in performing calculations that he was not able to perform when in school. Once his interest has been aroused, he will recall a whole set of geographic names or a collection of pictures, whereas in school he couldn't remember the name of the capital city of any country at all. Above all, here it's all a matter of demanding that interest always be coordinated with recall. If it is the teacher's wish that something be learned well, he should take care to make it interesting. From this point of view, the Tsarist school was counter-psychological, since it was uninteresting in just this way. The other role interest serves is that of a unifying function with regard to all the different elements of the subject matter. Interest creates a permanent direction by serving to accumulate recollections, and, ultimately, is the mechanism of choice, in the sense of selecting impressions and combining them into a unified whole. That recall is oriented towards ends, as a function of interest, is, therefore, of extraordinary importance. Investigations have shown that every act of recall is performed under the guidance of a particular orientation of this process. In their experiments on recall, psychologists refer to this as the Inyansky differential orientation. Experiments have shown that the results of recall depend to an enormous degree on the instructions that are given at the start of the experiment. 144. These instructions explain to the subject what is required of him, what are the goals that his recollection must aim for, and what sort of tests he will be subjected to afterwards. Accordingly, the instructions produce a whole series of orienting reactions that are expressed in the adaptation of recall to the goals of memorization. This is even more convincing proof that memory is only one of many types of activity, that it is a form of behavior. All's experiments demonstrated that the duration of our recall is influenced by the fundamental orientation, i.e., the seeming intention to retain what we have learned for a particular length of time. He told his subjects to learn the material by heart, first warning them that they would be questioned about part of what they will be studying the next day, and about the rest of it 4 weeks later. All questions relating to both parts of the material were then deferred for 4 weeks, and the results showed that the children were much better at retaining that which they had been told. When actually learning the material, they would have to recall at this point. They did much worse with material they had been told they would be tested on the next day. Experiments performed by other researchers have demonstrated that, depending upon orientation, the same material may be learned in terms of meaning, without any recall of the individual words, or only by literal memorization, without capturing the meaning of the entire text as a whole. Hence the need for an extraordinarily important pedagogical conclusion, that students have to be made aware of the point of what they are learning and of constraints that will be imposed upon the material subsequently. The greatest sin of the Tsarist school was not that there was little that was memorized there, but that memorization was performed in unneeded and fruitless directions, i.e., the point of memorizing something was always to respond to the teacher in an examination. All memorization was adapted only to this goal, and, accordingly, memorization turned out to be unfit for other goals. The last factor that guides memory is the emotional tinge of what is recalled. Experiments have shown that words that are associated with certain personal experiences are recalled far more often than are emotionally neutral words. Those of Peters and Nemekuk, who collected 15,000 responses, showed that elements are retained most often in our memory that are tinged by an emotionally positive reaction. Nothing is so recalled as that which was once associated with pleasure. It is this which expresses the biological striving of the organism to retain and reproduce experiences associated with pleasure. Hence the pedagogical rule which demands a certain degree of emotional concern to guide the presentation of all subject matter. The teacher must forever take care not only to prepare the appropriate mental powers, but also the appropriate forces of the senses. Do not forget to always stimulate the student's sense if you want something to take root in the student's mind. We often say, "I remember that because it struck me when I was a child." 145. Forgetting and incorrect recall. Forgetting, i.e., the disappearance of those relationships that had become established in us as transient relations, is, in and of itself, a fact of the highest degree of biological and psychological utility, as it is directly responsible for the extraordinarily diverse and exible forms of our behavior, the ability to forget what is not needed, to discard what is superfluous, to disrupt relations once they have already accomplished their purpose. This ability is just as essential a part of our behavior as is the formation of new relations. There is the well-known aphorism of Themistocles, who, in response to the suggestion to remember, is supposed to have said, "Teach me rather how to forget." Unfortunately, teachers do not always place a high value on the useful and healthy value of forgetting. They lose sight of the fact that memory is not simply the granary or warehouse of the nervous system to be used for the retention of learned reactions in the form in which they were learned. Rather, it involves a creative procedure of processing perceived reactions. Moreover, it nourishes all the spheres of our psyche. This demands the wholesome development of the child's memory, in such a way that it not be overburdened with material, with an overabundance of detail, with an excessive store of trivialities, with recall that goes further than is necessary, and that it not become clogged up. Otherwise, we lose all power over recall, and it assumes the power to control us, whereas the basic pedagogical rule prescribes that memory assume a subordinate, auxiliary role in our behavior as a whole, and for this to happen it is necessary to banish from memory all those reactions that are not needed and that have become uncoupled. Everything in our memory that we do not make active use of, turns into a harmful and burdensome load, ballast, which the teacher has to expel. Thus, forgetting is not always an evil, but is sometimes even a blessing, and the business of pedagogical tact is to find those limits within which recall and forgetting could work together and in harmony, like a pair of opposing, though collaborating functions. Incorrect memory, i.e., the establishment of false and unneeded relations and reactions, represents a far greater danger, from the pedagogical point of view. Chekhov's satirical story, A Horsey Tale, of the family whose last name sounded like horse is the best illustration of such instances of incorrect recall. Because of an association or relation that had been established accidentally between the last name Ovsov and the word, horse, when there was a great need to recall this name, it was forgotten, and the most varied words that came from thinking of all the objects associated with a horse would come to mind, though not the last name. That would appear by chance, when the need for it had passed, and this comic misunderstanding occurred because memorization had been established in an entirely different plane from recall. Now, if we wish to avoid such comic mishaps, we must never leave everything to chance and allow accidental associations to form. 146. The selection of these associations must always be under the teacher's control. And he must always have an eye towards the future activity of recall in which associations between reactions will be discovered out of necessity. It may be said without exaggeration that wherever school learning is not guided by real life, there will always be false and incorrect relations, and though knowledge is acquired, it will remain unused in the course of activity. If we could find a way of using in the course of our behavior all the knowledge we have acquired in school, we would easily confound all the shortcomings of education. But here the tragedy of circumstance is apparent, that our knowledge is formed always at the same time as the mechanism by means of which it is subsequently put to use. In other words, every time we recall something, we have to be cognizant of what use we will make of this something, and accordingly, actually reinforce the reaction. We remember things one way for an examination and another way for life. The entire realm of mnemonics, i.e., of all the artificial systems of recall based on establishing a relation between a desired word and various numbers or other conventional symbols, is one such instance of incorrect recall. In the psychological literature, there is a strongly negative attitude towards mnemonic devices because of their artificiality, complexity, and arduousness. Meanwhile, the value of these mnemonic rules must be considered as a function of their efficiency and the degree of economy they introduce. Of course, mnemonic schemas are very often entirely haphazard, fragile, and alien, and one should not rely on them as a means of reinforcing reactions. But neither should one forget that, for all intents and purposes, every system of alphabetization, of numeric and conventional ordering, etc. is precisely a mnemonic rule by means of which a series of external signs may be related to inner reactions. The inventors of alphabets, of numerals, and of symbolic syllabaries were great creative thinkers in the realm of mnemonics. Mnemonics is, without doubt, based on the general psychological law of association, upon which all study of reading, writing, arithmetic, language, and so on is, in general, constructed. Munsterberg is entirely correct when he says that to enrich one's mental life, it is far more essential to know how/v to easily put together concepts than to possess an extensive store of concepts. The 26 letters of the English alphabet is sufficient to compose all of Shakespeare's plays. Thus, the economic principle of our memory manifests itself in the infinite diversity of those conventional systems by means of which such complex spiritual values as the plays of Shakespeare may be stored and transmitted in concise and convenient form. It's all a matter of how efficiently and how cleverly mnemonics accomplishes this task. Hardly anyone could have any doubt as to the enormous economy of thought the alphabet has created. In popular mnemonic techniques, the complexity of the necessary associations very often do not shorten, but on the contrary, even lengthen the path of recollection. Instead of a single simple path, a mnemonic I-47 technique often creates a whole set of roundabout and indirect paths that only hamper recall. The harm of such mnemonic techniques should be perfectly clear. Psychological functions of memory plays the same role in the overall economy of our psyche that is played by capital in the world economic system. Like capital, it denotes a certain quantity of accumulated goods created not for immediate use, but for subsequent production. In other words, memory denotes the use and participation of previous experience in current behavior. From this point of view, memory, whether at the time a reaction is consolidated or when it is recollected, constitutes an activity in the rigorous sense of the term. In the consolidation of a reaction, this activity is expressed in that artificial orientation to a particular reaction assumed by the organism by virtue of which the reaction is realized under orienting conditions that ensure its consolidation. If we were to suddenly lose our memory, our behavior would assume a fragmentary and uncoordinated character. One day would have no relation to the next, nor one deed to another. Our behavior would constitute, in the full sense of the term, a chaotic mass of uncoordinated reactions without any sort of general pattern. However, the presence of memory does not, in and of itself, produce any additional benefits for spiritual life, and very often children who are mentally handicapped or who are entirely abnormal are distinguished by phenomenal recall, which, however, since it is not harnessed, remains entirely pointless. Such instances seem like a kind of experiment that has been specially designed by nature for the purpose of demonstrating how little is contained in a single memory. There are imbeciles who can recall thousands of different dates, passages, and so on, but prove to be unable to read any word at all. The most important pedagogical principle is still to relate the work of memory with all the other forms of our activity. We have seen that the process of association, the principal source of our memory, underlies all the major processes of our behavior. It is through association that memory should be linked to all the other aspects of our behavior. Memory techniques. Memory constitutes a sphere of activity in which productivity can be evaluated more easily than in any other activity. It is for this reason that pedagogics possesses a whole series of rules for the well-being of memory and for memory techniques. Above all, the requirement that the student learn everything as a whole, so as to grasp the meaning that unites an entire unity, as opposed to studying topics piecemeal, is the fundamental condition of every 148 effort at the reinforcement of complex forms of reactions. Meeman suggests the value of an intermediate method in which an entire topic is subdivided into parts after each of which there is a pause. The content of each of smaller units is brought together in this way, and the distribution of repetitions becomes extraordinarily important. In fact, repetition is the fundamental method for the consolidation of reactions. It is of interest, above all, that there is a limit to repetition beyond which it ceases to have any effect, becoming useless and even harmful, since it exhausts the full force of any meaningful reaction, making the material meaningless. The distribution of repetitions is, moreover, extremely important. It is not at all immaterial whether students produce their repetitions one right after the other or with pauses in between one repetition and the next. The psychological conclusion demands a distribution of repetitions such that some of them should be produced at a later time, separated from the first repetition by a pause. It should also be emphasized that every person has his own customary rate of response, and that any change in this rate, either speeding it up or slowing it down, weakens the force of recall. Finally, rhythm plays a decisive role in the learning process, unifying some off material, conferring on it a sequential symmetry, and, finally, organizing the various elements into a unified whole. If it is recalled that the entire role of memory reduces to a cohesive activity, it becomes easy to understand the advantages supplied by rhythm, which specifies the form of such cohesion ahead of time. Recollection of reactions. Two types of recall. The recollection of a reaction constitutes just as much an activity as does reinforcement, being only a later stage of the very same process. In traditional psychology, two types of recall are usually distinguished, the first of which is called recollective imagination and encompasses all those instances when reactions reproduce, recollect, everything the organism, in fact, experienced. Creative or constructive or formative imagination is recollection that recalls a certain form of experience that was not experienced in actuality. It is precisely the criterion of actuality or reality that makes it possible to distinguish memory from fantasy, reactions of recall from reactions of imagination. Meanwhile, this criterion must be seen as being quite wrong for a number of reasons. For example, there can be no exact recollection of former experience, nor can there be any absolutely exact recollections. Recall always denotes a certain reworking of what has been perceived and, consequently, a certain distortion of reality. And conversely, the images of fantasy, no matter how complex they seem to be, always comprise elements and even relationships between these elements that have been borrowed from reality and, thus, there is no essential difference between fantasy and recall. One might instead speak of a quantitative rather than 149. A qualitative difference. The images of fantasy may also be directed towards reality, for examine, when I imagine what will happen tonight, or when, in my imagination, I induce a picture of something I have never seen, say of the Sahara Desert. In all these cases imaginative behavior is directed towards objects that are no less real than when I recall the picture of my native city or remember what happened yesterday. Thus, the only difference between the first set of reactions and the second set lies not in their degree of reality, but exclusively in their relationship to our experience. Some reactions form a realm that was once part of our experience, while others were never part of our experience. No mistake in memory is without basis and haphazard, rather it is always motivated by some extraordinarily important internal impetus. Thus, we now distinguish between recollections that are deliberately distorted, on the one hand, and fantasy, which serves as a cloak for certain undesirable recollections that have passed beyond the threshold of consciousness. In general, it would appear that memory is linked in most intimate fashion to the subconscious, and that it basically comprises aspects of behavior that take shape not only in the realm of consciousness, such are our recollections of childhood, which constitute, as is demonstrated by psychoanalytic study, just such forms of half fantasy, half memory. The reality of fantasy, which is usually defined as experience that is contrary to reality, is essentially rooted entirely in the individual's real experience. Investigations of the most complex products of mythological creativity, religious traditions and beliefs, legends, and fantastic imagery and fictions show that a person who is under the greatest stress of some fantasy cannot think of anything he would not have experienced in his own life. When we imagine a fantastic being, a centaur or a siren, of course we are dealing with an image of a half horse, half man, or an image of a half fish, half woman. But the aspect of unreality is found here in the combination of the elements in these images, in their ensemble, while the elements out of which horse and man, fish and woman, are formed are, in and of themselves, given in real experience. No one could ever create a representation that would have absolutely no relation to reality whatsoever. Even such remote and irreal images as the images of angels, the devil, Koshchei figure from Russian folklore trance, and others are basically formed out of more complex combinations taken from a real collection of elements. Thus, every aspect of fantasy is, without exception, rooted in reality. A further source of reality in fantasy can be seen in the system of our internal experiences, chiefly desires and emotions, the course of which is determined by the very combination of real elements into fantastic groupings. Though fantasy is usually thought of as the most capricious, the most inconceivable, and the most groundless of all forms of behavior, nevertheless it 150 is just as rigorously contingent and just as rigorously deterministic at each of its points as are all the other functions of our psyche. The question only has to do with the fact that the causes responsible for its functioning lie deep within man and often remain undisclosed to consciousness. Hence the illusion of apparent spontaneity and the aspect of femihilo in the work of imagination. But this is only the result of our ignorance of motivation responsible for this work. Basically, one has only to think of all those desires that remain unsatisfied in life. It is these desires that are the true sources of fantasy, and they are responsible for the second principle of the reality of fantasy. This law may be formulated thus: regardless of whether a cause is real or unreal, the emotion associated with it is always real. If I'll cry over the fictitious hero of a novel, or if I am frightened of a strange monster that comes to me in my sleep, or, finally, if, in an affected state, I hallucinate a conversation with a brother who is long gone, in all these instances the causes of my emotions do not, of course, exist in reality, but my fear, my grief, my compassion remains an entirely real experience regardless. Thus, fantasy is doubly real on the one hand, by virtue of material it comprises, and on the other, by virtue of the emotions associated with it. Functions of imagination. From the foregoing, it is not hard to understand that the fundamental function of imagination lies in the organization of those forms of behavior that have not occurred even once in the individual's experience, whereas the function of memory lies in the organization of experience for those forms of behavior which, roughly speaking, repeat what has been experienced before. Accordingly, in imagination we find several functions, each with an entirely distinct character, though these functions are closely related to the basic function of situating behavior in accordance with novel conditions in the environment. The first function of imaginative behavior may be termed the sequential function, and it is of greatest importance for the teacher. Everything we get to know out of what we have not experienced we get to know by means of imagination. Specifically, if we study geography, history, physics, or chemistry, astronomy, any science whatever, we are always dealing with the cognition of objects that are not given to us directly in our experience, but which constitute the most important achievement of mankind's collective social experience. If the study of the different subjects is not confined simply to relating anecdotes about these subjects, but strives to penetrate through this verbal shell of their description to their very essence, it must inevitably deal with the cognitive function of imagination and must make use of all the laws governing the activity of imagination. 151. This means, first, that no single construction of a fantasy should be presented before the teacher has made sure that all those elements out of which the required understanding of the new subject is to be constructed are present in the student's personal experience. If we wish to arouse a vivid picture of the Sahara Desert in the student's mind, we must find absolutely every element out of which this picture has to be constructed in his real experience, in rough outline: wasteland, sandiness, vastness, aridity, heat, and all of this has to be brought together, though ultimately everything depends on the student's immediate experience. This, of course, does not mean that each of these elements must be taken directly from immediate perception. On the contrary, much may be borrowed from the student's experience, cultivated and reworked in the process of thinking, though in undertaking the construction of a new type of concept, we must nevertheless first prepare all the material that will be needed for this construction, no matter where it comes from. This is why familiarity with the student's available store of experience is a necessary condition of pedagogical work. It is always necessary to know the soil and the material which we intend to build on, else we run the risk of putting up a flimsy structure on shifting sands. Therefore, the task of determining how to convey new material that is not part of the student's past experience in the language of his own experience becomes a matter of the greatest concern for the teacher. James presents an interesting example that may serve as a good illustration of what we are speaking of here. Suppose we wish to tell the class the distance from the Earth to the Sun. There are, of course, several methods we could use. We could simply tell the students how many versts Russian traditional land measure equal to 3,500 feet trans separate the Earth and the Sun, though, note, such a method hardly serves the purpose. First, we will obtain as a result a naked, verbal reaction, i.e., a verbal symbol. We will obtain not clear-cut knowledge of the fact we require, but only knowledge of the formula which is denoted by this fact. We would, therefore, not penetrate down to the very essence of the fact. There is a rather striking confirmation of this circumstance. When the value of Soviet currency dropped and children had become accustomed every day to dealing with enormous astronomical figures, many teachers noticed that when it was time to talk to children about real astronomical numbers, this produced an entirely unexpected effect. Thus, a little boy who had heard that the length of Earth's equator was 40,000 versts, declared, "But that's so little, that's how many rubles it takes to buy a cup of sunflower seeds." The understanding of large numbers was so compromised in the student personal experience that they could not at all understand why they were working with such numbers when it was a matter of representing vast distances, since they had gotten the impression that these numbers referred to insignificant magnitudes. In every case, even if we get around this adverse impression, it's all the same, any one number, in and of itself. L52 says nothing to a student's imagination except for having been deposited in the student's memory. That teacher is following the most correct path who, in his effort to create a true representation of magnitude of these distance, takes care to convey it in the child's own language. James presents such an explanation that, speaking both psychologically and pedagogically, is the most reasonable. Suppose we tell a student, imagine that someone shot at you from the sun, well, what would you do? The student, of course, will say that he would get out of the way. To this the teacher might object that there was not the slightest need to do so, that he could without any worry lie down and go to sleep in his room, and again get up the next day, live peaceably until he comes of age, learn a trade, reach my age, and only then will the bullet begin to come close to you, and only then will you have to get out of the way. Thus, you see how great is the distance of the Earth from the Sun. A picture would be formed in the student out of entirely real events that had occurred in his personal experience, and would lead him to measure the magnitude in units that were entirely accessible and comprehensible to him. The speed of a bullet's height and the enormous duration of an entire life, by comparison with the moment when one has to get out of the path of a bullet, all this the student knows quite exactly, and a picture constructed on the basis of these material will be entirely rigorous knowledge for him, will, in fact, turn into fact. This example shows what are the general forms imagination has to assume in order to lead to the cognition of reality. Imagination must always proceed on the basis of known and familiar in order that we understand the unknown and unfamiliar. The second law of fantasy requires that we take care not only as regards the material, but also ensure that this material be properly coordinated. The law of reality of fantasy asserts that the emotion associated with our construction will always be real. It is, therefore, essential to arouse emotion, and in conveying different representations to a student, we must not only be concerned with the material, but also take care to arouse the appropriate emotion in the student. The emotional function is a further function of imagination. Specifically, absolutely every emotion possesses its own definite expression, and not only an external expression, but also an internal expression, and that fantasy is, consequently, the mechanism which directly carries out the work of our emotions. From our knowledge of the struggle for the general motor field, we know that far from all the impulses and desires found in us are satisfied. One might ask about the fate of those nerve sensations that arise entirely naturally in the nervous system, but do not obtain any satisfaction. It goes without saying that they assume the character of a conflict between the child's behavior and the environment. Illness arises out of such conflict when the individual is under great stress, expressed in the form of neurosis or psychosis, if, that is, there is no outlet for this conflict, i.e., if it is not sublimated and if it does not turn into any other form of behavior. 153. This is the reason why sublimation, i.e., the socially higher realization of unrealized potentialities, is also the responsibility of imagination. In games or in lies, or in tales, children find an infinite source of experience, and fantasy reveals itself, thus, as a kind of new door through which our demands and strivings may come to life. In this sense, there is a profound psychological meaning to children's lies, and this is something which the teacher must keep a close eye on. The emotional function of fantasy imperceptibly assumes a new function in games, that is, the organization of those forms of the environment by means of which the child develops and exercises his natural inclinations. It would appear that the psychological mechanism of games is entirely the work of imagination, and that we could almost draw an equality sign between games and imaginative behavior. Games are nothing less than fantasy in action, and fantasy is nothing less than an inhibited and suppressed, undisclosed game. Therefore, in childhood imagination bears a third, or educational, function, the purpose and meaning of which is to organize the child's everyday behavior in such a way as to give it a cause to exercise and develop for the future. Thus, all three functions of fantasy are fully in accord basically with its psychological property, with the fact that it is a form of behavior directed towards forms that have not yet occurred. LLL out 6 XP Euro IL 6 LLC 6. Education of imaginative behavior. The usual view is to assume that fantasy seems to be present in the child in a far more vivid and far richer form than in the adult. Such a view is most certainly mistaken in several respects, for example, the fact that, as we have seen, real experiences are the principal source of imaginative behavior. Since the child's reserve of imagery drawn from real life is extremely impoverished, his imagination must, undoubtedly, function weaker and poorer than in adults. Hence, it is clear that imaginative behavior also has need of development and education, just like everything else. The first task of education in this sense is, as we have already seen, to assign to imagination responsibility for the very same functions as are assigned to memory. That the child's fantasy has yet to become differentiated from his memory is, therefore, a distinctive feature of child's imagination. Both arise out of the recollection of reactions and both forms merge together in the child, for two reasons. First, all of the child's experience still has the appearance of uncertainty, underdevelopment, and roughness, and, consequently, every act of recollection in a child will be, to some degree, distorted and inexact. Despite all good intentions and despite the best wishes, the child is unable to recall all the details of his real experiences exactly. Everything produces an incidental. 154. Distortion of needs, depending on whether the child was unaware or, on the contrary, filled in details under the influence of his feelings. Such filling in of details, such outright lies, will always be present, even in an adult's recollection. Experiments on the testimony of adults and children are highly indicative and instructive in this regard. These experiments have shown that it is impossible to obtain an exact and detailed description from any eyewitness, no matter how carefully he observed the event and no matter how honestly he strives to demonstrate what he saw. Numerous elements which he introduces out of thin air and which he will piously attest to will be present in his testimony. In experiments with children, some picture is usually given or a story is read with various details omitted, and when the children are subsequently asked about this story, they usually fill in details on their own. The same thing happens with adults if they are present at a deliberately created squabble or an incident and are then asked for the details of what happened. It turns out that not only will there be gaps in each person's memory and, consequently, the events will now assume a somewhat distorted form in the testimony of the eyewitnesses, but each oft eyewitnesses will, on their own, fill in details out of things that did not happen and thereby distort the facts. Such involuntary distortions of our memory manifest themselves particularly clearly in children, and though the psychological nature of two forms of behavior are the same, nevertheless each has its own special function in real behavior. The teacher's task therefore becomes one of constructing as rigorous a segregation of fantasy from reality as possible. Here we find, above all, the struggle against children's lies, which should scarcely be understood in the same way as adult lies, i.e., as offenses against morality. The child's lie has as its source the inner truth of emotional experience. Children lie, and this is a general law of child's behavior, even when this lie is not of any benefit for them and is not a necessity for them, by virtue of the fact that their emotional life is overly excited, as a consequence of the fact that passion is, as Sechenov had remarked upon some time ago, the distinctive property of childhood, by virtue of the fact that at this age there has yet to develop in the child any restraining force that would control the child's behavior. The child's fantasy has no knowledge of limits or of self-control, and is highly impulsive in the sense that it obediently realizes every one of his emotional desires. Therefore, the child will quite often relate not what, in fact, happened, but what he would have liked to have, in fact, seen. Thus, nothing so reveals the child's desires, strivings, and wishes as does the child's lie. James is entirely correct in calling the child's lie a sincere deception, and Hall emphasizes that the child's lie is fantastic and heroic and, rarely, self-centered. In fact, every lie produced by a child has its source in the child's over-emotional state. The child naturally strives to exaggerate the emotional weight of an event. 155. Make everything that happens seem heroic in accordance with his heightened passions. There are other childhood lies that are direct echoes of desires, as also happens in adults. The child lies just as unconstrainedly and just as naturally as he dreams. Every childhood lie has to be interpreted and a reason for it found, and only then may we evaluate this act and respond to it correctly. We can say precisely the same thing about childhood fantasy, the child's belief in all those fantastic beings their nurses frighten them with, and his trust in whatever nonsense an adult might happen to say to him. We will speak of the harm of such fantasizing at length in the chapter on aesthetic education. The greatest and most relentless struggle against such underdevelopment of a sense of reality is, therefore, needed, and the education of fantasy must, above all, proceed through the development of a respect for reality. It is necessary to foster in the child the greatest respect for reality, though by reality we should not understand that little world which surrounds the child. Here we are concerned with the greater reality that surrounds us unless we wish to create a Philistine, and conformist. There can be no denying the fact that isolation in the narrow circle of one's most immediate interests creates in the child, and in the adult as well, a narrow outlook, a bird's-eye view of life, narrow-mindedness and complacency. There is no way we can achieve respect for the larger reality unless we go beyond the narrow limits of personal experience, and this can be accomplished by means of imaginative behavior. Consequently, the struggle for reality should denote not the abolition of fantasy, but only that fantasy be kept within its natural banks, in the channel of its own natural functions, and that imaginative behavior be strictly isolated and rigorously defined. In other words, fantasy should be allowed to function, but one must not forget that one is only fantasizing. The danger in imaginative behavior is only that it is capable of reconciling all conflict between reality and dream, which, therefore, presents the danger that real struggle will be avoided and that one will yield to the temptation of resolving every difficult situation in a dream. Extraordinary devotion to dreams will lead us away from the real world, will weaken and paralyze our capacity to exert an active influence on the world, will destroy the capacity to correctly choose the necessary reactions in the organism, and will contribute to the development and survival of socially harmful and fundamentally unstable reactions. As a servant, imagination is extraordinarily useful, but as a master, it is harmful, because, as one psychologist has put it, it is like fire. Another task of the education of imagination is to develop the positive functions that are the responsibility of fantasy. Children's games form the sphere in which fantasy finds its most complete expression and where it proceeds wholly without overrowing its own natural banks. And not only does it not undermine the sense of reality in the least, but, on the contrary, it develops. 156. And exercises all those skills and reactions that tend to develop this sense. We all know how infinitely varied are the roles that different objects may assume in children's games. The room may serve now as a forest, now as the deck of a ship, now as a lounge. One and the same chair may, with equal success, stand for a horse, a train, and a dining table. But a game is entirely without risk in that, though it excites entirely real emotions and reproduces entirely real elements of the environment, it nevertheless remains, frankly speaking, a game, and does not draw the child away from life even to the slightest, but, on the contrary, develops and gives the child practice in those capacities that will be needed in life. Interestingly, games are so strongly associated with fantasy that children prefer simple and crude toys to expensive and elaborate ones that leave no room for their fantasy and that require the greatest caution when they become part of playful activity. An expensive toy requires a passive attitude on the child's part and is not an object that could serve as good material for the development of fantasy. Gopp writes that in no other period of his life, does the child learn as much as in the years of children's games. It is not without reason that Kornilov took as the epigraph to his study of psychology of children games with dolls the words of Rabindranath Tagore. "How did I get to where you found me?" asked the baby of its mother. She answered, half crying, half laughing, pressing the little one to her breast, "You were hidden in my heart in the guise of a desire, my darling. You were present in the dolls of my children's games." Chapter 9. Thinking as an especially complex form of behavior. The motor nature of mental processes thinking is among the most difficult and least worked out of all psychological problems. It is only recently that psychologists have undertaken the study of these questions and have attempted to comprehend all the specific features of these questions by experimental techniques, and thus it can now be distinguished from all other forms of behavior. Until the most recent decades, the dominant conviction was that thinking constitutes, basically, only a combination of ordinary associative processes, of highest and most complex order, i.e., that it is a simple relation of verbal reactions. However, careful self-observation performed under experimental conditions and subject to precise measurement has already demonstrated that the composition of a mental event is incomparably more complex and that it encompasses numerous components that are inherent to it alone. It is because of these components that thinking cannot be reduced to the simple and free of images. In parallel with these subtle observations, suggested and developed by the Weiertberg School of Psychology, studies have also been made of the motor nature of mental processes, i.e., the perception of those objective manifestations of thinking that are accessible to external check and assessment. Both types of investigation have arrived at the same results, though from different directions, and both have led to a new approach to the study of thinking from which present-day psychology proceeds, as if from a starting point. That aspect of thinking by virtue of which it comes to be viewed as part of behavior, as an ensemble of the organism's motor reactions, is, above all, perfectly clear to the psychologist of today. Every thought associated with movement induces on its own a certain preliminary straining of a corresponding muscular system that tends to be expressed in movement. If it remains only a thought, then since this movement is not brought to fruition and is not fully disclosed, it remains concealed in an entirely tangible and effectual form. The simplest observations show that a powerful thought about an impending action or deed manifests itself quite incidentally in posture or gesture, as if it was a preliminary and preparatory effort we intend to carry through. In a very simple 157. 158. Experiment, a subject was asked to sit down in between two objects of some kind with his eyes shut, one object to his right and the other to his left. He was asked to think hard of either one of these objects. If he was conscientious in doing what he had been asked, he usually did not have to make any special effort to move his eyeballs beneath his eyelids, or to strain his neck muscles in order to correctly guess precisely which object to think of. The movement of subjects and the straining of his muscles always occurred in the direction his thinking was aimed at. They seemed to betray the hidden thought, making it possible to guess it with unfailing accuracy, as if we were reading. In another experiment of same type, usually carried out in a school setting, a subject had to hold a weight suspended from a thread in one hand with his eyes shut, and to try to imagine that the weight is swinging from right to left. After several minutes, the result is that the weight is actually set in motion, moreover, in precisely the direction being thought of, though the subject himself usually has no awareness of the movements he is producing. He continues to claim he is holding his hand perfectly immobile, indeed, that the movements are occurring not through the voluntary efforts of his hand, but basically involve his fingertips, which is where he holds the thread. These extremely subtle movements could remain, in fact, imperceptible to the subject himself. The technique of reading the thoughts of other people, a technique that psychologists borrowed from conjurers and stage performers, but which, like much else, derives from the stage, has gained entirely indisputable recognition and meaning for science. Essentially, in this technique one of several people is given the task of thinking of a more or less complex movement or series of movements, for example, playing a note on the piano, taking an object from one of several hundred people present and giving it to someone else, writing down a desired word, carrying an object about, opening the window, and so on. As a control, the instructions are usually first written down on paper. The mind reader usually suggests to the subject whose thoughts are to be read that he think as hard and as intensely as possible, as if to stimulate his thinking, and then carries out what the subject is thinking of by means of simple operations, usually without making any mistakes and without any problem. There usually occurs a kind of process of comparison with the subject's muscles that is quite reminiscent of genuine reading, i.e., the perception of a system of known external signs that can be interpreted subsequently in terms of their true meaning. The reader usually places his hands on the subject's shoulders, has him stand in front of him, and determines, without any difficulty, the direction in which the planned action is to be carried out. If he moves in the wrong direction, he brushes against the resistance of the subject's muscles, and, conversely, once the required direction has been ascertained, the subject's muscles betray an obvious compliance, as if in agreement with the actions to be performed. In precisely the same way, his I5 muscles betray him at the moment he stops or turns around, because this compliance of his muscles ceases, and the reader decides to turn around or stop from a series of new guiding movements. By means of such palpitation and fingering of stressed groups of muscles, the reader recognizes precisely what sort of movements the subject's muscles are getting ready for, and usually arrives at extraordinarily complete and complex forms by working out these techniques in detail. We need only note that, by means of these technique of muscular contact, an entire piece can be played on the piano, a complex arithmetic operation written out, or objects passed around a crowded theater. In all these cases, we are dealing with a genuine muscular reading that fully justifies the claim of one American psychologist that we think with our muscles. By this the psychologist only wished to say that absolutely every thought is realized, to one degree or another, in muscular tension, and that absent such muscular movement, thought does not exist. It is remarkable in this connection that the stronger and the more focused the thought, the clearer and more complex is its motor character. The person who is thinking hard is not content with those silent words that he says to himself. He will begin to move his lips, sometimes beginning to whisper, and at times will begin to loudly talk to himself. Actors are well aware that a monologue justifies itself psychologically, in the sense of constituting a preliminary acting of a scene when in deep and intense thought. This mood of thoughtfulness on its own then turns imperceptibly into loud speech. Usually, this is noticeable in children who are absorbed in the solution of some difficult problem, and begin to help their thoughts along with their lips, their forehead, cheeks, and tongue all beginning to take an active part in carrying out the operations of addition and subtraction. All those phenomena of automatic writing that have engaged the interest of countless observers at so-called spiritualistic seances belong to this group of observations. That in all those efforts to summon the souls of departed ones we are dealing with the undoubted existence of automatic writing, something even the participants at the seances remain unaware of, is hardly open to doubt after all the careful tests carried out by numerous scientists. But the very same motor nature of Fouerthoughts manifests itself here, as may be discovered also by means of simplest experiments. During the most smoothly running séance, one need only ask the spirit, i.e., basically, the participants in the séance themselves, a question they hold divergent opinions about, or a question the participants hold obviously false ideas about, in order to obtain, in the former instance, a confused and contradictory answer, and in the latter instance, a clearly false answer. If I were to first tell the participants that your wife died in Canada 12 years ago, even though she is in good health and living in Europe, you may be certain that, in response to your question about your wife, the spiritualist table will tap out the words, Canada and death to you. Countless experiments of these type 160 have shown that the answers are directly dependent upon the expectation that has been prepared and put into effect. The very course of a spiritualistic trance involves nothing less than an extraordinary tension of muscular system in the fingers and in a permanent numbness of these muscles until the fingers are no longer accessible to our consciousness, becoming, conversely, extraordinarily susceptible to the automatic excitation of thought. The hands of those present at a séance are usually clasped together, so that any trembling or movement begun at one end spreads easily and seems to turn into a general movement. That every thought of a movement induces that very movement is an instructive truth that has long been established in psychology. In fact, if a perfectly normal person were to be asked to walk on a board lying on the floor in some room, it is likely he would have no difficulty agreeing to such a request, and would perform the experiment without the slightest risk of failure. Just imagine the same board were suspended from the 6th floor of phone house to the 6th floor of another, or was placed over a precipice somewhere in the mountains, and the number of safe trips across the board will be quite minimal. The difference between the two cases is explained by the fact that, in the latter case, the traveler will possess an entirely vivid and clear idea of depth and of possibility of falling, something which, in fact, happens in 9 cases out of 10. This is also the basis for the psychological value of handrails on bridges that have been built across rivers, a device that has also never been explained by psychologists. In fact, almost no one ever notices that the handrails on bridges have saved people from falling, by what is said to be the physical force of their presence, i.e., in case someone walking across a bridge actually tilts, the handrails will return him to a stable position. People usually walk alongside the handrails, nearly touching the rails with their shoulders, without leaning over the handrails in the least. But just remove the handrails or allow people to walk across an unfinished bridge, and accidents will inevitably occur. What is most important is that no one will have the courage to walk that close to the edge of the bridge. The effect of handrails is purely psychological in this instance. They banish from consciousness the thought or idea of falling and thereby supply an unswerving direction to our movements. This phenomenon is of the same order as vertigo, or the wish to jump when we look down from a great height, i.e., strive to realize the thought, the idea, which grips consciousness at such times especially vividly and powerfully. This is why the worst of all pedagogical techniques is to insistently and earnestly introduce into the mind of the student an awareness of those deeds he must not do. Telling him, "Don't do that," is already an incitement to carrying out this deed, simply by virtue of the fact that it introduces into the student's mind the thought of this deed, and, consequently, the inclination to carry it out. 161. Thorndike was quite correct in emphasizing the harm of those moral injunctions that are common in textbooks on ethics used in the French secondary schools. The real effect of all those descriptions of unethical actions the teacher would wish his students to avoid only brings to the mind of the student a certain urge and yearning to perform them. This is why, Thorndike concludes, it is extraordinarily damaging to present, as the authors of these textbooks have done, detailed explanations and accounts as to why it is wrong to commit suicide. Literature knows of uncounted examples of those instances and situations when a powerful fear or fright of something induced just that action associated with this apprehension. The fear of Prince Mishkin, in Dostoevsky's novel, The Idiot, that he might break an expensive vase at a ball makes him do just that, with the very sureness of a sleepwalker, i.e., the thought that was in his consciousness all the time was brought to fruition in action. There is no better way of inducing a child to break a glass than to tell him over and over, "Now look, don't break it, or you'll break it, I'm sure of that." If we move on to broader and more complex forms of behavior, we are forced to admit that the motor nature of thinking is not confined to this group of facts. Here we find what in psychology have been referred to as idiomotor acts, i.e., conceptions of movement that are quickly realized in movement itself. A second group of phenomena of the type are known as kinesthetic sensations, which have been discovered and developed with a special thoroughness in recent decades, principally by the American School of Psychology. Psychologists call kinesthetic sensations those sensations and experiences that are associated with the natural movements of various organs in man and that seem to make the individual aware of his own actions. Our entire musculatory system, all our joints and tendons, and nearly all our tissues are permeated down to the deepest layers by the finest nerve branchings. These nerve branching let us know of the movement and position of our organs just as distinctly and precisely as our external organs tell us about the position and movement of objects in the external world. Kinesthetic sensations are nearly always associated with the proprioceptive field we spoke of earlier. As shown by psychological analysis, these kinesthetic sensations are the most essential aspect of our thinking and even of our volitional acts. In order to perform some movement, the image or recollection of sensations associated with these movements must first be present in our consciousness. Thus, psychologists are generally in agreement that every voluntary movement must first occur involuntarily in order to induce the appropriate kinesthetic reaction, i.e., the appropriate internal sensation. Only subsequently, through the renewal of this reaction, is it possible for the movement to be repeated in the form of a voluntary act. In that inexpressible and complex structure that determines our thinking about or conception of various objects, the decisive role is played by 162. Kinesthetic experiences, which are not localized very accurately, as if internal states unlike all other states, since they actually possess an entirely distinctive nerve character and an entirely distinctive perceptual substance. The presence of these kinesthetic components in every conscious movement is confirmed by Bayer's experiments. Bayer trained his subjects to move their ears and to perform other usually involuntary movements by inducing the organ to move by mechanical means, after which a kinesthetic reaction was created that enabled the subjects to perform the particular action thereafter whenever they wished to and at their own initiative. Finally, the third group of these phenomena belongs to the realm of thinking and conceptions of those objects, things, and relations that, at first glance, seem to be difficult to set in motion. In other words, the difficulty lies in establishing the motor nature of those thoughts that are oriented not towards movement, but, for example, towards a high, four-sided tower, towards a blue light, or towards a heavy weight. However, it is not hard to see that, in these instances as well, we are dealing with a series of rudimentary movements that, though difficult to discover, do exist without a doubt. For the most part, we are dealing with movements of perceptual organs that had once been accompanied by the perception of a particular object. For example, when thinking of something loud or quiet, we carry out in rudimentary fashion the very same movements that are needed to adapt our ears and our head to the perception of similar sounds in real life. When thinking of something round, whether large or small, we realize through the movements of our eye muscles the very same adaptive movements, the very same focusing on objects which we had once perceived in actuality. Even the most abstract thoughts of relations that are difficult to convey in the language of movement, like various mathematical formulas, philosophical maxims, or abstract logical laws, even they are related ultimately to particular residues of former movements now reproduced anew. Imagine that all your muscles were to become utterly paralyzed, then the total cessation of all thinking would be the natural conclusion. Those internal movements in which thoughts become manifest and that are of greatest importance in man's behavior form a group of their own. This is the group of the so-called namierspsetter/I-reactie, i.e., suppressed, undisclosed movements of motor speech mechanism that consist in complex elements of respiratory, muscular, and vocal reactions that collectively form the basis of every thought of the educated person, and which it would be entirely correct to refer to as the system NFI/0-NALA-peak/1 or silent speech. It is curious that prehistoric man and people at the first stages of civilization identify thought and speech in complete agreement with scientific data, defining thinking as conversation in one's belly or, as the Bible puts it, conversation with one's heart. That thought is a form of conversation, except for being. 163. Concealed in some internal organ and not brought to fruition, not directed towards anyone, butanly intended for an easel. Is a definition which is subscribed to by both the savage and the modern scientist equally. This is precisely what Sechenov had in mind when he defined thought as the first 2/3 of a mental reax, or as a reax that has been broken down up into 2/3, having in mind a reflex that is not brought to fruition, that is inhibited in its external aspect. That this is in fact so is shown by the simplest of everyday observation. Try hard to recall some tune, and you will see that you are singing it to yourself. Try hard to recall the words of some poem, and you will notice that you are saying these words silently, to yourself. This retention of speech in an internal mechanism, this restraint against its complete expression, has acquired an especially extensive and important meaning in human society thanks to the extraordinary complexity of the interrelations that arise there, even at the first stages of culture. Initially, every reax manifests itself in utter completeness, in all its constituent parts. There is a complete schema of movement here, with the child first speaking, and then thinking. It is extraordinarily important for the teacher to know that what is, in fact, happening is not what usually seems to be happening, i.e., that the child seems to begin to think, and then learns words in order to express his own thoughts by means of these words. The child's first act of thinking is related to his first, as yet inarticulate, sounds. His thinking has a secondary origin. It arises only when, having suppressed all sound, the child learns to cut short the reax before the final third and to keep it to himself. It is extraordinarily important to bear in mind those essential psychological consequences that follow from this observation. It would be a simple matter to distinguish a reax that seems to have been broken into 2/3 from a complete reflex simply quantitatively, by the fact that it has not been brought to fruition. However, the psychological nature also changes in a radical way, and with it, its biological and social purpose. If it is true that every thought is speech, it is no less true that inner speech differs from outer speech by its very psychological nature. This difference may be reduced to two fundamental points. First, that in every reax there seems to be three reference points on which the reax arc rests and at which there occurs an intense discharge and expenditure of nervous energy. This discharge usually begins in some peripheral organ, due to an external impetus or sensation, a beam of light, a gust of air, etc. It is then processed in the central nervous system and in a peripheral responding effector organ. Psychologists have succeeded in establishing that the expenditure of energy in the central nervous system and in the working organ are in inverse relation. The more intense and the greater the expenditure of central nervous energy, the less intense and weaker is its external manifestation and, conversely, the more 164 intense the external effect of reaction, the weaker the central component. The organism seems to have available to it a certain reserve of nervous energy, and every reaction seems to be performed